Nero has had some takeover series. He could have one here today. Do you have his over or his under, Alley Cat?
I have his over in the kill department, but as far as wins go, not so much, just because the wins that they do have is within like 5-7 points, so they still have a little bit of work to be done.
Let's take a look at our maps and modes for today. We could be seeing another 5-game series because Minnesota is here. Protocol as a double dose. Also, we see Hacienda coming in at game number 4 and 5. Game is about ready, so let's jump straight to our pick'ems. Nameless, the pick'em leader, is our front runner. I let Alley Cat catch up yesterday by choosing Vancouver. So today I will take the lead by saying Toronto Ultra first.
I don't know if you're going to take the lead, but just because you said it first, I'm also going to say Toronto Ultra.
Okay, Nameless.
I'm going to go with Minnesota Rocker. They've just been so clutch, and yeah, I'm taking a shot at it.
They've just been so clutch is the reason?
They've been so clutch, yes. I think like stylistically in the searches, like they match up well. I think Rocker get it done today.
Whenever I'm confident, I get rocked. Let's find out if the Rocker are going to do it again. We send it over to Chance and Miles. Take it away, Bearded Ones.
I absolutely love this. There's a very spicy looking desk at the moment, and I'm all for it. I'm all for an exciting battle between our two purple teams here in today's game of the minor. Chance, what do you think, man? I mean, yesterday what we saw out of Rocker was fantastic, and I think they're bringing a hot game to a hot Toronto.
For sure. I think it's going to be a lot of fun and a really good test for both of the teams, right? Toronto have a phenomenal record as it 4-0 on the series. They're undefeated in S&D, but they haven't played all the top teams just yet. And as Nameless pointed out, Minnesota Rocker are incredibly gritty, super clutch, and even where like their hardpoint record isn't great, 3-7 overall, the wins they have are like absurdly clutch. So the 3-7 record does not look great, but this map number 1 Protocol is their map pick, so I think it's actually the strongest map that Rocker have. So happy to see it for the game number 1. Get to see, well, I would say quickly what they're going to bring to the table, but that looks like a delay. So less than quick.
I wish I could say that. Something seriously wrong with Toronto. They're killing each other.
Bad vibes.
Treachery, betrayal in the camp. they're all having fun though, but yeah, that looks like an issue to start things off. Oh, let's Paul's camera as well. Paul's out. We saw Paul yesterday having a great time. Big
with
reverse
a bloody
sweep.
nose, yeah.
Yeah, bloody nose Paul. God, that game really took it out of him. Left it all on the line there, and with good reason. That reverse sweep was a sensational one indeed. But Rocker, yeah, let's see what they've got to bring. Great pick for them in map number 1. We'll see if it pays off. Be ideal to get a leg up over Toronto Ultra, given that Search and Destroy has been their mode. But again, I think Ant's right. There's a lot of style points here to be seen between Rocker and Ultra. This could be a fantastic series, boys and girls, once it gets started.
It's gonna be fun as well, because if you're looking at like the hard point stats, not just the 3-7 record that Rocker have, but if you're looking at like individual like KDs and like their Slayer ratings and whatnot, it really is a disjointed team where Nero is a hefty Slayer in the game where he kills everything in sight, but honestly has so much output that his teammates are left to sort of like do other things. So there's dramatic like differences in the camp. You just got to make sure you get the hill time. But yeah, his stats absolutely bonkers. He's been consistent at hardpoint all year long. So this is yesterday against the Gorillas, a 1.34 from a sub with 28.6 kills per minute. Those are absurd. Those are tippy top of the league. And obviously, if you watch the top of the show, we saw Kleenex's numbers as well. That's going to be the head-to-head matchup we're sort of looking for. And I think the bigger question for Nero is, can he keep up with Kleenex? Because at least in my mind, that is the player to be like striving to be towards.
Yeah, especially in a map like Protocol, where you want to be hitting those submachine guns head to head. If they can keep each other at least balanced, then you're not going to sort of lose those rotation fights too often, because this map will punish you heavily down low. In particular, that P4, an incredibly strong hardpoint we talked about yesterday countless times. It's the money hill, folks. It's where you get large quantities of points, really separates the good teams from the great. And here we go. Rocker, Ultra, map 1 here in round 2. Let's get it.
And listen, man, I'm paying attention to Shotzi's crash out as well. Teams paying a lot of attention to the opening breaks, and by the looks of it, Minnesota Rocker, those initial kills and initial time should be good to go. Joe Deceives, though, dominant on the opposite side of the map, and, well, just like that, Ultra steamroll their way through in complete control, and Joe Deceives gets to have some fun. He just gets to slay.
Well, we had a lot of love for Joe Deceives in the build-up to the matchup. Right now in stellar form. His teammates have the hard point. Not looking fantastic for P2 though, but that's where Joe has spawned up. So we'll see how that goes. Now the flip. Rocker on the wrong side of the map right now. We'll see if they can battle their way forward. And Joe deceives. Still an issue. Nero answers though. Pistol in hand. That's an aims on spawn. He's looking good as well. Opportunity to bounce back.
Yep, that is the Nero special again. If there are kills to be found, he's gonna get them. And Paul X, bloody nose or not, that man has some moves. We got guys sliding. We got the power positions under wraps, and well, Minnesota Rocker able to take the lead on this time, and the setup is looking pretty flawless, except for Kleenex just finds the route to get through, and the first man to die on Minnesota Rocker's setup just happened to be the guy on time.
That's unfortunate. Pushes Estriel out of position, but Estriel right into the point. Able to find some time here. Reinforcements through mid. Geo picks up one. Not enough to stop the onslaught though. Paul now put in a position. Slowing down the attackers as best he can. It's down low for Ultra. Love the bank off the nade, up to the side of the grass there. As that just keeps the hard point firmly in the hands of the boys of Rocker. This is a sensational hold. P3 looks to be good for Ultra for now, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, they just thrived on the sort of open setup, and they're able to flip the spawn, so this is a beautiful little sequence for Rocker. I thought Kleenex finding that extra kill would have caused some chaos, but Minnesota happy for it for the moment. But right now, Nero and Geo on the back line. Big responsibility. Geo's already been taken care of, and now Ultra, they just need to count names. I don't think they have any idea that Nero's back here, and as soon as you say it, look at the minimap, they turn and hunt them down. So Toronto Ultra, as we expect, an incredibly heads-up team. Their communication always on point.
Yeah, so some machine gun players, it's the route men, making sure that all the soft spots of the map are secure, and that's exactly what we're seeing now. Nice turnaround here. Ultra still in control of the time. A massive win again from Paul. Brings us up to an AR fight, and whoa, Kleenex, they line up, and he gets a couple. Still, hard point in the hands of Rocker, and what a back and forth map this is so far.
Hey, this is like the battle of just like sort of slay-heavy plays, and then like higher IQ moments where Ultra like sort of having better finesse, keeping track of names a little bit better, but then occasionally just getting slammed. So Rocker, it's going to be about a tie game going into new, the most important hill we have on the game, and look who's there first with SMGs prowling down low, so much so that Insight is trying to pull out a Jackal.
Damn.
That tells you what kind of engagements we're expecting for this one.
It's so important indeed. Oh, Kleenex on a Nero. What a win. Lead change. That could be the difference here. The most important hard point in the game, arguably. And we've got it in the hands of Ultra.
Yeah, perfect on so far. Nice little push out as well. All bases covered. Even a Jackal in the hands of Beans. And every single kill you need to get, it is one by one by one by one. Kleenex 15 and 7. And for the head-to-head battle we spoke about, Nero 6 and 11, feeling the pain.
Yeah, and you know in the comms, dead. I have Big Door, yeah. One more Big Door. Very soft, very calm, very in control. Joe deceives. A couple of loud deads there from he and Beans. This is looking good. What a turn. This hard point, cannot underestimate how important it is. Massive lead change right now for Ultra. 7 spree for Kleenex, streaked out. We're looking to see a lot of damage here, folks. Ultra with the lead, with control. Quick listening.
Top broken actually in there.
Near weak.
Oh, that guy. Trips, dead.
Make gun in time.
No time.
I see there's that time.
Same time.
These trips and there's that time.
Go on, trips. I'm dead.
I'm tripped of low. I have a streak. I'm in streak. I streak by the way. Yo, he's in barrels. He's in tower now.
I have a trophy.
I'm back.
I'm making sure I
Come on,
block.
time, go. Come on.
Absolute P2.
Maybe both sides, I think.
Yeah, both sides, I think. Oh, nice. I spawned in by the
Up time now.
I'm
trying to kill these good trips.
Should be that time.
Really weak time. Really weak time. I'm the mid somewhere. Mid gun.
Galley.
Mid gun.
Time.
I have front there. I have front there. This one.
No.
I'm trying. We should block here.
I'm out.
I have time.
Oh, it's back tower already.
Spawner, I think, bro. In time, close to left, I think. I'm gonna go top.
Absolute gunners.
Low fucking power steps. Low tower steps near.
Listen, I'm gonna go maps.
Listen,
I'm gonna go.
trips.
Oh, he's in maps. He's in grannies.
Get shot across in.
Alright, forgot to turn the camera on, chat. Whoops. I turned it off because I was still doing something.
I think he's tower steps for tower steps and time.
I'm on top
Trips and then.
And one's broken, I think.
Try to get down. Stay down. Broken.
Yeah, shows.
Tower now.
I had low.
Let's have a streak.
Gen. He's gonna have a streak, yeah. He's Gen.
Go left for now.
He was. No, Tommy back right.
Ultra may still have the lead, and they may have won the P4, but they're losing the rest of the map. Let's have a listen in with Rocker and see how they dominate.
It's a beat. We gets blocked top left and one top right. Top door died. I'm in him. One bump to you. I think it means there are two as far. They Sparrow. There goes one Sparrow. I don't see the Sparrow. One's gonna flank this. I have all Sparrow. I got zip flank. They be big door. Big gun P1. Big door. I'm starting big door for you. Give me some. Big door. Dead. Nice. One more big door stuff. One zip. Zip that. Sparrow. Get me Sparrow. Watch out. One HP. You got away. Play this time heavy. Sparrow dead. Nice. Good shit. I have zip pinch. I'm getting win. Big door. Sparrow. Coming that Sparrow now. Yeah. Sparrow dead. They're gonna be close. I'm trying to go big door. Yeah, we're going big quick. I'm trying to big. He's red. I saw him. Big door. Watch out. What do you did too, maybe? I have a big door. I'm starting your big door. I heard it. I just big door.
The battle for this hard point continues. A slight moment of lead change there. Ultra back in it, and we're looking at a brilliant third set chance.
Yeah, this has been an absolute mixed fest, but where Kleenex popped off early, Estriel on the P2 went on an 8 spree, completely locks down the middle of the map, and, well, you imagine gets the entry to the new time, at least takes down Insight. So Rocker inside P1 first. It is a lead by the smallest of margins, but this is the grit we talk about with Rocker. These are the maps they thrive in.
This is the clutch, holding on to this small lead. Geo another point. Great coverage there from Estriel on his right flank. Jodeci's picked up smooth shots out of Geo. Time now for Rocker. You've got to get a break here, Ultra. The lead is starting to get dangerous, especially with the P2 to P3 chains that we've seen Rocker pull off.
And they're reading the route too. Yeah, Kleenex gets taken care of. So you see Geo and team had eyes on for that elevator flank, and they deal with that perfectly. And this is a freedom moment for Estriel. You just get a push up and play for kills. There's 8 seconds left on hold, and that is a death that does not matter. He will spawn up and be back towards this new time. And this is the new time, the P2 hill, where Rocker have dominated this game. We go again.
Nero on the mid-map cutoff, making sure that no one gets over the top side. Aiming down low. He's got a very important job. Chase them red dots. He's being a nuisance right now. And in the meantime, the hard point is still in the hands of Rocker. One player through the back line. Geo can't read it. Jodeci's finds two. A break. One man left. It's Nero. If they can take care of him, there's time to be had. Ultra, stay alive.
And you thought the setup was going to be a little devastating from Rocker, but Ultra bounced back and win some incredible gunfights. Jodeci's and Kleenex putting in some serious work with 60 kills combined. Now 25 seconds left. It's a delicate moment for Rocker. A few players are creeping up with the idea of hitting this old time, but they got to make sure you don't give up that spawn. Beans just spawns out at new, and you get 3 down in the feed. Rocker, welcome to the wrong side of the map.
Oh dear, they found themselves here before, and they fought their way out of it once more, boys, and the most important of the map. This is the clutch we're talking about. Jodeci's and Insight locking down top mid. A couple more kills and 3 down again for Rocker.
Dude, they are still prowling the back spawns. You see how much they value it. moment they lose track of one player and they hunt him down. So Nero's out of the picture before the plays develops, and now you're taking routes with Kleenex. He is everywhere for it, takes one to the grave.
Cuts down at least one towards the front and the back. Now we go, a bit of a pinch. Anyone able to make anything of this? Final 10 for the game. Ultra now holding still. Rocker, one hit, one break. Are they in?
Damn.
Esther will find theirs. One man on the side for Ultra. Kleenex has got to go big. It's 5 seconds for the win. He can arguably do it. No, he's down and out. Front line. Here we go, Rocker.
And Ultra have to contest as well. You got to contest for at least 3 or 4 seconds just to force it to do. Of course, if you break, you win. It's a nail-biter game, a nail-biter finish, and Ultra wipe them off the map at the end, and now Rocker have to flood in just to force it to new. They can't get it done. Toronto Ultra win map number 1.
Nero pieces his way in, and Joe can't believe it. A tiny lapse of watch to allow that player through sidewalks, through the back door. It gives you the win there. That is a huge moment. Both teams playing their hearts out there on protocol to start the series, and we're in for a treat here, folks. Rocket can barely believe it. They had such a good first set, such a good second set. They kept it all together despite the P4 dominance from Ultra, but at the end of the day, it comes down to the clutch. It comes down to one setup, one single moment, and Ultra take the win. Whew! Look at them stats.
Yeah, I mean, look, the SMGs for Ultra obviously having a feast of a time. 38 kills there from Kleenex, 33 from Joe to Sieves as well. But the AR players suffering a little bit. Both Beans and Insight do go negative, and granted, still doing the right things on the map, but I think that's probably the conversation to be had in map number 1, because Rocker consistently finding themselves in really good spots, but there's times where you know how to get kills, and there's times where you need to know just how to win the game. And I think Rocker sort of dropping the ball. Like, Miles, you remember that like initial P2 where they had the dream setup. Everybody pushed out, so much space taken on the map, and then Kleenex just finds a route to go right towards time and kill the most important player on Rocker, and they let little things like that through. And then how about the big things they let through of just the left side of the map open when the only thing you need to do is rotate? If the little things are going wrong and the big things are going wrong, you're not going to have success in hardpoint. Now a 3-8 record for the team.
Very tough. This very much could have been 4-7, but if not for a couple of moments, especially the end there, man. The end was a stinger. Good looks across the highlights again. I mean, the battle for the backside of the map. Esriel finding corners. He had a solid map individually, a lot of pieces from him. But again, at the end of the day, it's about the team play. It's about who walks away with the dub, and that was a Ultra win. Streaks from both sides as well. I mean, we really were treated to a very, very explosive protocol hardpoint there. Yeah, man, it's so tough. I mean, I'm sure many folks were watching Shotzzy stream last night, talking about the importance of sides of the map, eliminating information to your teammates, and playing for the win. And this is exactly what we saw here. Good stuff. Start things off. Search and Destroy on its way. And again, Ultra have absolutely had the advantage there. And I think, Charles, that was one of the moments there. That was Kleenex's big break on that P2. And this is the last few moments towards the end. This is the final hit. Rocket get in. No one watches the back door. Joe finds the tiniest of ways in, cuts him down, and gets a matter of seconds.
And even, you know, him finding that route, it's like someone spotted him. He gets reduced to like 30 HP, but still just not quite quick enough in those moments to be able to deliver. And that is something that separates the good teams from the great. Rocker just a small step behind in that moment. But if we're looking for more interesting examples of it, how about those P4s that we had? You look at the first one there from Ultra, they get 55 seconds on the hill, so close to being perfect. Well, you go over to the next P4 on the flip side. Well, when Rocker get control, they still have success. Like, it is a money hill, and they're able to get 38, 40 seconds, but it's not quite as clean. And we saw it from Ultra. It was just easy, efficient work. Players lining up for Kleenex. They're not having to sweat at all. When we're watching Rocker's perspective on the hold, it's chaos, and these guys are having to work for every little moment. And I just know that style can be exhausting to play in. The exhaustion turns into a 10-point loss. How close you could have been to a 1-0 up in this series, but to S&D we go, where we get to test the record for Toronto Ultra. They remain perfect in the game mode. 6-0 so far this year.
6-0. Will it be 7-0? The inverse Bond. Kind of. Yeah, exactly. That's what's going on there. But yeah, exciting stuff. As far as the matchup goes, Chance, I mean, I'm thoroughly enjoying what I'm seeing in the hard points. The Search and Destroy is going to be good. I'm just trying to think about, like, you know, What are you bringing to another protocol here if you are Rocker? What's the sort of game plan? You've seen what's worked out, you've seen what hasn't. Where are we going, man? What's the deal, huh? What's the big difference that we can actually bring against Ultra? We've studied VOD, we've done everything we can to improve over the Christmas break. What's the deal?
I think mixing things up will be the way to go, right? So we've seen them on the map. Obviously, Toronto Ultra are going to be a team to do their homework, but I want to see teams start to steal other strats. Like, I really enjoyed watching Gorilla's mate play on Protocol S&D. I love Priesthood going out towards helicopter on defense and just hitting the wall bang straight away because it sets you up for so many different things. So I just want to see you go deep into the bag of tricks and be difficult to predict. And just like Kleenex running straight through the middle of the map on offense, I mean, the B site is wide out in the open. This is a perfect mini-map.
And he's done. So that's a problem. That's the plan to B as well. Estriel wins this fight on the top side. Can they get to B fast enough? Bean's already in position in heli. A fantastic power position gives you a lot of angles over the bomb. But watch out, though. Now he's a red dot. Now he's a problem.
And this is just, I mean, good luck rooting all these players out. Kleenex is playing for a guarantee. Easy one for him. Not a trade to be found. Well, it does come through, but now Estriel's position's revealed, and Joe's in a god spot, Bean's in a power position, and there's only 20 seconds left.
20 seconds, got to make a move, got to get going, boys. Joe might have to pull himself forward now as well. Estriel tagged up. Geo now sent in for the kill. 14 seconds to go. A big win from Beans, and a win from Joe from behind Ultra. Round one.
I mean, that's an insane first round. Kleenex literally runs straight through the middle of the map, uncontested. Nobody spots him. A stun doesn't land on him. Absolutely nothing. And they take full control of the site, and then it's just completely free after the fact. And that's the absolute dream. And that's a tone setter of a round one offense. Now Minnesota Rocker, their next defensive round, are going to be forced to make some type of adjustment. And obviously we're expecting Ultra to play around that, but that'll be a couple rounds. We just get to see how Rocker respond on their attack. Do they bring that level of aggression? Do they go for the standard, drop down the elevator shaft, and bang out the A site?
They do. A lot of noise upstairs. Not a single soul here from Ultra down low just yet. On this one, watch out though. No trophies at play, so those frag grenades and Semtexes are going to be very, very handy indeed. Here comes the counter attack. A 4v4 on the bomb site. Here we go.
Miles, can I interest you in a big door hit? Ultra squaring up with all four players.
Yeah, I'll take big door chance for 200. Here we go. Stuns connect. Helps the first blood. Near on the trades. Back and forth we go as we undulate from left to right. Back and forth. Here we have a Paul watching the back elevator. Nero finds a couple of big ones. And that's Beans all alone. Down and out. Rocker. Hold the bomb site with an iron grip.
Clean, man, clean. You gotta love to see it when all the gunfights with the Jackals down low. I think you called it out perfectly. The fact that there was no trophies, it was certainly looking dangerous down low. The stuns were connecting, players getting reduced to half HP from some nades coming through. So on a strategy front, I like the attempt from Ultra, but I think Estriel and Nero just a little bit too much to handle down low. 2 rounds in, Estriel has already accrued 4 kills, so beautiful stuff for him, but now to me, this is where the mind games come to play. Number 3 on the minimap, Nero, making the adjustment, making sure you cover that middle lane. But now when players on defense are forced to put yourself in cruddy angles on the bottom of the minimap, Ultra have dominated the A site. They already have the first blood.
Oh, this time around, yeah, they commit down low. The inside can't get the second. Man advantage, Ultra bomb down as well. It's a very awkward split right now, the Rocker boys. That's what a setup looks like, folks. Go to see some spiraling at the front door. You've got the last man, Beans, watching elevator. Nero, good luck. You have to win this fight very quickly, and that was a decent amount of damage. Wait a minute, we're able to push up. Beans makes it a 1v3, and now you play the numbers. Nero. Oh, damage, not enough to get the job done. Charles, one thing I wanted to bring up about that round 2, I know I'm hitting the rewind here, but I think Ultra threw all of their frags and concussions except for maybe 1 top mid. And because no one was home, they had nothing, no lethals, no nothing left to retake that site. Whereas this time round, you're able to cover out lots more down low with that lethal and tactical usage.
Fair enough. I mean, always an ever-present, ever-important factor to come into the rounds of S&D, so we'll see if Ultra want to use their taxinades for a potential site retake, but we know Ultra is going to be a team that makes the adjustments because that's exactly what they just did on the attacking round, right? First round, bang out towards B, completely taking space, and they play off of it and reposition. And right now, just outplaying Rocker in the initial rounds, but here's Estriel. Not only does Nero get the first blood, but he's taken bomb by his lonesome over towards the B site. He doesn't waste any time to get this plant, but make no mistake, he's on an island.
I don't think his teammates can do too much from here. He's got to play this angle so tight. Gio's not able to look over him anymore. He's had to now turn because Kleenex is inside his building. If he wins that fight, great. If he doesn't, wide open. This is a huge, huge moment here. 6 seconds to go. Joe's approaching the bomb site as well.
It was a good timing for Gio too. He was just waiting to get active. He times it perfectly. Just so patient, but Kleenex, the guy that he let through, gets the first blood, and now you're so far out of the picture, maybe it doesn't matter. Ultra just pick you apart a little too passive there, I think, from Minnesota on the post plant. And either way, Ultra able to swarm. And that was a very different look, right? Estriel basically gets sent in by himself with a hope and a prayer to get to the site. Successful on the bomb plant, but a breakdown after the fact and an easy gunfight win there from Insight. Ultra, again, always on top of the strategy battle in S&D.
Yeah, that's a... Again, if it works out for Rocket, all good, but you don't have any coverage on the bomb. Ultra managed to win those fights, and again, it's little individual moments like that from Kleenex. Strategies might be there overall, which is re-secure bomb site, make sure you get the defuse. But Insight, he's got the coverage up top. Kleenex finding just those insane individual plays. 3-1 so far. Rocker, not out of this yet by any stretch. Tighten things up a little bit, and we'll get them on the board, but Joe's going to get the bomb down and make this another 4v4. Or
and
not.
Planting it just so you can check from the elevator shaft side of things as well. And not only does Kleenex get the first blood, he gets out with his life. Kleenex, 2 first bloods roaming around this A site.
He's already got information on the player at Big Door. Here comes the nades. If he times this well. Oh no, Estriel, that's unfortunate. It was the nade from the elevators that blows him up. Joe's going to be able to tag that player up who's already weak, and it's an immaculate hold. A little bit of misfortune there for Rocker. But another good one there from the boys of Toronto Ultra. Decisive start. Kleenex with the first blood, and an immediate bomb plant after that. It could not have been any better for them.
And Ultra just looking like a team that has more ideas. I mean, again, that first offensive round, setting the tone, making sure that Rocker have to sort of respect that B hit. And now it's just relentless aggression over towards the A site. The first time Kleenex just runs through Spiral to get the first blood. This time he works out towards the grass past boat side of the map, gets the first blood and gets out. So they're mixing up the ideas, and Rocker will see how deep they can go through the middle of the map again. So the A site's been cleared, and now number 7 on the minimap when he gets that call from Kleenex, wrapping back over towards B. So you're set up and ready to go. You know where the pressure's coming through.
This is a very, very sneaky route. Not a lot of players use. Insight is going to get a freebie here. This won't work again.
Assassinate him.
He might. He could. He didn't.
Shame.
Boo! Oh, can't get the second piece.
If you would have used the body shield.
If you grabbed his teammate, it would have been a 3-2. But what do you know? I hope the coaches are having a word with him after that one. Massive advantage here. Estriel down. Map point Ultra. It looks like the search and destroy prowess. The record might be alive and kicking one more round. We got 2-0 here in round 2. It's a one and done, folks. No more chances. He should have done it. He's a coward. He's a coward, JB. You had your chance. And then he would have pieced Estriel easy.
Yeah.
But that ladder, though, again, I don't think that many players know of that ladder's existence, but that is a very, very sneaky position. You can play all the way up the coast. From the bottom of that ladder, you could walk up the cliff face to the back side of the bomb side. There's a little wall, a little brick wall, heady. Very, very useful position. Take notes, rank play teammates. And here comes a couple of sweet nades. First in for Beans. Nades are through. Joe Deceive's already on the site. Insight wants to end it now. Give me the control, he says. 4v2.
Yeah, and congratulations on the donut. Paul X is going to join that club. Not ideal. And as gritty and clutch as Minnesota have been, Toronto Ultra is simply not that team. Nameless is faded.
There will be no clutch. There will be no opportunity for clutch. No chances.
Maybe.
Unless Gio, in a 1v2, 20 seconds, he's got to send this. Joe didn't damage him. What? That's it. 2-0. Toronto Ultra put Rocker under the chopping block here in Minor 1. And the record remains unscathed.
and no doubt about it. Ultra obviously a team that still has a little bit to prove, but from what we've seen, especially from the duo of Insight and Kleenex, these are players that know how to win or play that winning style of Call of Duty. And I think Joe Deceives and Beans sliding into the roster pretty effectively so far. Series isn't over just yet, but that's
shit.
record. I mean, where they just make it look easy. Every single strat is perfect. Kleenex, when you need him to get the first bloods, he's able to deliver 4 to you. And a lot of those are non-tradeds as well. Joe Deceives is not just the 4 kills, but the 5 assists. So his teamwork is on point. And Joe Deceives, of course, one of the best bomb planners in the league. Incredibly effective at getting it down. Simply outclassing Minnesota Rocker. And again, that donut, a little painful to see.
Sometimes they're delicious, other times an absolute horror. Great hard point there from the Rocker Boys. That 240, a 10-point difference was a big deal, but Protocol Search and Destroy continues to be Ultra's bread and butter, folks. Or poutine, who knows? It's a Toronto thing, you know, delicious, absolutely delicious. We've enjoyed it a lot, and we will enjoy it again later on this year. Chance, that was a fantastic showing there from the Rocker Boys in the hard point. Do you think they have the sort of mettle or the resolve to bounce back here and perform another reverse sweep against a team of this caliber?
Well, they pulled it off before, so I think they're capable, yes. I think, unfortunately for them, Ultra is just a nightmare matchup. So those are the fries, and the desk is the gravy. Puckett, how you doing, man? You're looking good.
Oh, poutine sounds so good right now. Shout out to my guys on the right there. Let's jump into this one. Nameless.
Yeah.
We've seen it before. An 0-2 start with a reverse sweep. They've done it twice. You need them to do it a third time.
Yeah, I got Toronto tweeting me, man. I thought Minnesota was going to come out and win the map number 1, and then we get to the search and destroy, and obviously the momentum on the side of Toronto Ultra just too much, man. This team is unreal at SD.
I mean, I think this is the first time we've seen a team like actually genuinely look comfortable in Protocol S&D. I feel like every other team has just kind of been like trying some things out, a couple of trading back and forth. Toronto Ultra was in the driving seat the entire time throughout this map number 2. The second I saw Inside taking a low route to shoot that guy in helicopter in the back for the retake, I knew it had to be over. There's no other team that we have seen played this map as flawlessly.
Yeah, I mean, the way I would describe this map is just total control. I mean, we've seen it a couple of times now. Like, they have so many different strats. Like, we've seen rounds where Kleenex just gets all the way pushed up in front of P3 building, takes his time, and then they're comfortable just wrapping back and dropping down and going down low bottom computers. So far on Protocol, they're clearly the best team. And I mean, across the first 2 maps, man, like, they just look comfortable.
Want to give a big shout out to Adam Adamau and the rest of the Toronto staff that is watching their team play. Please let us know, who is your S&D coach? Can you give me his @ on Twitter? That man deserves some flowers. And a big shout out to, of course, Joe Deceives and Beans. They have upped Toronto's game in that game mode especially. But let's take it back to game number 1 because this was a nail biter. And at the very end, I thought you were going to have Minnesota stealing it back. Walk me through it.
Yeah, so let's jump into drawing conclusions, break down the end of this hard point. It was absolutely insane, and honestly, Minnesota kind of gift wrapped it and handed it to them as a late Christmas gift. So let's jump into the minimap here and let's break it down, right? So this is currently P2, and where you're seeing right now is the white, that is Toronto Ultra. They are set up good right here. Number 5, this is Beans, okay? Number 2 is Estriel, and what he's gonna do is he's gonna take an underground route and flank Beans and kill him. So let's get that off the minimap, right? So he's gonna go all the way around, he's gonna kill Beans. But what happens is, and we're gonna play this out a little bit, I'm gonna pause again and explain to you why this is so important. So you would think, okay, this kill on Beans is fantastic, right? So what should you do right here? Ranked friends, this is what I want you to learn. There's not that much time left. Oh, let me pause that again, sorry. Let's go back to the thing. So there's not that much time left. They cannot win on this hill. So at this point in time, you don't want to flip spawn. So if you're Estriel, you want to rewrap and just bang the time with your teammates so you don't flip. What happens is he ends up pushing a little bit too far. So now look at your map. He's currently like the back line, so the spawns flip, and it forces Toronto players to have the positioning for the next hill. So when you look back at the mini-map, what happens here is he goes around the back, you see Bean spawns out, and now you lose the fight because you lost the added pressure, whereas Esther, if he instantly hit it, you might have had numbers on that push. Now you spawn out, and you have to hit back across the map to a gauntlet setup of up top headies and the middle gun, right? Yeah. So Esther getting past that back line costed him the map, unfortunate for Rocker. And Toronto, gift wrap.
And of course, you saw Kleenex on a 5 spree throughout that. That was going to help them in this. In fact, let's go to our scuff play of the game because, Alley Cat, we needed to see it one more time. The final 30 seconds. Walk me through it.
I mean, it was just utter chaos. So after the breakdown the Ant just get, we get to this situation, right? Minnesota Rocker spent about 20-30 seconds trying to break back into this hill, but it's going to be inside. He goes on a 4, Joe goes on a 3 to break inside, but that's 3 dead from the side of Minnesota Rocker. And who is it that comes from the top ropes? It's not going to be Kleenex just yet because he just got taken out. But 245 to 235, there's enough room for Joe Deceives to make.
This should have been Rocker in this position. They had the positioning, but as we just watched in the clip, like, just unfortunate, man. It comes down to the smallest things. Now you're just getting farmed. Nothing you can really do.
Some big wins at the end as Beans picks up the final kills. It's going to be Toronto Ultra taking the first 2 maps. They are now on match point. And we're going back to Respawn. We wanted to dial in on how are the SMGs performing this week. Well, Toronto's, they're doing pretty good here from game number 1.
They're doing unreal. It was literally a battle of the SMGs in map number 1. ARs on both sides were really struggling, and it was Kleenex and Joe that came out on top, and I expect to see them to do it again in map number 3.
Top 3 sub duo in the league? I'll give it to them.
Yeah?
Top 3. Right
Top
now.
3?
Yep, top 3 right now.
I want to make a power ranking now.
Yeah,
all right,
sub
we got
duo?
a segment coming up fat. All right, we got a big game coming up. I'm told Miles Chance. Let's get to it. Game 3. Let's go.
Yeah, no, we both agree 100% this top 3 without a doubt. Sub-duo right now. So gross. Joe Deceives says he's on an absolute generational tear right now alongside a guy like Kleenex. We all talked about this initially when the year started, when we saw that roster on paper. Like, those two are either going to be unbelievable to watch or it is going to be awful. And thankfully, it's not that bad to watch, especially if you're a Toronto fan. It's been pretty good so far. Rocker, though, not out of the woods just yet. Reverse sweep. They don't want to have to do it. I don't think they want to have to keep being in these situations where they have to reverse sweep, but it starts here. Ultra ready to rock and roll with a 3-0 and advance further into minor 1, but hey, Vault, woo, baby, she has been mean to our teams this year, and the records aren't fantastic for either squad.
Yeah, and I love how we say overall control. It's Vault. I mean, there's one that's been played for the stats, so we don't have to worry about getting too specific on this one. But solid record for both teams on both the attack and defense. Maybe a so slight edge towards Rocker, and honestly, like what I saw on like the player cams and whatnot. The vibes of the camp, despite the fact that they're on 2, smiling, little bit loose, having some fun, and obviously the fact that they've had the reverse sweeps, that they forced these game 5s, they know they're capable, which makes your life that much easier. Nero gonna run straight into death though after he gets his first kill, and Beans with the Jackal in hand, proving that SMGs are easier to use.
Hey, hold up, bro. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Halfway through the A zone, now we go. The Sulligander continues. Paul's got the top side covers, and that means Joe's got to turn. Joe cuts
Shit.
Segment A, long gone. Way long gone. Ultra. Oh, insight. Slips out. Last man up, Beans. Oh, loses that fight. And wait, Kleenex wins it. That keeps the play going. Geo's 3 doesn't look like anything now because the zone is still going. Wait for it, folks. Joe back in there. Endless battle. Here comes the pinch. It's Benjamin. It's Beans. And he's in for only a brief moment. And that might be the A-zone sort of surrendered in the battle for now. Oh no, here we go, back at it. I mean, I've got to take a breath eventually. Chance, you should step in.
I mean, it was just a sort of beast mode moment for both of these teams. That was a heck of a fight over towards the A site, but Beans eventually just has to sort of sneak on out over towards that B zone just to open up that pressure to allow his teammates to get inside. So it's been a sort of masterclass of the movement and like discipline from Joe Deceives, but where he gets the 1 kill, Nero gives him 2. It is Joe Deceives by himself, but not getting too far ahead, waits to group up with Kleenex and Ultra, sort of swarming around the map to get in position. They are just waiting for their moment to strike.
Yeah, it's a wonderful display of incredible confidence. And
oh, there it is.
Okay, I take it all back. Jump on the point, boys. Ultra was in a great spot here to cause a little bit of problems while his teammates come off the spawn. Joe reads it. Unfortunate timing. Geo, nice beams from up top. Nero helps him out. So now you push the boys back for a second. That's 3 dead for Ultra. Good work, Rocker. You're back in there. Only down by 1 in the life count as well.
Love the play from Joe Deceives as well, right? His teammates fall around the point. He just goes and tries to reposition and get some sort of control. But that was a snappy moment for both of these teams. But 8v8 at this point, you're playing TDM. There's a minute left on the clock, and the A sort of like head smashing just means you got to make sure every kill is perfect. You cannot afford to throw away your life.
Yeah, no more trades to try to get a couple in a row, and that's what you're seeing from Rocker. Good job. Joe's been nullified here by Estriel. Estriel now going back towards spawn. Going to cash these players out. Spots them. Oh dear, no lives left for either team. It's a search and destrizzle, folks.
And I mean, if you're search and destroy and you're forced to go over towards this B site, you absolutely favor the defensive team. They're staying in position. They got P4 control, a triple stack over Ultra, grouping up together in the middle of the map. Kleenex, tip of the spear.
Wait, one chance is all you're going to get. The trophies are nearly done. The nades aren't going to connect. Here we go. We're on the control zone. Kleenex with a circular shoulder strafe. Estriel opens up the flank. Numbers now towards the point. Kleenex, oh, gets two. It's a 2v2.
10 seconds left, though. Yeah, Rocker just going to force him to point. Look at the flank from Nero. Might be perfectly timed.
Oh, he's only going to watch the back door. Will your spidey senses tingle, Joe? And the answer is no. Rocker, clutch up a big round.
Yeah, and I see the face of Joe Deceives right there, frustrated with that round, how close they could have been. But that's an icy moment there from Minnesota Rocker, testing their resolve and their grit, and they deliver again. And a best play just coming through in the middle of the round. I tried to spread the SMG propaganda, and then here's an Ames at close range. Doesn't even get the first shot on him, still takes him down.
Okay. That's a spicy round. The attacking rounds aren't, statistically as profitable for our squads. So Rocker, so far, playing it up to what we would expect a Vault control to go. But here we go. Flip sides. Rocker, can you win an attacking round now?
Spread the map as well, so they're going to be taking this just a little bit slow. Actually taking the underground route off the break. This might be setting up for a B hit. Maybe Paul X waiting in the wings to try to pick up some contact kills. And Joe Deceives does get caught, so great teamwork for this first blood. Estriel already jumping and getting inside of Art. And they haven't gotten that first tick of progress through just yet. And it's going to be a battle to make it happen. Trades rolling through. And, well, now Estriel is truly by himself, waiting for his teammates to get back, and wasn't patient enough.
He's still out and about. Ball could be a problem here. 2 dead. That helps. 2-zone capture for now. How much of this aggression are you going to be able to pull? Looks like they're committing a little bit more now to pull off of spawn. So the B zone they want to clean up. Done. Now over to A, ASAP. First segment goes out the window. Nice wins from Estriel up front. Getting the second. No, Beans is there for it. Geo caught unaware. Perfect cleanup on both B and A. Back to the drawing board.
That's a little unfortunate. I really like that sort of opening strat from Minnesota Rocker. Maybe swing Paul in a different position, or maybe try to tweak it. But overall, the outcome is great. Maybe just trying to do a little too much. And, well, unfortunately, now you're down to 45 seconds off the game clock. You've at least cleared out your spawns. So that's fantastic news. And you get those 2 entry kills. So Nero, the nuisance on the B zone, while his team's going to get A for free. Meanwhile, the one-man wrecking crew gets to do everything. That's a 5 spree. And that is a moment of domination. This B zone is falling.
That is a disgusting set of kills. Nero takes over. Wide pitch now from Beans, causing problems. Estriel now steps up to the plate, and he keeps swinging. You've nearly captured the point. There's the pinch from inside, saves the day. Paul not able to stop the play just yet. You're so close to finishing this round, Rocker. Don't let it go now.
I keep the pressure up as well. 16 to 11 on the life count. You only need that 1 extra tick, and only half of one at that. You run it down. Like, if you win the round, either way, you're happy. But if you get the tick, it's even better. You just make sure you keep getting the trades, and they all flow through. Get that last kill, stack the point, you're good to go.
Yeah, looking for the feet. Catches just about with the pistol, and he's got it. What a round out of Rocker. Back to back, defense and offense.
Dude, and what a round out of Nero. At the start, it seemed like they were doing a little too much, and then instead of too much, it was just everything. Nero had no help on the B site. And here's the best play. There's no reinforcements. There's no watching his back. There's no coverage. He has stuns and nades and everything landing on top of him. And not only does he give you the 5 spree, he gives you a tick of progress. He gives you the A zone for free. I mean, that's a top 5 play of the week, if not of the month. That is a ridiculous moment for Nero.
Oh, wow, man. No way we get another. Defense now for Rocket. They're looking unbelievably strong here on Vol. I don't want to jinx it, but I mean, this is the way it kind of goes. Nero, look at the movement, look at the snaps, the centerings are all there. He's got Beans dead to rights and a Mo waiting for the boys to show up. We are dancing all over the place here, folks. Rocket now trying to maintain this middle position. They've got a lot of bodies over here, and Paul finding 2 in the feet certainly makes that a lot easier. So does Estriel. 3 dead again for Ultra.
I tell you, one of those sort of Nero moments, that's just might be the breakdown that just kind of wins you a map, right? Just an electric moment that really sets the tone. I'm thinking like the Simp 1v4 from yesterday where that happened. You're just like, yep, they win the map. After that, things should be easy. Ultra, though, at least fighting back to sort of make moves over towards this A zone, get the double doors covered, watching the full flank. But Gio finds a pick, and now the 3 players on the zone got to turn their heads. A chaotic moment where Insight, though, doing everything he can to stay alive and doing a great job of it.
Back over to Insight as well, looking to finish out this point. A done. Minute 47. Plenty of lives to work with as well. Joe Deceives trying to do his Nero over by the B zone alone. Oh, Beans just about finishes the kill. That staying alive is very helpful. His teammates are in position now to cover. Beans waiting for the timing, waiting for the wind up hit. Awkward's turn and burn. There you go. Take that. Keep it going. Oh dear. Ultra now. Progress. They've got a bit of a stack. Here comes the counter attack from Rocker. Boys are trapped in spawn. Couple through the front line. B zone starting to bleed out, and Beans stays alive for now. Rocker, you've sport the lifeline. What will you do with it?
Yeah, you got those 2 ticks already. I was going to say Beans might not have helped his boys out too much for the actual capture, but he's still in prime position. 2 players trying to take him down, and off this stun grenade, you can't get it done. That is a gift, and that should be the round.
That should be it. Cleaned up.
Brother, what just happened?
Nero it must be one of those nades on the floor situations. They're all throwing stuff at each other. Nero, unfortunate team kill there. It happens so much in this game. Whoa, and this moment from Beans as well for a best play.
Yeah, Gio, I'm so sorry about your ankles. You'll recover.
Finishing that one was enough, but the next here.
He didn't even react. He had no idea.
Also, strangely enough, Beans went into the house. The door burst outwards. So I think in a split-second moment there, Gio doesn't really know what's going on. And that was the nade from the top. Here's the concussion. Oh, man.
He bounced it off of him, I think. I think he jumped into it.
Oh, dear.
Or was it a Kobe from an Ultra player from the... I don't even know. But that
must have been Nero.
Absurd.
It must have been. We'll find out later. Maybe he'll go on the flank or something tonight and talk about it. But what the hell just happened? That was another rugby one. Get out of there. We'll look at that later. But for now, it's a nice 3 down in the feed. Rocker. Not the best way to start this attacking round. Whoops.
See that behind you. Bad stuff. They took a route out of spawn to make that happen. So nice reposition from Rocker. They get slammed off the opening break, but trying to open up the floodgates to make moves towards any type of map control. But they can't get anything covered. CleanX wins a huge 1v1, and while he gets traded out, his teammates are there to pick him right up, and even Insight's starting to fly with the Jackal. Make no mistake, he can move. Man's got his slides. PF flyers on point. He has been everywhere on the map.
And we're just checking everything. Cross the T's, dotting I's. Now you got a little bit of intel, a couple of players through the middle of the map, Joe. Sent forward. Great kill. Gets at least 1 out of that. Estriel still keeping the capture going. Lovely pitch towards the front side. CleanX from upstairs. So Estriel doing everything he can to stay in the fight. Lovely work. Plenty of reinforcements now from the Rocker boys. They've managed to get themselves into the point, no problem. Ultra, more good counter-attack. You're halfway through A.
These 2 teams are playing with some serious pace as well. I mean, dipping, diving, dodging, sliding, trading, everything. And that's some perfect synergy from Paul and I believe Nero in that moment as well. Maybe it was Estriel, but everybody coordinated together. Nero found his way back home. The trades do roll through, but you see Rocker playing with the same idea. Doesn't pay off long-term this time, though. Going to be down a life, but you do have that A zone captured. 1 minute and 12 seconds left for them to work with, and Estriel finds the route to get through, but Insight finds the good shots, takes him down. No funny business just yet.
No. breaking the life count. Ultra on defense. Well, they're fighting back though. B zone looks pretty secure for now. The spread here from the Ultra boys solid. 2 players through the middle of the map. Beans in the classic top art spot. That is the most important position right now. Cannot let anyone down that street, but it looks like Rocker trying to punch a hole through the middle, and they might just get the timing. No coverage from Kleenex.
It's like awkward teamwork too. Kleenex down low, effectively watching Insight's back, who's playing inside the site, and now Kleenex just gets to do it himself. So every little moment from Ultra, I mean, well coordinated. Players always there for the trades, even in control. These guys have talked through the setups they want to have. It's not just run it down. It's if we're turtled, how do we cover everything? Well, they've done it perfectly. 13v4. Minnesota Rocker, we're up 2-0 in this control. I haven't kept up well enough. Yeah, tied on ticks. I didn't count the kills in time. I don't know who
Damn,
was
Toronto.
for the final round.
This might be a fucking 3-0.
Teams are playing. It's anybody's ball game.
Unbelievable. Well, round 5. Here we go. 2 straight from Ultra, and they have felt pretty decisive as well. This last little spree from Insight for our best player was also very nice. And Ultra do have the lead, so they will be getting defense.
I wonder how much that like final round slammage came to the table as well, because they were tied up on lives early on, and then Ultra just throttled them towards the end. So little things can often be a difference maker. Certainly was the case in map number 1, but all's well that ends well for Minnesota Rocker. They have shown their offensive prowess before. We'll see if they can orchestrate something while Ultra just looking to iron up and maybe let Insight get a cruise and run the show.
Oh, he's hoping for at least 1 out of that. He gets some assists, so he's very, very close indeed. His teammates find a few more, get inside the zone, find a few more potentially, and that could be it. Yeah, there we go. A single kill from inside the objective nets him the Hellstorm.
Let me find out Insight is an omni movement aficionado. It seems like he has been moving in this series. Plays on point. He's got the jackal in hand as well. A nice little 7 spree. And again, he just gets to be the rock for the team. I mean, getting assist in those moments, everybody with the jackal in hand surrounding that time. And now you got an iron grip across the map. Look at how devastating this mini-map looks.
Ooh, Beans, nice shots. Unfortunate timing there. Estrel and Geo pick up a 2, and now you've got a wide open mid-map. Jodeci is on the flank. Do they read it? They do. Nice work out of Geo. He has absolutely transformed the state of this map for his team. Now to capitalize. Into the A zone you go. Paul X trying to find the cutoffs. Nobody home just yet, but you got yourself 1 segment, and now Geo. The trades begin. A 3v3 on the zone.
Yeah, Rocker have handled these spawn trap moments incredibly well. Wow. And speaking of the pace of this game, I mean, we got 8 jackals in hands at different times, but that is step number 1 complete for Minnesota. Step number 2 is going to be to burn the cruise missile out of Insight, because that's going to be a wonderful tool to have in your pocket for this B-line defense, which Insight might have to invest early. Nero's behind you.
You start to lose that ground, and you're in serious trouble. Pull back to the vault. Ultra spread the map now. Insight gets the intel that he's on the inside of Sneaky, but here comes the counter towards the top side. Estriel finds it. This is a 2-man stack immediately. I do not believe we have any trophies either, and the trucks are still in position, so they're going to go boom. But they win the gunfights. First truck's gone as well. Massive turning point here with the numbers for Rocker.
And you're going to get that first tick as well, and now Insight going to be forced to use the cruise off spawn, but this is a beautiful moment for Rocker. I mean, you got all 4 players nearby, the contestants coming through, the trade's coming out, and maybe you don't need the cruise missile. Maybe Joda, Sieves, and Beans just slam you. Only a tick has gone through.
The new kid's on the block, cutting him down. Nero trying to fight out now. A minute to go. Still good.
And then the credit angle's on point too. If he's not moving, he's doing something like that. Right side of the map locked down. Left side of the map apparently locked down as well. Estriel gets traded, and now you have 7 lives. You got to take your time, group up, reposition. You got to stop the bleeding, and that is not the start you want.
Yeah, the life count is not looking ideal. 40 seconds to go. We've still got at least 2 solid whacks at this one. Slow things right down. Insight finds himself a good old corner. And it is a very, very wide run. The 4-man hit now from Rocker. They're hoping to get this done quicker. Now the time is in the red. Oh, big wins initially, right through the middle of those still. 20 seconds to go. Cruise missile probably at the 11th hour, just to absolutely guarantee that no one gets near that point. Estriel and Paul find their kills through the front. Here we go.
Oh, he's not even here to call it in. No respawns remaining. 3 players. If you get everybody on the point, maybe it can fall. Second tick nearly through, but Beans finds the extra kill anyway. And that should be enough to get it done, unless you pull off the miraculous. 4 man, 2 players left. Is this going to be in time?
We're going to game 4.
Rocker have done it again. The snappiness, the grittiness, the indomitable Minnesota Rocker. They cannot be killed.
I don't understand. I'd like a replay.
It doesn't make sense.
I'd like a replay if we can, team. That is a tough one for Ultra. You had it all going, boys. Rocker, I hate to say it. Is this the beginning of... I hate to say it, but this is the way it goes, folks, as it was written. Ultra take the first 2, and then after a sensational effort and a little bit of magic, Rocker win the control.
Dude, and that's the beauty of control as well, right? You had no right to win that round. Insight just has to call in the cruise missile, and that's going to effectively seal the deal. But it came down to like 2 lives left. So we're going to take a look at it again, but it is more or less Ultra in full control the entire time. Getting all the trades, getting all the kills, getting all the info. Already you're basically to the no respawns remaining point. And then it's just a masterclass of kills. Ultra maybe just a little bit too scattered in the moment, start flooding with death, and a painful one indeed. And again, a cruise missile would have stopped everything. Instead, it's just the hero plays.
Yeah, it was a hero plays. They're sprinting forward. And absolutely nothing here yet. I mean, Geo's 2 down. I mean, Insight sends himself forward there, but that's the last of their lives. And that's the end of the capture. So not making the decision to call in that cruise after the first wipe of kills, the very first time they got on the zone, did actually cost Ultra the round there. Interesting. Interesting indeed. We'll be picking that one apart for at least 24 hours, folks. Woohoo! Okay. Spicy chance. And now, well, we say goodbye to Vault. We've said goodbye to Protocol. And now we say hello to Hacienda. This is going to be interesting. Hacienda Hardpoint. Who's done their homework? We're going to find out.
Very much an unknown map, and I think it's very interesting that Ultra is the team that picked it. So if you're looking at the respawn record or hardpoint record specifically for Minnesota, 3-8, it has not been good, and 2 of those 3 wins came on Vault. Their other win was on Protocol, which they looked decent enough. They put up a good fight in map number 1, but they lost their map pick, and now they got to win the brand new one. But they decided to run to Ultra. I don't know how much of the Hasi pick is. It's been going incredibly well in scrims. They're ahead of the game. Maybe they have some intel against Rocker on the map specifically, or they're just a team that likes to sort of build out the map pool as much as they can. So I don't know if it's necessarily their strongest map or if it's just something where they know it's important to get these reps in. But for Ultra, we just get to see what they can deliver on Hasi. Certainly they're going to be feeling comfortable enough going into it, but much more serious faces than we are accustomed to seeing with how much of a nail biter that Vault Control loss just was.
Yeah, I think it's in the back of your mind as well as the Ultra team. You watching all these games, you know that Rocker are the reverse sweep boys right now. They've had to do it a few too many times. And I know the Nameless is pumping, his blood's pumping a little bit more now. He's back in the game, but at the same time, it's a scary prospect for all of our teams. For Rocker, it's another series where you have to dig deeper than you should have been digging already to not be in this situation. But man, you can't count them out. Hacienda's going to be a very, very interesting one, folks. Again, Hardpoint and S&D for that game 5. You're going to need to win both if you're Rocker. What a situation to be in. Also, shout out the Rocker team /G2. Those skins look great. But this is the way that Minor One looks so far, folks. It is a winner takes all, and it is a single elimination. There is no lower bracket. You only get points. Boy, you get an extra 10 points if you get 3rd place, but if you're out of the tournament, there's no more games. You get 10 points if you win this one. There's no more chances for our teams that are out to secure any points this weekend. This is a very, very precarious place to be for all of our squads that have been eliminated this early on. 20k goes towards our 1st place team, as well as 30 coveted CDL points. Here we go, Hacienda. Let's get it.
Yeah, and those bonus points go such a long way. Every single year in the CDL, those teams on the bubble, it always comes down to 10 or 20 points. It is a battle of the margins, and I'd say for Minnesota, that's been the story of their year thus far. A battle of the margins. A 10-point game on the Protocol hardpoint. Their wins on Vault, they're constantly winning by like 5 to 10 points. Always the nail biters, the round 11s, the game 5s. And if they somehow even force a game 5 here, that might truly be some Minnesota magic or a Minnesota miracle sort of moment, because the way that ball control just went down. I mean, I was trying to set you up for it. It's not the hero plays, it's the Nero plays constantly over on that B zone. The man was an absolute menace. Him and Gio working together. But first look for these two squads on Hacienda in a P1 where you just have 37 different angles to kill people off the time. But Ball X gonna start peeling some heads. Nice little start from him. He got number 4 in the mid-map, Gio, just making sure he blocks those spawns, and I get a reposition and go again.
The immediate reads there from Kleenex. The subs are out. Top closed corridor. Here comes Joe. Immediate. What shots out as you go. Nice damage as well. Kleenex does manage to make it through. Still at the same time, the man in the hard point, he's shuffling position based on where these attacks are coming from. So Rocker, they are soaking this P1 very, very well. 29 out of that with 10 seconds to go. Over towards P2 now. Bad news. Beans is in the driveway.
Yeah, and I don't know if you're even paying attention to these back spawns. No, you are not. Completely caught off guard. Beans just takes one long route and secures the spawns, but you don't have the time just yet. And you can hold this hill from both directions, but if you don't have zig control, you're not going to have a good time. Insight there from the trades, and with the closer spawns, Ultra should be able to just overwhelm. And there it rolls through. Jodeci is for 2. I cannot emphasize enough how important zig control is. That little side door, it's where things happen.
That's certainly where the magic is happening right now. And Insight, he's got a lot to worry about here. He's the man in the lobby. There's a lot of damage there from Paul. Good work. Now Joe brings down Paul once again. We've got a close range fight now. Oh my, nearly on the slide. Beans, last man of the point, 20-odd seconds to go here, and you'll happily take that if you're Rocker. Remember, they are the purple arrows on the minimap. I know, folks. Ultra are in the white. New hard points up. We're going to the fences. This is already a banger.
Speaking of players getting behind enemy lines, I was going to say Insight nearly finds the route. He at least finds a kill to open it up. And Gio, come out with your hands up. You're surrounded, but he gives you a little bit of extra, but not going to make a bit of difference there. All 4 players on the right side of the map right now. Ultra are down by 30, but they have at least out-rotated the opposition, so they put themselves in good spots. They just need to execute on a hill.
Shots through the fence there from Gio. Not a terribly easy thing to do. Trophy's going to help out, but it's Joe and Beans who are doing a lovely bit of work there to cause problems. Nice return there from Gio, but not enough. Joe deceives now from the top side of this gorgeous Spanish colonial mansion. I'm not really sure what to call this thing, but it's lovely out there. Good shots out of Joe. 3 in a row now for him. Immediate turn. As here comes Nero on the pinch to take care of business, and the timing would have been great. Oh, but no, the coverage here from Ultra. Every possible angle, Insight, Beans, Joe deceives, you name it. They're all finding kills.
Yeah, in 3rd rotation of the game, look who's there first. It's Ultra again. Granted, Paul X takes down 2 before he get there, so Kleenex, have fun with this one. How many can he get? There's number 1. Are the trades gonna roll through? No, he actually takes 2 before he falls. Maybe that's enough to soften up the push, because these Ultra players are swarming.
Flying forward over to the rock hard point. We've seen some absolutely historic, iconic moments in COD history take place at this very location. The first ever 1v5, Looney. And now we're going to see plenty more. In the rotation will be 06. Joe on a rampage once again, able to isolate the fight, stay alive. Is boys there for the help? Probably not. Lots of information passed over. Now to funnel through that doorway. Here we go.
And I'm just looking at it, man. You obviously have Rocker, super skilled players. Nero is suffering at 2 and 11 right now, but that's because outside of the opening break, Rocker have just fought a constant uphill battle. They don't pay attention to the P2 rotation. They let Beans go and lock down those spawns. They let Insight get through and sort of pick you apart on the P3 rotation. And then they got all the entry kills on P4, except Kleenex finds his way through and then picks up the 2-piece at the start of the hill. So Rocker are just making their game hellish to try to deal with right now. They got to find a way to stabilize. And I tell you, P1 is a difficult hill to make that happen.
Yeah, first go around, that score is about as well as it went. And Joe has just stabbed Insight.
So mean.
Okay.
Roster change? Question mark?
Haven't seen one of those in a while. Joe v Nero out by the rock. And it looks like something may have happened. Okay. It was an issue with the knife, but something somewhere has gone wrong, folks. That is unfortunate. 170 to what? 50-ish at the close. A very, very strong showing. Yeah, one of the Toronto players have had a crash. Okay, well, we'll deal with that in a moment, folks. But in the meantime, yeah, that is going to be a restart. We're going to see a little bit more of Hacienda here in round 2 of Minor 1. Again, this is the final chance that Rocker have got to stay alive in the tournament. It's a one and done, folks. Not your regular league matches. Points only for top 3, cash for first. And it really does remain to sort of test out who our strongest teams are. Looks like it might have been Beans. Hit the reset, hit the bathroom.
I think it was Insight, right? I'm in my head when Joe Deceives knifed Insight in the back. That's like it happens to me all the time. The awkwardness of you spawn up, try to pull out your knife, and sometimes you punch, then you pull out your knife, and you're not like quite prepared to accidentally swing it. I've knifed players in the back before. I thought it was an awkward moment, but no, I'm assuming a little scan and repair, and Joe Deceives just having a little bit of fun. But either way, Hacienda again, P1 can be very chaotic, especially with the addition of like the new secret window or dark window. There's so many routes to take guys off of time. The fact that Minnesota won the opening break so hard they got 29 seconds on it was kind of impressive. But after that, Hacienda is truly a map where you have to rotate, you have to play that sort of like classic Call of Duty style. And Rocker just found themselves where they were having to fight that uphill battle, never getting any sense of stability. And obviously Ultra, we saw it on the P4s on the protocol. When you give them control of a hill that's easy to hold, they're gonna execute. Their teamwork and communication is always on point. They got that P4 and they just turned it into an absolute blender. So there are some teams that can't handle the good moments. Ultra is not that squad, and that's why they built themselves such a massive lead. So on the reset, that's all Rocker needs to do. Focus and dial in on those rotations and make sure you at least can sort of bail yourselves out. If you lose a P2, get that early rotation, you cannot get chained together.
No, we're seeing plenty of chains here, but we've got a full restart ready to go now, folks. Rocker, Ultra, map 4. Final chance here for the Rocker boys to stay alive. Everyone's raring to get things going. Ultra, one more chance for them to show off the goods in the comeback. But again, as far as the first map went round, chance it was Rocker with the early lead. Their P1 was sensational. The P2 rotation, it was Beans. He was the stagger in the darkness. He was the problem for the Rocker boys. They've given up an eye for wisdom, and they've been given a second chance here on this map. Will it pay off?
I mean, again, I don't know how big of a theme this is. I don't know if Easy Mac is keeping track of it. I assume he is, of just like the opening breaks, but Shotzi's been like planting seeds left and right in my head. And one thing he talked about is like teams spend so much time working on their opening breaks, but not actually learning how to like efficiently play the game. And Rocker did come out and dominate the opening break. We'll see if they can pull it off again, or if Ultra figure out how to crack that code and actually win the opening break now. And we get to see how they handle the driver's seat already from P1. Ultra in control.
A little bit of luck, a little bit of magic there. Wins the fight for Joe versus Nero. Same thing for Kleenex. Paul goes right when he should have gone left. And a wonderful open here for Ultra once again on the reset. They've looked good. It looks like Rocker are giving this one up. 20 plus seconds remaining before they found themselves over by P2, and they thought we better stay there, boys. But split spawns. We'll see if this pays off on the kills. Ultra should be spawning miles away from that P2 hit. Here we go. Beans through the front. Insight kills them both. That could be a contest.
This is a 30-point lead on P1, and now look at where those Rocker players are spawning. 2 players alive in P2. Nobody's there for the back spawns, and of course, another little detail in Call of Duty. There's times where you can just not afford to die. If there's like 6 seconds left on the old hill, if you die in that range, even if you watch the kill cam, it doesn't matter. You're gonna be spawning out. So it is literally like the highest IQ players know when you just can't afford to chow. So 2 players on Rocker die at the front of time, and well, you get broken down so quickly. Ultra fully capitalizing off of it as well. They got the Z control. He got lobby pushed out. Estriel trying to open things up, but Joe Deceives, easy trades, easy time, massive lead.
15 seconds to go here. You've got yourselves P3 Rocker, but you have come out of this one very, very flat indeed. And Joe Deceives continues to roam across the map. Beautiful shots there. Paul's banged up, tagged up. He's going to be backed up now as you're worrying again. Joe marching his way through the map. Beans over his shoulder. Geo off of spawn able to slow things down just a little bit. But again, the tandem, the duo of Joe and Beans, sensational on Hacienda so far. And
I've been loving the Beans, or the work Beans has been putting in with the Jackal as well. Look at the distraction he is. 2 players forced up the office steps to take him down, and while they're busy dealing with Beans, the rest of Ultra just fly in towards the time. And granted, Rocker have handled the chaos a little bit well, still chipping away a few seconds here, a few seconds there, but this so far has not been the sort of clean hold you're looking for. Ultra are making them work for every single second, and frankly, Ultra are even taking a little bit of this time for their own.
Indeed. Good test. 50 seconds left on this one. It looks like Estriel's made his way over towards Noob. He's going to run into Beans in a moment. Beans, big man on rotation. Oh, that's a win from Estriel. Lovely stuff. Insight will be next over as the boys from Malta now flying towards Rock. Shots were there for Nero, but that is 3 down, all over to Paul, who has got to somehow purchase some real estate here in Hacienda.
And this is the easiest hill to hold, but if you got the chaos sort of moments and you got Paul X on the flank, and the timing is perfect. Wow, Call of Duty timing at its finest, and that is exactly what Rocker needed to be able to break through. And again, one of the easiest to hold, certainly the easiest one on this map. We'll see how Rocker can handle it when they get a clean 4-man wipe. They are prowling for this mid-map control.
Perfect parallel spawns gives you the perfect pitch. Well done, Rocker. You made the most of that. Keep on holding. Joe is in, finds himself one out of that. Can't look everywhere at the same time. Insight on the slow pinch, not going to work out. You don't get the same blessing. Or do you? This will be a side door hit with less than 20 seconds to go. It's an awkward situation to be in indeed. We'll see if the cruise missile matters much for Insight later on. Lots of wide open hard points here at Hacienda. Cleanup crew now arrive. Ultra, they're all down and out. Mostly spawns back over to the low right-hand side of the minimap.
Yeah, and that is just the one hill Rocker needed to get right back in this game. And for Paul X, he started out 0-5, so now 10-7. He's had 2 back-to-back lives where he's gone on a tear. His 5 spree does end, but the gunny certainly hot, and that is going to be necessary for Rocker to get back in this game, which they most certainly are. Another 3-man wipe in the feed. Nero sent to collect this time, and cheeky spot to do it from. Can watch his own back from the spot, and you see him head on a swivel, waiting for the call-outs from his teammates, and Ian's maybe breaking it down from mid-haul, but Nero, this is his moment, what he's been waiting for to strike, and he executes. Easy 2-piece. Rocker so clean on this P1.
He gets out of a situation where his teammates are all dead and finds himself 2 kills somehow. Now he's put pressure towards the new hard point. Wins a big one against Joe. He's got himself P2 control. You're telling me that Rocker have got the lead now? Oh dear. The reverse sweep's not quite there yet, folks, but they're making a case for it. Wonderful stuff.
This is where you capitalize. Perfect setup as well. Nero pushed out the front, has Paul X for a little bit of help. 2 players dealing with the lobby pressure, and Nero's getting the comms at their bottom secret that they're on spiral, so he's gun up ready to go. So a perfect setup and a perfect hold. Minnesota Rocker thriving on this P2. You love to see it. Elite Call of Duty being played right now. These 2 teams getting after it.
This is great. One man, though, making his way through lobby, and it looks like he's been let through the timing. Yeah, Gio finds one. Here comes the pinch. Nero's got to win this kill. He's trying to get himself streaks as well. Estriel on the side door. There's Zig. Finds one. No more damage into the next. Nero gets it. Streaks as well. And he's right back towards the front. Magnificent hold. And he even checks the window. Nero! What a 10 spree!
From 5-9 to 15, yeah, Nero, dude, he just has those moments where he can be absolutely built different. The tyrant of Tuscan, the nefarious player, the hero Nero plays he was making on the B zone. He could just be electric, but for Ultra, they've at least stabilized on the rotation, but
there's a lot of times when Nero can just come and clutch up.
You're good to go, and look at the toy Nero has to play with to break this time down.
I mean, what an incredible piece of property that is. Wow, with the lake and everything, you love to see it. Hard point now in the hands of Rocker. You did enough damage there. The mere existence of the cruise missile was a problem. Insight's like, mate, we'll hit you right back with one of ours to try to break the hard point once again. Tons of intel passed over. Oh, still no good on the connect. It has to be the main missile to deal the damage. Joe's going to get into the hard point, but you have to win the gunfights, and they don't. It's Estriel with 2.
With the pistol as well, and give him number 3. Nero sets you up, and Estriel knocks him down. Estriel was also the route man on this hill to go and block those initial back spawns. So Rocker right now, they're doing all the little things right.
Estriel 6 spree. Looking to make it a 7? Absolutely, mate. We won't be looking for number 8 for now, but you've crossed 180 in the scoreline. What a turnaround here from Rocker. Our team of Saiyans only gets stronger as a series goes on, the more battle they experience. The higher these power levels get, folks, what a rotation, and they're still holding rock.
Hey, this should be game as well. I mean, the setup from Rocker on this P4, it is too clean. It's a 90-point lead they have, and it should just get ramped up even higher. Pressure rolling through the front. Estriel gets one before he falls. Geo there for the trades, and you had what? A 10 spree from Nero. Well, Paul X goes on a 5, then Nero goes on a 10, then Estriel goes on a 6, and now it's just Geo's turn. Every single player from Minnesota getting involved. And you can blame the reset cheese all you want. I mean, Ultra had control of this game at the start, and Kleenex is going to do everything he can to take it back, but this has been a Herculean effort out of Minnesota again.
It certainly helps that Nero is no longer missing bullets, as far as we can tell. He's locked in. Estriel trying to take care of the top side of the minimap. Closed hallway, not a safe place to be. Ultra are in P1, and it's a fresh set of hard points. Joe wins a doozy. Can't win it again, though. The player goes from down low, pulls Kleenex out of position. I'll be stunned. Back over to P1 we go.
Ultra dominating the sort of rock section of the map. You get the guy out of time. Geo, last man up, wants to sort of make a dent on the impact. He's at least keeping them away from the time, and Minnesota Rocker just immediately taking the routes over towards P2. That's going to give Paul X the spawn, and unfortunately from Ultra, I don't think they've read this. They've got cornered up for P1 where they're just desperate to take this time, but Nero gets you off of it. As P1 continues just to be such a difficult hill to actually collect, and you can see Beans doesn't even know what he wants to do. Help him out on time, go for the back spawns. You're trying to figure things out, but you got such a long way to go.
That's a lot of time when you get, what, 25 seconds of open hardpoint time there. Now you're trying to battle for the new one. This could be the death knell, though. You got to get going, Ultra. One man on the inside of the point. One man down low. Reinforcements moving fast. Joe catches another. Kleenex trying to bait out the play. You are going to clear the point, but do you have the health? Do you have the trophies to survive the next battle? Here we go. Estriel through the front. You bought so much time. Beans banged up. He's a bullet. He's down. Oh my. Insights into the point. He's got to get 2. He only gets 1, and that could be game.
It's a victory lap, trying to get these players on the heady, and well, Paul X has got Estriel to work with. Everybody flooding through the back, and there is just nowhere you can go. Minnesota on Hacienda, lighting things up, locking things down, and taking turns teeing off on Toronto. Crazy efficient work they just put together on Hasi. They just got to close out.
They got to close out. It's not done just yet. Here we go. Ultra with another run for it. Ball gonna get 2, and it's a pistol. Ball X, the menace here on Hacienda, putting them to bed in garage. Beans now on the break once again. Kleenex gets in there. Rotation's done, and I bet you wish you had a cruise for this one. No one too close for this, and it's a matter of seconds, folks. That's game. I hate to say it, but the prophecy may come true once again. Written in the stars.
Guys, Rocker about to do another reverse sweep.
Call me crazy if you want for this, but that moment on P4 where Ultra already had like a 40-second lead, they won the rotation, they got to the time first, and then Insight gets the worst Call of Duty timing imaginable. He gives up the pinch, Paul X is able to pounce through, and then the second Rocker got control after that moment, they never let up. That was an utterly dominant second half of a Hacienda that just got played. Minnesota Rocker looking crazy. And I also have to ask myself, is Nameless a genius?
He just somehow knew. How did he? He's a man who believes in the old texts, the old gods. Some still believe in them. And Rocker have said their prayers to the COD gods today. Nero, 26 and 18, dancing around the map with the confidence and the ability of a young Achilles, seemingly unkillable. As Ultra fall off after P4. After that P5, I mean, it was not good. It could barely keep up. Minnesota Rocker, you stay on Hacienda for one final map in this series. Here in Minor 1, I mean, this is such an important turning point. This is the milestone of the tournament. You get your points. You get something out of this weekend. If you don't make it over this mark, you go home with absolutely nothing. Folks, we go to a quick commercial break. On the other side of this, Hacienda, Game 5. Is it written? We'll find out.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Trying to drag me mid.
After him.
Mid. Draws on mid, guys.
Oh my god.
Mid. Him.
It's your boy Shotzi, man, with the ace. Little ace, man.
Map number 1, I'm leaning towards Toronto. Oh, Joe, I think we have a gift for you. Oh, it's early Christmas.
I missed out on the whole Christmas memo. Do you guys send that one back?
Do you need a receipt?
I got the receipt over here.
Yeah,
if you
receipt.
need it.
What's the return policy on this thing?
I think 24 hours.
Do I have to open this?
Yeah, you have to open it
I
first.
do? Okay. Hello. This is weird. You look great. It's a brand new Maven. Yeah. They really got that on tight, huh?
Hey, I'm gotta go with the New York Subliners in this one.
FaZe warmed up the subliners.
Vibe check, bro. Dang, man. Paco has carried me in a rank. I'm going to go with the New York Subliners.
That's crazy.
Well, if Hydra has carried Nameless in ranked, Insight carried me in ranked, but it was way back in Cold War, so I don't know if that still has any stock value. But right now, it is super serious. Whether it's the hands, whether it's the body, or the mind, everything has to be sharpened and ready, and that's what Ultra are going for right now. Rocker, is it just written in the stars? Is it out of their hands and into that of the COD gods right now? Could we be seeing another reverse sweep here in Minor 1? And against such a superb team. I mean, what a show this has been. Here we go, folks. This is how Map 5's looked so far. Both of these teams squeaky clean.
I'll tell you, man, if Minnesota Rocker win this series, I will officially be converted into a believer, because I was certainly doubting them at the start, but like just the moments that they've had. Like, obviously, we just watched a bonkers Hacienda where they just had the little moment. Again, I'm still talking about that, like, Call of Duty timing Insight had. It was 85-38. Ultra had the lead. That moment happens, massive shift in the game. And then how about the moments on the vault control of, like, the things that were happening on the B zone that Nero and then later Geo were able to orchestrate on it, pulling out absolute magical stuff. But, of course, the first S&D, dominant for Toronto Ultra. Not even remotely close. Protocol, they own that map. They own Rocker on it. But now we're testing the perfect Game 5 records of both of these teams and the perfect S&D for Toronto for the Game 5. Miles, who do you think wins it?
Well, it's on Hacienda, and I don't know, Chance. I've had my face tested many times throughout Call of Duty. Many, many times.
Yes.
This one, I find it hard to go against what we are seeing. This undeniable evidence, this irrefutable presence we have of an extra worldly being that is taking influence over the events before us. Where they come from, what they are, I know not. I just know that Hacienda Search and Destroy, we haven't seen many of these yet. Anything could happen next.
Yeah, This is the ultimate there's no strat like knowledge. Like teams are going to have their own things. Actually, I take that back. I saw Minnesota a little bit on it. A lot more turtle on defense than I was expecting. You can post really in the depths of your spawn and keep things under control. So that'll help them influence that repetition. But it is going to be a fun one indeed. Estriel bomb in hand, leading the charge. Paul X going for the secret and dark control, but tough task ahead of him. Joe Deceive's going to be there for the trades, hunting this man down. Hiding spot not good enough.
Yeah, he gets away from Mo, but now it's just a bloodbath downstairs. The rec room. Okay.
And we're on the dragon.
Everyone's faces really sod that one. They're like, what? No. Yeah, me too, guys. Ah, goodness gracious, folks. Well, that's that. Well, a quick reset. Second reset of the series, I believe. A tough one, folks. That's yeah. That's sometimes that happens. We will get this one restarted ASAP, friends. But yeah, that break's not going to happen again, is it, Chance? Not for maybe 2 or 3 rounds.
Oh, fingers crossed. It is interesting, though. I do think team culture is always an important conversation. Like any team that wants to have success, you have to have a good culture around it. This is any sport, really any sort of team environment. It doesn't even necessarily need to be sports related, but like Ultra's a squad that has talked about it consistently, and they have sort of shown that success. But I like the vibes out of Rocker too. Like I'm sort of thinking about teams we've seen when they go down in series, Vancouver Surge, they look like they're dead inside. Even when Minnesota Rocker was down 0-2 after Paul X dropped a donut in the S&D and they get slammed on protocol, it was still smiles. It was still like sort of vibey enough, and like granted, it's not like I was necessarily having faith in the series, but here we are, made it back to a game 5. So even on a culture front, like these guys have been like, they've been all right. They've been pretty good. And that just emphasizes of like that ability. When you complete these reverse sweeps, when you win the game 5s, you like have that self-belief. You know you can do it. You've been here before. And Rocker just setting themselves up with another opportunity. Scrappy players we have on this team.
Yeah. I do like the team culture notion. I mean, how do you handle adversity? How do you handle being down? As we look across the cleanest of all time. And tried completely with Nameless. Never seen anything this color coordinated. It looks like a swatch palette. You know, you're trying to, paint a bedroom or something like. Well, here are our blues, here's our greens, here's our reds, here's our purple, all together. You can match them against one another. All the other outliers have been dealt with. What a day of COD that we've got today, folks. All of these matchups potentially sensational. We're being treated to a game 5 off the rip. Again, you only get points and prizing for top 3 onwards. No cash unless you get first place for that. 30 CDL points goes a long way, folks, in that road to champs. We'll find out who gets that. And again, after this matchup, I like the minor format. I think it's pretty cool. It's a spicy way to start, games. Regular season matches are fine. It's important to, see who the best teams are. But now we put them under that bit of added pressure. We're not going to be seeing any more of the teams who've been eliminated this weekend. They are watching. Hi, guys. Hope you're doing all great. Maybe see you in ranked later. I don't know. See how it goes. I'm coming up on Crimson. I'm getting there. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. A really good time. I think, chance as far as this one goes, not enough data, not enough information, not enough to go off of on the gut. I mean, what I would love to be right now is a camera in the green room in the CDL studio in Columbus. That's what I want to see. I want to see how Nameless, how smug he looks right now, and how how good he feels about this one, and how nervous Ali and Chris look because they think Ultra's got this one in the bag. I don't know where this really goes, though, truly. It all comes down to who's hitting the plays. Hacienda's a brutal map to play Search and Destroy on as well. We'll see, man. We'll see. We're waxing lyrical, folks, when we get this server reset. I'm just ready, dude. I'm just ready. You know what? Let's get out of here. Network issues. There you go. It's not actually a server anymore. Let's go, folks, to a quick commercial break on the other side of this one. Game 5, take 2. Be right back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
No, it was like the worst time.
Wall bang him.
Put your head down and secure the target.
We're so back, baby!
No way!
We're so back!
Cubs.
Play sound with a very quick listen in.
One clean break, one set of kills there. Afro sneaks in and steals the victory.
No, deberíamos. Ahora en la izquierda, tío.
Hay una en la izquierda, no, no ahora, está por medio.
Pícalo.
Absolute love of the Rio edition to your asset. And you get into the Karachi SD just so. Please, like, you're gonna check it, right? You're gonna check it. Oh, it looks one way. Envoy's on the other. The magic man continues. Envoy gets two. Scrap gets another. It's all on Nasty 1v3. I promise you, he's in that corner. It's his corner. It's Envoy's corner. Oh my God! The pleasantries exchanged between squads. Gonna forget about him and instead try to play for the quick retake up the middle. Inside, well, he sees a lot of it, but not able to find any kills. So now Kleenex, he's really far away with Arrival 9 at the moment. He's gonna wait for Envoy to be the first one to move from the flank. Smoke is out, Envoy to check. No one's on the bomb, and Envoy holds his position a little while longer. Oh my! How do?
Oh, come here. And backward.
Oh my God. Oh my God! The paternity test is in. I am the father.
Can they be shops?
Okay, Miles.
In you. Weaken you. It's our set time.
It's sell. Make him do something.
It's 20 seconds. One more. Mirror on the wall. Anyone do some breathing with me?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go. Got it. Just come play in the bomb. I have low. He has to go top. Low.
I'm gonna help you 2 seconds. Nice. I have your OE.
That played so bro. Why not?
Come on the stairs, Nice. I'm looking you. Could be outer. Outer. That's nice. 3v1. Please do. Oh, nice, baby. Oh my God. I mean, I'm trying to scam it. They won't even kill me.
On bridge. Yeah, our bridge is shielded.
One's left. I'm cutting in.
I'm not sure if I'm getting old, but I swear to God, Joe, sometimes when Celium talks, all I hear is. Yeah.
Trauma cut. Purpose up cut for him, shot top.
Oh, we can't travel this? Well, that's tragic. At least let him mill.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I think that side.
Nade hit one a couple times and stunned mid cut.
What am I doing, bro?
One guy's at
Mid cut.
I mean, maybe you could ego chow at times, some teams if you're phased, but you're not doing it to Sib. There's two that line up in front and Cell, maybe making the play, trying to stay alive, pushes in, and Cell goes nuclear.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our Game 5 here in round 2 of minor tournament number 1. Rocker taking on Ultra, and Rocker having issues with ping, so we oh, actually, screw that, we're going in, boys and girls, strap yourselves in. We had an issue, there was a technical timeout, we had a little bit, forget it, go, game time, here we rock and roll. This is it, Game 5. Can we complete the reverse sweep, or will Ultra survive? Many questions answered here, Trout, so asked here on the CDL. Will we answer at least those two by the end of this match?
Yeah, you heard that call and I didn't, so I just don't know if it's the voices in your head talking to you, literally or metaphorically, but Ed, when you're right, you're right. Hacienda, we go. And I know on the side of Minnesota Rocker, the vibe's certainly flowing. The momentum has shifted in their favor. But for the S&D, it was a 6-1 beat down on the protocol. And I think the way that Ultra played it, they just set the tone so early on that they just seized control of the game and then played off of it every single round with a new idea sort of building upon it. So I know for Rocker, you want to strike quick, you want to strike early. And again, incredibly limited data we have on this map for the new introduction, but Rocker did play it. They're 1-0 on it, and it was a 6-2 victory. So they have displayed some level of dominance and some level of confidence on it as well. I think Ultra is going to be a really fun team for them to square up against.
We'll find out. I'm trying to find out what kind of sharks are in those tanks. Anybody know?
Tiger.
No, tiger sharks are actually way bigger, and they don't have as pronounced a stripe. We're going to get one more
sharks.
What?
Miles, why can't they be themselves? Why is it tiger sharks? Why is it bull sharks? Just
because
you're a shark.
We as human beings like to be like, oh, that's a bit like this, isn't it? That's the same as that. Well, it's kind of like that, isn't it? You know, that's why if a shark had a really long neck, we call it the giraffe shark. You know what I mean?
It's too many animals. It's also the most British I've ever heard you.
Yeah, thanks. I was trying hard there. It could be a Greenland shark. Actually, no, that's not even close. Put that one away, Ross. All right, folks. Hacienda SD. Yeah, see, look, they've got a nice little stripe, little dot thing going on there. Maybe we'll ask the Treyarch team. They probably does. What was it modeled after? This is definitely a real thing. Slight network issue, though. We were close, folks. We were close, so we're trying to make sure we get this as fair and even as possible. Rocker having some ping issues getting their server ready. So give them a mo. They do have a technical timer on this, so we can't sit here and do this all day. We got games to play. We got lots and lots of games to get through here. The zebra shark chance, not too far off. Doesn't actually look much like a zebra. Looks a lot more like a cheetah, if you ask me, folks. Anybody at home who has access to Google, tell me I'm not wrong. Tell me I'm not wrong. What we are wrong about, though, easier. Yeah, basically, we haven't got a game right now. We're still waiting for this one. But the boys of Rocker are still patiently making sure that the servers are all good to go. They have to load the game up, check the ping. If it's hot to trot, they restart it, and then the game begins from there. But we'll find out. Paul has been a stalwart for the team here, Chance, despite dropping the donut in the first search and destroy. He's the guy we're going to be watching in this one for sure.
Yeah, Paul X is sort of in that spot of like, his S&D stats don't look particularly good. Like, they're fine, but a little underwhelming, except the clutches. He's just had some ridiculous clutches, so he's been the guy of like, when you need him there, he delivers. So we'll see what he can deliver on a Hacienda. Gotta give a quick shout out to Esriel as well. Maybe the coolest headset in the league. Really like the color palette he's working with on the old headphones. But outside of that, that's all I got.
We got some looks, though, folks, while we're waiting for this match to get started. Rocker have had their fair share of Game 5s, let's face it. 3 now, and they've won them all. Here are some highlights from Minnesota Rocker. When the chips are down and you need them the most. Winston against the Gorillas, mate. A huge victory here on Rewind.
I miss it.
I miss it, too. I really miss it. I mean, Geo, the old snippety snaps. This has been, yeah, a fantastic run for them when the chips are certainly absolutely down. That was a round 11 against Gorillas, mate. This one against Boston Breach.
Just craziness, though. The amount of work they've put in. It's sort of like not even necessarily playing the competition, but it's like a weird combination of like whoever they're playing against, they never, like they always look dominant in like bursts. It's never like a fully controlled game. It's just the, oh, all of a sudden Nero's going on a 10 spree. Oh, all of a sudden Estriel's going on a, I think an 8 or 9 spree he was able to throw together on the protocol as well. But I do appreciate that for this Rocker team. All 4 players have taken turns showing off that electric stuff, and obviously the final clips you just saw there on the Hacienda is against Gorillas, mate, and that's a team that we were expecting to be fantastic at Search and Destroy, but Rocker absolutely picked them apart. Pretty even on the round win percentage. I know the KD for Ultra looks extra fantastic, as does that opening duel win percentage, but at this point for Rocker, you're testing their ice, and the record, well, it speaks for itself. It is a true battle of the clutch titans, so to speak. You know, it's week 3 in effect here in this minor tournament, but this is where you get to sort of either maintain that confidence from Rocker of their ability to clutch these moments, to force you to do a game 5, to pull the reverse sweeps, and you get to test the confidence of Ultra. If they just continue to have a perfect S&D record, then they will be motivated to sit in their chairs. But I gotta say, Joe DeCease and Beans leaving is a bad sign.
Yeah, not great. Well, in the meantime, folks, I have received some fantastic updates across the Twitterverse. But in the meantime, we've also got some more clips of the Ultra Boys. Here we go. Some in-game emotes, which I'm not seeing enough of, frankly, guys. I'm not seeing enough of the easy Tiger. This is the Toronto Ultra in-game skins with their bats having a good time. This is you two, folks, can look this purple. Man, it's lit. They're Kleenex, having a fantastic time. Team skins are available in the store right now, folks. And that's what it looks like. I'm not seeing it in third person. That's even more surreal. Good stuff, Kleenex. I also received an update across the social media platform of your choice, which right now for me is x.com, from the Sharkophiles, the shark fans, is in fact a leopard shark, a pair of leopard sharks on the inside of the tank there on Hacienda. Shout out to Nufi, Ripley, and Mike. Thank you very much, team, for getting that to me super fast. Super fast. Definitely not a zebra shark. The zebra shark looks way more...
I'm not trying to turn this into a podcast, but why are there, like, genuinely, I was just cracking a joke. There are tiger shark, bull shark, zebra shark, leopard shark.
I made up...
Is it just all shark names have different animals? Is there any other species that does that?
Oh, we do it with all sorts of things. I mean, there's birds. We give birds weird names. Shark bird. It's got a big fin on the back. I'm joking. That's not real. But you know what I'm saying? Okay. We would apply that. You know, or like the machine gun monkey. It's a chimpanzee that has a handgun or a fully automatic rifle. You know what I mean? Like, that's a real thing. No. You've seen Planet of the Apes. It's a documentary. Get on the level, dude. Let's go. Up next, Hacienda, folks. We're still waiting to get this one going. Yes, it is a podcast now, boys and girls. But thanks again to the folks who let us know about those leopard sharks. We will be bringing that up with extreme confidence the next time this map loads up. Oh, look, Chance, is that a pair of leopard sharks? That's what's going to happen, folks. But everyone is basically in the lobby, but we're just making sure that the servers are fair and even between these two teams. That's the name of the game here, folks. And we do have a time limit on this. There is a limit to how long we can make these tests go for in the interest of all the other matches, your time as well, folks. Chance, feels, thoughts, opinions.
I very much just want to actually get in the game and play. It has been a fantastic series when we're in game. I know we had the one quick reset on the control, but overall, one of the more exciting vault controls we've had. I think one of the most exciting series we've had is a 10-point game we had on map number 1. And granted, map number 2 is certainly a blowout, but I think it was really fun to just watch, like, Ultra sort of play like the chess game that can be S&D at times, and if a team is playing checkers against you, well, that's why you win 6-1. I don't know. It's just been exciting stuff. Maybe take a turn of which player is going to pop off at any given time. Obviously, Joe Deceived and Kleenex running the show as the SMG players, but on the flip side, pick a poison, man. Could be Nero.
Could be Nero indeed. Well, we talked about it. It's either the record of Toronto Ultra in Search and Destroy or the record of Minnesota Rocker in Game 5s. We're going to go to a quick break. Minnesota Rocker are on the clock for this technical timeout. When we come back, it's game time, folks. Don't go too far.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Yeah, got me. Don't even worry about it, guys. These guys on.
So go next.
Don't even worry about it.
Yeah,
Did you go next?
Just go next. Just go next.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh, dude, we gotta laugh that one off, boys. Oh,
Yeah, we got that one off.
I'm bad.
We gotta laugh that one off.
Correct. Yeah, weak, close.
Nice. No one there, calf.
Yeah, calf killed me. Top out.
Calf weak.
Falcon.
Jump down. He's still in the yellow car, weak.
I can kill him. I'll point, bro.
One's out now.
Mid cut.
Too slow, buddy. You haven't got time to go dumpster. You haven't got time for that. I got world starred. Oh my god. Yeah, he was shooting guff. I've just seen that in the death cam. The guys jumped off plan. I'm like, surely he's getting this kill. Yo. It was bad. It was bad. Pure guff coming out. I had the wrong attachments on. Yep, he's absolute. Guff is yo, tell me out. Tell me out.
We did it.
Hardpoint located.
Did I just get killed by a fucking door?
El otro, cerca del... El otro tiene que estar por el under, creo.
Going alley.
No, en el Eli,
Go. Eso es, joder.
Bueno, Javi, coño. Madre mía.
Nice try, man.
Oh. I calmed it, dude. I said, like, wait for the.
I know what you meant. I know what you.
We were hyping this up, right? It's the fourth matchup. You know, we've seen you guys constantly in grand finals. You guys came out and made that look easy.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been saying it online the whole time. Online respawns are different. No sound EQ. We're a way different team, and we just showed it right there. Also, people seem to forget who built that camp. I know how they play. I taught those kids how to play Call of Duty. So don't forget that. All right? Like, let's.
All right, hey, chat, watch this. All right, we got to go play the game. Let's take a look at this bad.
It was cool, like they did that for the production process, but just easily tell them, yo, they could just leave.
That poor guy that hit the deck today outside the venue. Is he here?
Saw that. That was tough.
Hey! That poor guy ate concrete for breakfast. Tough one.
Number 40.
Yeah, brother.
Done. Hydra.
The first win for LA Thieves. God damn it, I love to be a Thieves fan right now, gentlemen. We just hit 10,000 viewers. The boys just got the first win of the 2024-2025 season. Holy shit. We should have won 3-0, but we'll take the 3-1. A win is a win, and boys, we look f***ing dangerous.
Stuff there.
God, I love this shit.
It's like watch.
Time, man. Like when you have the Slayers, when you have the talent there, it's all about putting it together.
They're going to pounce out 04. Great damage in. It's going to be all on 04. They drop them. Lucky with both. Fickle is roaring and Heretics win it. And he lets the crowd know. Silence. Big map 5s that Miami have gotten over Seattle Surge.
Can you walk us through what kind of y'all's situation?
Yeah, what's the setup you got going?
Apartment?
So we have a like a kind of like a penthouse apartment and a whole bunch of setups in here.
Do you guys all live together in this penthouse? Who's cooking? Who's whipping up the meals after a win?
So Brian gets the penthouse. We're all staying at a different apartment.
Okay.
Still pretty nice, not quite a penthouse, but you know, we spend every day here. It's
Brian Saints living in a penthouse? Call of Duty can make dreams come true, children. You heard it here first.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to our Game 5 Rocker Ultra. And we're almost ready to go. Rocker are on tech time. They're basically against the clock now to make sure they can come up with a solution to this ping issue. If they don't, it's up to them to play it or to potentially forfeit, but that's totally up to them. In the meantime, though, we will tell you with absolute certainty that the fish tanks on Hacienda are not regulation size for a leopard shark. Leopard sharks is a very, very popular aquarium fish, but it is illegal to keep a leopard shark in a tank that is smaller than 36 inches. Wait, no. It's illegal to keep any leopard shark that is smaller than 36 inches in a tank like that. Leopard sharks can grow up to 7 feet long, people. 7 feet. The males are anywhere between 50 and 60 inches, and the females are even bigger than that. No, don't put the tournament bracket up. I'm not done with the shark chat yet. Those tanks are not okay for animals like that. But yeah, we're almost ready to go, folks. Ultra versus Rocker. As things are only getting more dangerous. There are some seriously big fish in this tank, which I can assure you is legally of standard for all these fish.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Attenborough, for the lovely commentary on this fish tanks. We got to write a strongly worded letter to whoever owns that house in Hacienda, but interesting Game 5 here. Once we actually do get to it, players certainly locked in, shooting bots, trying to stay focused, keep the hands warm. Jodis Eves spinning in circles, not in game, but out of game certainly. Man is everywhere on the map, and CleanX doing the tradition, just trying to stay calm. or trying to stop a runny nose. It could go
Oh
either
dear.
way.
Oh, there is something going around at the moment. Beans is staying certainly focused, and again for our boy Nero, something's just tickled Nero. You know what it probably is? It's these S&D leaderboards. But look who's up there the most. I mean, obviously.
I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna make a ramen.
Toronto Ultra Rossa, they're 2, 3, 6, and 7. The boys are all there.
I'm sorry, Dashy has a 1.8. I know it's not his series. He has a 1.88, and I know it's early in the year, but like it's not that early. 60 and 32 is crazy. So that being aside, yes, the fact that all 4 Ultra players are in top of the leaderboards really does highlight that there are no weaknesses. And the fact that Joe Deceives is also towards the top of the leaderboards of bomb plants as well, and he's the one with the highest KD, is completely crazy. So I don't know exactly how long Ultra can maintain this level of dominance before. Obviously, for the CDL historians out there, Toronto Ultra last year started off their year with a perfect hardpoint record. I think they went up to like 13-0 before they finally lost. Maybe they're just switching up the game modes. Insight and CleanX just, you know, choosing what they want to dominate year over year. At least come Major one time. That's for a long time to see how things develop. I just know this team is always fun to watch.
Always fun to watch. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Whether it's hardpoint, whether it's S&D, Ultra tend to get really, really good at one thing. But hey, we're not too far away from Major One. We've only got after this three weekends of online play before we go to Madrid. Yeah, and the boys are laughing because they've seen something come up that looks like it might be another issue. And again, folks, we are on the clock here for Rocker before they are forced to make a decision. But it doesn't look fantastic for them if Nero has left setup. And Joe's found something really funny. I'd love to know what they're giggling at, because the whole squad's having a chuckle now. Even CleanX, was broke his stoicism, is having a good old chuckle. Maybe they're playing 2v2s. You know what I mean? Or they're all in the same lobby shooting bots. Maybe something like that. But we're almost ready, folks. We're almost ready. We'll be back to us. Again, for the Rocker boys. The wait is somewhat killing me, because I need to know if we are going to see Ultra lose their record or if see Rocket lose the game 5. I mean, there are 2 records at stake here. I mean, this is bigger than the King of Kong right now. This is beyond Steve Weeby and you know, Billy Mitchell. This is a big deal. This is a big deal, folks. We're trying to find out whose records remain intact as our minds slowly unravel to the madness. We go to another commercial break, but this is the last break. Compops on the other side of this one with an answer to either yeah, we're playing, or somebody's forfeiting. We'll be right back. go, folks, right into it. This is it. If there's a dropout, we will have to continue playing, or whoever drops out has to forfeit. We've run out of time to mess around with cables and screws, and we're going to the A-bomb site. And my word, all of Rocker here. First off, in the kill feed goes here.
And this is the perfect strat. If you're trying to get something done in rank play, you need to call out something quick. Everybody hit outer fences. You clear the guy outside. You plant away from top dark, and you use nades to back him down to get the plant off. And then even after that, Rocker, all class, all gas, no brakes, running it down for that first round win, which, I mean, we talked about it some time ago, setting the tone in S&D for Rocker, a necessity against Toronto Ultra.
Hey, magnificent. Again, ideal start for them. But I just want to quickly reiterate, folks, if there is a technical issue during this matchup, if somebody drops out, we got to play on. First time we may experience that in CDO history, so strap in. One way or another, we're going to remember this series. Rocker, take the first.
And not trying to bring up any bad memories for whichever team might have lost a 3v4 back on an evac S&D in Black Ops 3.
Whoa.
For the players that lost that, yeah, my bad. Random stray.
Absolute random stray. 2-2 split here from the Rocker boys. Kleenex, he's in from behind. Beans somehow managing to win that first opening blood. A lot of guns upstairs there for Rocker as well.
This should be a freebie kill on Paul.
Ooh,
and
close.
Inside gets an extra pick in the meantime. Yeah, what a bounce back round. A little bit more calculated. And Joe Deceives not going to be able to pad the stats with the bomb plants. The final kill goes through in time.
He gets that with an aims as well. That little circle strafe for the crouch thrown in there for good measure. Joe had that one red. Good stuff. Yeah, bounce back. Literally perfect. 2 lightning fast rounds. Not much tape for Ultra to work with here when it comes to watching Rocker on Hacienda. A simple series. What playbook have they got? How deep is it? How broad is it? Going back to the Black Ops 4 days. Very, very different look back then. Let's see what we got.
Well, opposite side of the map this time, right? It was a massive stack over towards the A site, and Ultra have a lot more pressure in that direction. The B site has been left completely unguarded. And honestly, shades of what we saw in the protocol, Ultra just trusting their ability to retake this site. And it's early enough. I don't see any trophies out just yet, so maybe the nades can make an impact, but that concussion certainly won't.
Yeah, that one won't, but the frag might. 2-2 split here for Ultra on the retake. They're trying to find absolutely every angle possible. Paul checks it. Guns on both. That is sensational. Does that alone. That means all guns forward now. Evidestral. Guns at the ready. And Rocker spring into the fight. The 3v1 for Beans. Dead.
Yeah, definitionally a credit angle. That is on point from Paul X, and that is one that if you know you're the guy that needs to watch the Lambeau side of the map and you want to play for a guarantee, that is a beautiful spot to do it from. Gotta add that to my repertoire as well. But that is 2 clean rounds coming out of Minnesota. 1 massive attack on the A site, 1 massive attack on the B site, and Ultra, well, their heads on a swivel. So difficult to trade. Joe Deceives gets close, but no cigar, no round win.
Quick deep breath. Ultra on the attack. Now, you got to bounce back, fellas. 3-1 split inside the Soul Man over towards that long line of sight of B. Kleenex now trying to hit out the corridor. Geo pumps the brakes immediately. Might be able to get the kills, but you've overwhelmed the bomb site, so at the very least, plant that thing and play for the counter.
Is he just going to steal the exact same angle?
He's doing it. Oh, but it's an absolute massacre on the point. Nero. Oh, goodness. That's disgusting. Another 3v1.
Yeah, that's too much of a breakdown. Insight playing the credit, or really just worried about the flank, but before the bomb goes down and his teammates get overwhelmed, Beans just not quite there for the trades. I think he might have just ran out of ammo. So unlucky look, but a fantastic retake there from Rocker. And now Minnesota going back to their classic strat, dude. When they get a man advantage like this, it is just group up together, play for the guaranteed trades. Insight, one of the most clutch players in the league. But this is just not a situation where it's looking possible.
Good luck. First man over the top gets it, and Rocker rolling together as a pack. 3-1 now on the round count. They're over the halfway mark. Oh boy. 6 and 2 for Nero. He won a couple of disgraceful gunfights this round.
Yeah, just so clean on that door's flank, and I think Ultra maybe a little bit too early with their nades to like watch the flank, because I mean you just get steamrolled through, and you see the angle as well he had to get the guy off bomb is perfect.
On.
Even with the team kill rolling through, didn't make a single bit of difference. That is good comms and great work out of Nero.
Yeah, the first kill there, Joe deceives, planted the bomb. The cake is just sticking out a little bit too much there, and Nero just couldn't help himself to a slice. Starts off that 3-piece, and it was just decadent after that. Fast hit now, and again, it's a 2-man hit every single step of the way. Rocket are just roaming as a pair. It's a pack of players in every fight, and if you get one, you're going to be traded instantly. It's a man advantage for Minnesota again. Oh, no.
It's too easy.
Oh, no. Insight 1v3 again.
I mean, Nero's just the streak machine, frankly. I'd drop the bomb for him, let him plant to get the extra points just to play for the Crews, but why even bother doing all the little things right when you've already done the hard work? This is a reverse sweep potential, and I say potential, but it's looking incredibly likely. Rocker about to really pump the brakes in, take a lot of time to load into map number 5, but once they got here, they have just been steamrolling. Again, breaks aside, this has been an absolutely electric series where right now from Ultra, they are feeling the heat. Their perfect S&D record soon to be in shambles. A 4-1 lead for Minnesota, where seemingly they can do no wrong.
Again, it's doing no wrong, whether it's Beans or falling over in the top corridor now, giving you a freebie like this. 4-1 for Rocker. The writing's on the wall already. The prophecy. Nobody home here at the B-bomb site. What a pick from Beans. Back over to the first round we go. Oh, Beans, what a 2. A trade to complete, though. And now it's a 2v2. Poles apart on the map and an open B-bomb site to get the plant down.
Well, no, they're not even going for the plant. They're worried about that dart control a little bit too soon, so they're not comfy for the plant just yet. They're trying to play for the kills. And 2 SMG players as well from Ultra. Jodeci's finds his moment, trusting Kleenex, and Kleenex might have to be the guy.
He's got to come back over towards Kleenex. The way that Rocker have been playing this, they've been so close to one another. It's going to be a 2-man hit. Through the back now we go.
Great damage.
Kleenex. Oh, Geo somehow cleans top plat, and it is just sensational for Rocker. I cannot believe it.
That's ridiculous, too. I thought Jodeci did enough damage that Kleenex might be able to swing in for some easy trades, but that is just a lightning pace Rocker just played at. So quick to sort of diversify your setup. One guy take one route, one guy go a different direction. Spread out after that, and Kleenex just caught off guard Ultra. Maybe they got iced in these tech delays because they have shown us nothing on Hacienda. Rocker have come to play.
Are you kidding me, man? I mean, that is a perfect position there for Kleenex to pick up both those kills, and somehow doesn't. Joe still on a donut. Match point, Minnesota Rocker. To end the spree. To end the perfect play. And Ultra say nay. Not yet. 1v3 now. Estriel has been marked for death, and the boys are absolutely sending it for him. But wait.
Oh, no.
But wait. Estriel's position is known. 1 minute to play, and this 1v3 is now a 1v2.
He's got so much time. I would assume he just got spotted down low, so you got 2 players for Ultra just sort of cornered up, checking the hallways. But, I mean, 50 seconds left in Call of Duty world. This is an eternity for Estriel to play with.
Again, shoulder to shoulder right now for Ultra. How do you play it? If you play too tight, you wind up possibly getting eaten alive by that jackal at close range. 30 seconds now. Dancing. Estriel, as he doesn't have the bomb, he's got a little bit of a journey to go back for it. There it is. Will he double back towards B? He might just do that. Joe Deceives. Did he get spotted out? No, he didn't. He's going to get the plant down at the least. Oh, my word. This round isn't over yet.
And if I remember correctly, Estriel was like a Black Ops 4 grinder for multiple years in the offseason. He has played a ton of Hacienda.
He still has a frag grenade to play with as well. That's going to be unbelievably useful. Beans has the door covered. There's the damage.
Nice.
And Joe Deceives is there for it as well. A very, very fast reaction from Toronto Ultra to stay alive in this game 5.
It is a good try from Estriel, though. I think if he has a plant spot just a little bit further, sort of like towards the right where you can spot it for top office, there might have been a bit more potential, but I think Beans was very confident. If he peeks from that side, he's not going to be able to see the bomb plant. He will be coming from mid, and they just had the angles covered. So heads-up gameplay from Beans and Joe Deceives, but obviously they have a long way to go if they want to fight their way back into the map.
I mean, what an unbelievable story that will be. We're yet to tell that, though. Another chapter now in this saga. RCXD creeping forward. Opening damage is sensational across the board, but no one able to actually clean up just yet. Watching out for Nero upstairs. That is such a power position. Nero gets away with his life.
Repositioned as well. You haven't gotten the bomb down. You got caught trying to plant an easy. Reads from Nero. Nameless might be a genius.
On the timing of this. Nero brought down. The pinch is safe. He still pulls 2 Ultra members away before being taken care of.
And look at the setup for Minnesota, too. They know they got bombed down. They are not worried at all. They got number 4 Geo up top, worried about the pinch. I take it all back. They forgot they had the bomb down. They're going back to the group up together and make sure we get these trades.
Yeah, they did not. They've completely left it, but they're moving very, very quickly. So Ultra have got to get this done fast. I think I saw enough. Yeah, gotta go. Beans manages to make it a 2v2, a 2v1. What a win! Benjamin Beans, one half of this British duo, representing Toronto. As Paul deals a bit of damage, can Beans make it 3 on the round? He can. The temperature rising as the current kings of the north find back-to-back rounds.
That's a tough one, man. That's a tough one to lose. You get bombed down, you get the early picks, and then you get 2v4'd by the AR players. I don't know if they lack object permanence and forgetting that the bomb was down, or if they just didn't have the space or they wanted to trust the group up together, but they had a good setup, but they do not deliver. Toronto Ultra, still a long way to go, but they're hanging on.
5-3. Nero's double digits look fantastic, but Beans on a 5 spree, 1 off the 10 kill. He had one hell of a round there to keep the boys alive. Here we go. A lot of intel passed over, and Insight is looking to confirm it. That stun will. He had to have got it. Had to have got the connection there. Yeah, trophies are in position. Immediate counterattack potential now for Ultra.
Double doors, and then 2 through front. No flanks this time. They don't want to deal with Paul in the back end, but you got a 4v3 around this site.
Here we go. Estriel playing it slow and steady. They win the first. The trades are on. Here comes Nero! What an unbelievable 2! The reverse sweep is completely San Al-Gaib. Rocker have done it again. Ultra's spree in search and destroy, a blemish on the record now.
And for Minnesota Rocker, I don't know what it is, man. I don't know if they just need to get
time to send the packing, send them home.
A little bit, but it doesn't matter how far these guys are down. They claw their way back. And for Toronto Ultra, that's an interesting moment because they're
fucking Rocker with another reverse sweep. Don't worry, chat. I didn't miss a thing. I was watching while I was making my ramen.
Minnesota Rocker, one of the more true tests for him.
I didn't miss a thing.
Tested indeed.
But it was crazy though. A fucking 5-1 lead. They tried to make the comeback, but it wasn't worth it.
7 for Joe, 12-6 for Nero, who just every single map, it felt like, goes on some type of crazy spree. And of course, a well-orchestrated effort. Estriel 4 bomb plants as well. First bloods pretty spread out across the board. 2-0 on Hacienda is Minnesota Rocker, and perfect in the game 5s. One of the most important stats you can have as a team. Minnesota Rocker in spades.
Rocker and Minnesota Rocker, you did it again. Another reverse sweep. Hey, how many more do they have in their sleeves here as we say goodbye to Toronto here in Minor 1? And there's only one man I want to hear from right now, and that is Anthony Wheeler.
Never a doubt,
How
fellas.
we doing, bro?
Never a doubt. Let's go, Minnesota. That's all I gotta say.
How did you see this coming?
I will tell you why, and it's obviously because of the grit that they've had in a lot of their series, but the team they have reminds me a lot of the teams that I've been on. I feel like they're on like their little run right now. You're winning your game 5s, and they do play sound in these respawns, and they have players who have high skill ceilings, right? We've seen it all the time with Nero. Gio can go on runs. Paul X, great gunny on him as well, and then Estrio can take over a game too. So they're just in their flow right now. They're confident in each other, and when they get to a game 5, you see they aren't afraid. They're taking all the space, which we'll get into in the highlights. But so far, Hacienda, unreal for Minnesota.
Let's take a look at some of these clips, Ali, because we were blown away with the aggression. We've seen it from Nero in like invasion control with the previous time. He's doing it in search and destroy as if his life doesn't matter. He was fearless the entirety of this game. They run at you, and they are winning these close gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, the clip I just saw you, the fact that he just slid out courtyard there without a care in the world is insane. And it works out because Beans literally had attack in his hands. He was unable to watch over his teammate, who he has to watch fall in front of him, and then also get turned on himself. Nero is just a different beast, man. And not even Nero, Estrio was having a really good map number 5 as well, and he started to heat up as the series goes on. So unreal from Minnesota, man. You give them just a little bit of momentum, and they take it the whole way.
If we have Brian's stats somewhere on Twitter, I need to know how many reverse sweeps have we seen?
It's been quite
and what is the most on a season? Because Minnesota has back-to-back here in the tournament. They have 4 Game 5 victories, and you think about those Game 5 stars, you go through the notes. It's 3 different players so far, at least through mine, Alley Cat.
I mean, it is unreal for Minnesota Rocker. I remember looking at Ann after they went up 2-0 for Toronto Ultra, and I was like, you sure about that one, Ann? And then we walk into that vault, and it was just Gio and Nero. And we have to go back to the beginning of that series, right? We have to go back to that map number 3, because it was a 2v7. Technically a 2v4, but there were 7 lives on the other side. And it was Gio and Nero keeping them alive, and keeping them alive not only in the series, but now in the minor.
The end of that control was, I mean, if you're Toronto, you are down horrific. I'm pretty sure you had a streak. Could have used it out of position. I mean, we need to rewatch that at some point, but that was egregious. It leads to a loss.
Last time he was in the winner's circle, he had a monster 43 kills and a respawn. Tonight, he takes over the final search and destroy. Welcome back to the live stream, Nero from the Minnesota Rocker. Buddy, what's up with your series? Estrio was telling us yesterday, we started off a little soft, a little slow. You guys do the same thing today.
Yeah, we did. I just think first map, like, we choked really bad, and they're a really good SSD team. Obviously, they were undefeated. So going into that, we were just trying to blind counter, and you really can't do that as much. We just didn't stick to our game plan, and then after that control, that's the swing mode, and we're really good at control. And we just had the momentum shifts in our favor.
You know, I want to ask you about Hacienda, a new map getting added into the series. It was the double dose at the end that gets you guys the win. Do you have any fond memories of Hacienda, and how happy are you to see it kind of back in rotation? Because it clearly works for y'all's team.
Yeah, I love Hacienda. I do have a memory at Black Ops 4. I 4-pieced Sib and Mac and them on that rock hill. That's me, baby. All rock. That's me. Don't chow that shit.
You gotta ban Hacienda for Nero, man.
Nero, I want to ask you.
Hacienda's a great map.
I want to ask you, first of all, congrats on the win. You guys look phenomenal. You particular game 5, like not hesitating at all, just pushing the issue, taking space. What's like the theory in search and destroy for you guys without giving away too much? Talk to me about your guys' search game and your identity.
Basically, just do stuff together, and I really don't even know.
So
to be honest, I don't want to say too much. Yeah, because I don't want to do too much. Just get kills, green light, play together on clutches.
Well, Nero, congratulations on making it into the top 4. You're the first team to do so. Would you rather face off against the LA Thieves or Atlanta FaZe? That will be your semifinal matchup.
I don't even know. They're both great teams. That's just a hard choose, because both of them are great. Both of them could win. I'd probably say FaZe, just because like they're looking a little down so far, and Thieves just came out swinging. But it might be Thieves because I want my rematch against them. So.
I love it, man. That's what we're hoping for as well. Potentially, we'll see where Allie goes on her next prediction. Nero, congrats on the win. We'll let you go celebrate.
Thank you so much.
I can't believe Nameless nailed
Unbelievable.
this one.
I
mean, do you not see how turnt he is? Nero's locked right now. I'm not picking against him ever.
The Ohio boy is locked in, getting the job done in a Game 5, and that means Minnesota Rocker is moving on to round 3. You are going to see them battle against Thieves or FaZe. That is the final fight of the night. But when we come back, it's Optic Texas taking on Boston Breach live here on the CDL.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Nice, I'm in the game. Yo, CDL 2024. Yo, this is fire. This is fire.
Oh.
This fire, yo, Pete. Hold up. CDL champ and the shit. Come on, huh? That clean, bruh. This kind of clean. Yo, that's aura, bro. Come on, now.
Ghosty doing his best to do it. Here we go. 3 are going to drop. A chance to go. One person. It's Rods that's got to go clutch. From the position we saw Crip do it, he doesn't do it. Ghosty able to put him down. They get on the point. Everybody's up. That's not going to hit. Second bit of progress done. They got to surge on forward. A BZ with 1. Can't get through. Solo and Sim connect. But you win it if you're Crip. Of course it's Crip. Time and time again, he wins his 101.
Welcome back for match number 2 on a 4-match day. We are currently in the round of 8. Time to find out who is moving in to our final 4. Optic Texas taking on Boston Breach. And Boston, they won the previous showdown. This was match number 2, day number 1 of the season, Allie. but we've had a new body switch in for Optic since then.
We have had a new body switch in, and on the side of Boston Breach, things have been a little bit back and forth. Their control has really been hurting them in a lot of these series. 1-4 overall. They're all negative across the board. Where on the flip side, Optic Texas has been getting better. So we're thinking this series might go a little different this time.
Yeah, you know, when I look at this Boston team, like, they've been good, 3-1. They beat Optic in both search and destroys. But at the same time, their map pool not great. Like, they've only really won red card, which you're probably going to be seeing removed from all their series right? So for these guys, like, I think this is a really big test for them. You could see they're vibing in their player camps. We've seen some great development out of Snoopy over the course of this year. So potential.
It's been fun to watch Boston. They were the worst team in the league last year. They bring up Awakening. They bring back Cammy. Cammy is number 2 on that ICE leaderboard. Look for him in search. But number 1 on that leaderboard was Dashy, and he plays for Optic Texas on the other side of this one. Shotzi, he's been kind of the front man, the spokesperson for the team. But Dashy has consistently laid down that damage. The question for me is, what are we getting out of Kenny, a world champion tonight?
I love that you said that, Chris, because I did want to talk about that. As Dashy has kind of continued how good he was at S&D near the tail end of last year into this year, rocking a 1.8, and then Shotzi is kind of handling the respawns, a 1.26 in hardpoint, 1.3 in control, but then you're like, okay, well then where's Kenny and Hook at? So Optic Texas, they're still winning, they're still considered a top team right now, but we're kind of waiting for the newer additions of this green wall to really find their place in this game.
I was like, the boys are just waking up. You nervous at all?
Yeah, they do look like just wait. Their player camps have been really interesting the last couple of matches. In terms of the stats thing, I will never look at anybody's stats playing alongside Shotzi and Dashy, because sometimes it's like, it's just the Shotzi show. He's just running around. You're like, okay, I have to hardball.
I'm in position.
Yeah,
I'm blocking spawns.
I'm waiting. You got him? All right, let's go. You know what I mean? So I think it's, you got to take it with a grain of salt when you look at like the Kenny stats after series, but so far so good for them. They've been winning.
Let's take a look at your Scuff maps and modes. It's a best of 5, first to 3 wins, and we have 2 Haciendas, 3 protocols. Why is everybody voting out Skyline and red cards?
Well, red card in this series, that's a good ban for Optic because, like I said, Boston have loved that map. They've been the best red card team in both game modes so far.
And when you talk to the side of Optic Texas, I think Ant already touched on it, they have the deeper map pool. Now the Hacienda, the opening up the first 2 is a little bit of a question mark for both sides, but as soon as you hit that protocol, you got to start leaning over toward things of Optic Texas.
We've got a big major number 1 coming up in Spain. This man just found out he has lineage from Central America, Mexico, and Spain. He calls himself Spanish. Shotzi and Optic are going to win this one. I got Optic over Boston 3-1 tonight.
Because we're going to Spain.
Because we're going to Spain. And there was a snowman involved last night. He's my favorite player right now.
That's true. That's true. I'm also going to go Optic Texas. I think they get their revenge.
Yeah, I'm going to Optic Texas. Shotzi's been rogue, and the gameplay is going to reflect that.
Maven, how was that break? How's your brain? You ready to party?
Bro, I was going to say, Joe's got to carry me today. Dude, I had a horrible night of sleep, and then that series, I swear to God, I thought I was in like the Twilight Zone. Like, I don't know what happened. We were back in the green room, and it felt like 6 goddamn hours went by during that series. It felt like 6.
Well, I mean, we'll feed them.
I'm gonna need you to slap me in the face and get locked in for this one. No, imagine I just got a bloody nose just gushing down my face. But
I've been waiting for that for a long time.
Yeah. I've been really wanting to hit you.
Yeah.
But no, we're ready to rock and roll. We're gonna have some fun as we continue on with this minor. Yes, Optic looking for revenge.
Fucking love Maven.
He's on his anime villain arc. I'm not really sure what's going on. If he's having a midlife crisis. I get on social media and this guy's just been spouting shit at people.
He's just yelling at the wall.
I love it. I love it. He's having fun. You know, they won a world championship. They're filled with confidence and they're feeling good. But yeah, I was worried a little bit yesterday because they seemed a little flat or unmotivated maybe at times during that series in that particular matchup versus Falcons. But I gotta think here, just because they already got beat by him once this year, you're gonna come out with a little bit more.
No, 100%. Yeah, I mean that's where the play. We talked about the vetoes. The interesting stat, really, when you look for Boston, is that Boston is 0-0 across the board on every map. Now, obviously, we start with 2 Haciendas. Not many teams.
Yeah.
But they played nothing on protocol. So when we get to the back half of that series, it should get interesting there for Boston.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's just been, that's all we've had, Hacienda protocol.
Hey, listen,
I wish we still had Rewind.
You need to tell your teams, if you want Skyline in the game, they better stop vetoing it. They better stop vetoing it. That's what I'm saying.
Jesus.
Bring back Rewind.
Don't get me started, Joe. We'll get right into this matchup here, day 2 of the first minor. Snoopy right into action, and Hook is ready to greet him. So far, so good for the green wall out bottom mid. Right over to Cammy we go. What a nice little resurgence it's been for him. Excited to see what he was going to do this year. You know, one of our favorite players dating back to Cold War and what he was able to do. All we talk about sometimes when he comes back into it because we know the capability, like that peak he can reach.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it, right? I mean, really, he's been doing it in Search and Destroy, so we get there in map number 2, but can he keep it going here for this Boston Breach team? Awakening a nice 3-0 start, some good early time, and really Snoopy finding the kills on rotation to control this P2 lobby area. Hook is kind of lurking right now. He's the point man for Optic Texas, and you know Boston Breach, that's what the comms are right now. Where is Hook? Trying to find him. There he is. Awakening, gonna take him down.
Has there been anything like so far stuff the Hacienda you've seen that's made it feel really different than it did back in BO4? Just I know there's changes from 5v5 to 4v4, some small changes to the map, but mostly play the same?
Yeah, fundamentally, yeah, it just kind of makes sense. Right there, fundamentally, there was nobody in the back there for Boston Breach. They were not blocking the spawns. Optic's gonna spawn in the back. Kenny's gonna get 4 in a row, and they're gonna control P2.
In a great position here to milk some of this time. We'll see if the point players from Boston Breach can get some penetration here towards the point. Kenny is trying to hold the door, keep this streak going. Little backslide out, and he's able to stay up. Some help comes in as well. That's Hook that's able to bail him out, make a big play around the hard point. Dashy doing it from the back line as him and Shotzzy combined to take down 2. And Kenny still alive on that streak. Basically everybody on a streak right now for Optic Texas, and we'll love to get that reflecting a bit more in the scoreline. Only 20-point advantage, but you're starting to really get grooving here.
Well, I mean, that was a chance there for Boston to have this scoreline, right? They were controlling that P2. It's just you die at the wrong time, right? Snoopy did a really good job, but back spawns were open. Optic take advantage of that mistake from Boston Breach on rotation, and now Boston gonna have to respond here at P3.
Breach with the opportunity, but Texas shutting it down, and now it's their chance to answer back, though. What can they do? Hook on that 5 in a row, tries to get across bottom mid, not able to do it, so he swapped right over to the Phenom. Shotzi's POV. His chance to maybe look for an opening break. It's not going to happen as he's going to get dropped. Snoopy lights them up as he pops a triple. And now you're answering back within 20, and we'll see if we get a couple of solid holes back-to-back for these squads.
Yeah, when you talk Hacienda New Edition, this is the biggest difference, right? This window wasn't here. It really changes this dynamic of the map, and, well, Snoopy taking advantage of it. Watching that cross, he's on 5 in a row. You got a response here from Boston Breach, and then look at this rotation. Optic, they're going to go for the scrap time. Boston, they're going to take it. They're just going to rotate over towards P4.
You got 2 already early rotated. One's going to be popping deep left and rotating out. That'll be Awakening, and we'll see what the timings are going to look like. I think number 6 and Cammy that pops, you basically get opposite split spawn there for Boston Breach from 2 of your players. They're able to isolate out and push through to drop Awakening backside garage on the wrap through. He's going to spawn up in that same position, so he'll be able to kind of pinch this out again. You've got a 2-on-1 near the point here in a second. Purge is going to need some help. Or is he not going to? Gets back to full, takes the gunfight. You've got control early in this point. Now, we'll see if that rotation with, 15 to 20 left ends up paying off.
Cammy locking down one side. Gonna find one, has the pistol. Nice shots onto Kenny as well. And now, with him controlling this side of the map, they know where the push is from them. You're spawning them garage side. Dashy though with a great opener. Here comes the rest of Optic Texas. Maybe waiting on Kenny to pinch through the middle of the map. He's up off spawn. Little contested in there, and it's just a back and forth battle. Hitting slides, trying to find a nice pop-up, and there we go. Hook and Kenny able to do so.
No, I mean, you said that perfectly. For a second there, you only have one side to hit it from. But first guy to drop is Kenny. He's closed out mid. You wait for the pinch, and you're able to get it done perfectly. Usually you're going to need 2 lines of attack on this particular hard point, and they're able to take advantage. We basically got a tie game now as we get ready to get back to mid-map.
Come on, Shotzzy, we got to pick it up, dude.
Nobody in for now. First to push out will be Snoopy as he looks to get some of this time, but any major takeaways to that first set of rotations?
No, I mean, you know,
trading blows kind of, right?
Just go sort of back and forth, right? A nice response at P3 from Boston after what Optic was able to do at P2, and then you kind of split time elsewhere, so that's why we have such a close game. As we're back to P1, and it's just trying to find chunks of time while you can. And Shotzzy, he's thinking about going on a wide flank, maybe trying to spawn a couple players out for P2.
You probably feel pretty good too with Shotzzy. He's been kind of your respawn god. He's double negative, and you're still basically a tie game. You got to imagine he's going to find his moments where he pops off and starts to take over, and it might be right now.
Yeah, and that's just it. They get the flips. They're able to flip the map with 20 seconds to go, so you're going to earn some time. Shotzi's going to be on 5 in a row, and this is what makes him so darn good. Just recognize the situation. What's the best play here? I'll try to flip the map for my team to set them up at P2, and he does just that.
Boston will get the final couple of ticks, and now we'll see how they plan to attack this. Last time, such a good job from Optic Texas at P2. Absolutely dominant once they were able to get in. Can they do it again here? You deal with the pressure through mid. You're going to lose one towards back statue. So Shotzi will have to pick that up, and he's going to drop. So it's 2 big ones from Snoopy, and then you win the 2-on-1 towards the point. That is fantastic for Boston Breach. And I thought after the first kill, from Shotzi, like he got the opener. I thought you were in a pretty good position if you were Optic, but everything else after that goes to Breach.
Yeah, and then Snoopy just taking his time. I don't think that fence was there in BO4, right? So you kind of mess with your timings when you're watching that pinch. And Dashy just gets some bad timing there. So, but they're able to fight on through. That's going to be 3 dead. Purge, the last player alive. And again at this P2, and at least Boston break the setup. You find some of that time, but Optic, you're right back in.
Yeah, I mean, you'll take the break, right? It does shift the time a little bit, but it didn't take too long for Texas to get back into it. I think a one-on-one that goes down, that was Purge that's able to win it. It's going to get them like the final 10 seconds of that, and they win it on the other side. So this ends up being a pretty nice sequence because they got to worry about Purge at ult as he's still finding kills. You're winning them at the next hard point as well, so this actually turns out really great. You get the scrap time, plus all this time in new, and they're still wondering where is Purge? How's he going to play this to get back in the action?
Yeah, it's going to be Kenny and Shotzi trying to hunt him down.
He's still getting kills.
But they finally do that. Now it's just a contest. Snoopy, this is where he popped off on that first set of hills. Here comes Optic, trying to hit the nades, trying to hit the stuns and win this, but been a very solid hold through the first 30 here for Boston Breach.
Well, yeah, I mean, you only had 2 players really able to attack the point through the first 20 or so seconds as they were still trying to find Purge. Finally, you get the whole team here involved in the action, and they're going to mollywop them off the point. With about 20-25 seconds left, but you still have those back spawns, so you're still going to funnel in if you're Boston Breach. Remember, last time they rotated pretty damn early, right? With like 15-20 seconds left, you can see they're starting to back it up. That number 8 in Awakening, starting to move it back. This time that you've got more pressure forward for Optic Texas, it could go differently.
No, that's just it. Yeah, they went for it one more time. Like that 22-second mark, maybe just kind of baits them in of let's just go for this. But that allows Hoot to get on the hill. So you're not in a better setup here if you're Boston Breach. Might be a mistake, but you still have some presence here. Dashio, he's on 8 in a row. Shotzi's been talking about it. He thinks he's the best player in the game right now, but there is a break behind Purge in 2.
Gotta get it done. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be tricky, though, when you're spawning like close back there. It's like, do we really give this up? And so it takes like 3 seconds to get to it. Takes a hell of a lot of time to rotate, but you're talking about the spree this man had. Now, missiles up. Well, it doesn't go too great. Shotzi and Kenny both going to get blown up. Snoopy will get taken out. Thankfully, Hook's going to get a kill for you as well. He gets 2. Dashy gets 1.
Nice, Hook.
The streak may not be beautiful, but the rest of it is after that. Optic down 20, ripping and roaring back into this as Dashy's approaching 30.
Yeah, I guess best thing is it gets them all off the point, right? All of Boston kind of reposition, allows Hoot to get in a good spot.
Yeah, but you still kill 2 of your teammates.
Yeah,
so.
no, I'm just taking the positives on it. Take the positives, the small things, and well, they're only down 12 now.
I mean, it went better than I thought it was gonna.
Yeah, it should have been a lot worse there for Optic, but a great double right there. This is going to be breaching the hill.
I'm guessing that was an AR. This Cammy's just a statue there and gets incinerated. Still 20 points separating them. 3rd set of rotations now as everybody vies for control around the top balconies. Eventually tries to get to the point. There was 3 down for a second there for Optic. Optic, they're trying to work the comeback. Dashy's on a monster game, and we want to hear him comment. Let's go to Optic Texas.
What's top secret, Snoopy? Yo, what's bottom secret? Actually, I think we're top close.
Are you on me? Open that. Top close. Last guy top close. He's our open. Our side open. Purge. That's last guy. Yes, our side open. So open that. Nice, good shit. Let's get that. Guy's gonna be on it. Go right.
He's on me. Low spot steps. And on new. Another low spot steps.
Pushing one.
Really slow.
Anyway, I'm here, Brandon.
Oh, y'all play back.
The rest are funny front.
I will.
What's deep back on me?
Pitch front late, taking on. Pitch front late. They still me. They know me. I gotta live. Rock on me. Rock.
I'm just shouting.
Here, front of me.
He's close to the time dead. Yo, rock.
Rock me, Kenny.
Top left, one shot.
Nice. Spawn on deep on me. Deep front of me. I'm just living rock, bro.
Do the left we can.
Then go over. That's it.
I have deep left.
Can they be side or no?
No. We have your side.
I'm dead. I'm absolute. Keep me on me.
Nothing hitting left. Yeah, bottom man.
Open absolute. He went mid. He did not go front.
Yo, I'm leaving the back. They might spawn in the back.
Last guy top up and Purge. I spawned in.
Actually, no, we're good. Yo, they could have got a well spawn though. That kid's one shot front.
Front rock.
Wake's one shot.
Nice. Go.
I'm pushing through. I'm behind him. Not running, he's clear. Only 1 year max.
Yeah, I'm ready right.
Listen, you guys cut.
What side
time. You guys cut.
I hear you, Gallagher.
I have all right. They can only go middle to cigarette.
Yeah, they're gonna be taking open routes. I got time. I hear you.
I'll top you. me, I'm supposed to be one shot. No, you got okay, too close, both one shot. Came in, they're hitting three. They're gonna hit top plat, right? Yeah, top plat. I'm front, sit on. I spuffer, I'll get a skid. Jumping out there.
Optic were down 20, now up 20. 21 for the victory. Purge trying to get things done. As
Fucking good comms right there.
In the point for now, but the 2 from Purge get wiped off the board. Is Optic Texas answer back? Still fights around the point. One peeking out, wrapping around the backside of garage and trying to hop back in. We'll see if they can make the play. Snoopy, he does. He gets all 3. He hops outside the map, comes in, gets a triple. Gonna force out another streak from Dashy, but what a play that is. You can't win it here, but I mean, that looked like a win for Optic on the minimap.
Yeah, I mean, just great individual play there from Snoopy. But you had the extra utility. You can't win here now. So Boston, you get it to another P4. There's still a lot of members here. You see 7 and 6 on the minimap. Boston to be at P4 first. Optic are kind of going for this. Fighting this scrap time. So Boston behind that Snoopy play. Now in a chance to potentially win here at P4.
Well, Hook gets 2, so he makes this a bit messier than you'd like it, but you still have bodies here. Cammy timing is, I thought, horrible, but it ends up working out. He's tucked into the corner. Now pick it up.
Oh, Kenny, where are we looking, bro? Come on, Shotzi. This is all you.
I think Snoopy saw him for half a second. You're waiting him to pinch, but now he's got to get involved. And now it's 2 dead here for Optic.
They might be in trouble. Boston Breach now in front. 10 points needed for the victory, and everybody falling on Optic Texas. They got one more chance for this, but they're going to be able to get there. Snoopy says, no, sir. Made the play at last. Clutches up here. Boston Breach sneak away with 1. And bro, I just saw
bro.
in the minimap. I was just watching, like, it looked like Optic need, what, like 15 for the
That three piece from Snoopy on P3 is what fucked us right there.
And I don't think we got it on the. I was just watching the minimap. He just hopped out, hopped in, killed all 3. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, so you should jump out of the map and go back into it, right? So
yeah. Just went outside, hopped in, and just wiped 3. And then from that point forward, because that was such a bad time to die, then they didn't spawn in the back. Then you got the rotation then to 4th, and the wheels just came off. I thought Hoop getting 2 on rotation was maybe going to be enough. I think Dashy might have got 1 after that, but you still had numbers and spawns if you were Boston. Holy hell.
And they hit it one more time. They fight for that scrap time that allowed the 2 players there from Boston to just rotate, but a huge play. I mean, Purge and Snoopy both with 30 bombs. On the other side, Dashy continues to go off. He leads the lobby in damage, but Boston Breach steal map number 1.
Yeah, I think they were probably thinking, like, they knew people had rotated. They were like, there's 1 person here. They had 2 players, but, like, with all the fences and stuff, like, he just stayed alive and contested forever. Whoever it was, Purge. I don't remember the last player was, but, like, he stayed alive. You only end up getting, what, like 3 seconds if you were Texas there at the end of 3rd? It didn't turn into anything.
And really, like, the P2s, I mean, Optic kind of dominated. You know, even when Boston, like, maybe won the rotation, Optic found the breaks. Like, the big money hill really on this map that we've seen so far. Really felt like Optic won it, but Boston did such a good job at P3 and P4 throughout the map. It was such a back and forth game that Boston takes a bit of a lead. Once we go to that listen, it just felt like Optic were rolling. You had multiple streaks from Dashy. Some of those hellstorms come on in. The Purge was so good throughout this, and yeah, you know, the team kills come in, but it didn't really matter.
No, yeah, it looked so bad, and then it ended up being absolutely fine. But now Dashy was on a heater throughout most of this. I mean, he typically is. Guy is shooting straight as always.
Yeah, so I mean, this was like a great play, and then yeah, so
right here. So this is it. He hops out and just gets all 3. Bang, 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 and then after that, they just never really regained after that. Yeah. Then you end up winning the rotation, and you were able to contest it 3rd for a while. Now we got to see the POV of it. I just saw it on the minimap, and like.
That's what really fucked us right there. Was that?
No, you're right. But like,
it's insane. Insane stuff.
I'll tell you, the 3rd guy did not react though.
No, not at all.
Oh wow.
I mean, maybe they're stunned. Nades are coming.
That's true.
I think that's what
I was wondering how he got 3 though.
He was repositioning, right? He was sprinting.
True.
So he was hit from a nade, but yeah, that was the play.
I was thinking he was going to get 1, maybe 2. I mean, he got 3 on the field. I was like, how the hell did he do that? Well, we got to see how he was able to do it. One of those hero plays out of Snoopy that helps them get the dub, 11-point victory, and well. If you thought maybe Optic was going to come out and smash him with the payback, at least early on, we got ourselves a battle.
Well, we sure do. Yeah, just back and forth. And again, Boston, this is the first time they're playing anything on protocol. So if you're Optic, you're just trying to do the back half of that series.
Yeah. get to the back half, and hopefully, I mean, this is where you need to improve, though, with the search and destroy cycle. You think about the 5-game series where they beat them last time, right? You won both searches. If you're a Boston Breach, you feel like you've got an advantage there. We've liked what we've seen out of them, at least in this particular series. What do you think needs to maybe improve on the side for Optic when it comes to search and destroy? I know, like, Dashy's been terrific. He's been, like, number one in clutches and stuff.
They've been winning. Like, they're on, like, 4 or 5 in a row.
Yeah, so it's just since that series, like, you think they're in a much better place than they were?
Yeah,
I mean, that was week 1.
Since the Hook edition, yeah, I mean, it feels like that's been their most comfortable game.
Okay, so just the production or the improvements they had right before the break. We'll see if they really come to fruition here up against this Boston Breach team that had their number. But it feels like, I don't know. It's like in part of my head, I feel like I'm talking about, like, oh, they just played like week 1. Like, it's not that long ago, but it's like a month and a half ago, basically. Yeah. it's been a while. But just shots of the guys as they get ready to get going. Huge win there for Boston Breach in the opener. But Optic just try to brush that one off. They've been chatting with a lot of confidence on social, been streaming scrims, feeling good, but you just have to shake that one off. You see the S&D streaks, that's what you're talking about. You're on 5 in a row now. Mostly I just asked you because, well, in this particular one, they had some struggles. But now you get to see, have you really made improvements in this mode? Will it help you in this particular matchup?
And one thing I always talk about with a team like Boston, right? You're coming off the year that you had last year. Early on in the year, the way you steal series, it is through search, right?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
we can't always say, like, the team that is the underdog, they have to win through, like, 2, 3, 5, for example.
Yes, we've said that
But
forever.
especially at the start of titles, like, if you really put extra time into search and destroy, you can catch a lot of teams off guard.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever said, like, upset incoming 1-3-4. Not usually how it goes. But right up the gut goes Purge early. He's thinking to look right. Nice little snap back to left and able to take the fight. Couple positions he can get chased from. That is a win and a half. Purge feeling it as he's able to get 2. Wasn't sure if the second player pressure was coming from bottom or from window, but he picks up window and guns him.
That is just a confident round 1, just straight up, right through the middle. Woo. Right through the middle goes Boston Breach, and yeah, Purge gets the opener, repositions, knows there's going to be a second challenge. Well, that second challenge is the last player alive there for Optic.
Yeah, and stuff like that, moments like that's what we've been looking for. I mean, I know we were big fans of his gameplay last year before he was let go from that Vegas team, but where he struggled, like, we were liking what he was doing on the map. He was having some big games at times. So usually when playing against, like, this type of competition, would disappear at times. Like, wouldn't have those same performances. I don't know. When you're slide challenge Dashy out of a window, it seems like you're feeling all right. We'll see if he can keep it going over the course of this. Nice start, but there's a big chow here in the hallway, and that goes the way of Ken Dashy. Purge just tries to send it through with that same confidence, hoping everybody's weak because they all are tagged up, but only able to get 1, and now it's going to be all in wake.
He just challenged middle of the map again, does Boston. This time, though, the AR duo shut it down. So Awakening left in a 1 versus 3. Didn't have the best map, number 1. But it didn't really matter because his team won it, but there we go. Optic hit the stun. They fly on through. This is what you're going to see a lot on Hacienda. It's a very much a retake map, and normally what that means is the defensive team, they're going to 4-stack sort of one side of the map, and sometimes the offense is there right away. So it is just a very quick battle.
Yeah, it's a quick battle or a quick plant. Like,
exactly.
One of the two, typically. But I imagine usually those scenarios, it's like you don't typically get away clean like they did. And if you do, I bet both of them are like something 20 HP or something. Like they are tagged up, but you're just able to win it. Somebody's shot's just a little bit better. As we get now to 1-1. It looks like we might be meeting again. As the pressure is to A, the stack is to A.
They're
aggressive here on defense.
I wasn't sure if they knew they were here. If any nades hit, stuns, if Felly Optic were just kind of waiting, and well, the patience pays off there for Boston, catching them off guard, but we're new at 2 versus 2.
1v1. They each win it on the other side. It's now going to be Cammy versus Kenny. A ton of time on the clock. Bomb has been picked up now. And these are these fun 1v1s where like you kind of just have no idea where the other person is after enough time passes. And it becomes a bit of a guessing game here. What are you trying to do when you've got bomb in hand in this position?
I mean, well, you're going to have to pick a bomb to plan, right? It's sort
just
of
pick
50-50. And normally when you're the defender, it's sort of the same thing, right? Do you just pick a bomb site and kind of wait? Hope you guess the right one, but Kenny, he guesses B.
So it's like, don't overthink it. It's kind of a coin flip. Like
yeah, 100%. Yeah, normally if you're the defender, best play for me was always just kind of picking one because you're going to have 45 seconds now to hunt him down.
better chance. Just don't get caught sprinting or something silly. So Cammy's going to plant, and he's going to take a route. Kenny has read this. Cammy's extending the route. Oh, and as Kenny goes up, I think he
if this doesn't exist, he just watches middle connector and probably finds the kill. But it's new. Instead, he spots the middle of the map. 15 seconds, though. And Cammy just goes all the way back through. Says, you can hop on the defuse. I mean, if he hops on that, I think he would have got it. But, well, Cammy plays it. Plays it perfectly. It's a long 1 versus 1. Kenny stays alive.
I think there were 2 different chances he probably could have opted. Because when he first peeked out towards Balk, he didn't spot him, did he?
No.
He didn't go the whole way out Balk. Yeah, there were multiple times he could have, but, like, it's the gamble, right? Like, I mean, most people don't just stick it in that scenario. Like, Kenny's trying to get some kind of info, but, yeah, Cammy has some balls on him. Takes a couple routes. I mean, he ran a solid 2.5 kilometers throughout the course of that round. Got a good, beautiful view of Hacienda. But he clutches up in the 1v1, and yeah, those are always interesting because there's like the 1v1s where like you're close to each other, you have information right away, and they don't last so long. And then there's those. They're like these extended like 2-minute 1v1s.
And a lot of the times, your teammates are telling you, hey, it's this player. They normally don't hop it, right? Like it's sort of a player tendency in those comps.
All right, Chad, I bet.
Get some vengeance, though. He'll get the first one on to Cammy.
He was pretty good at BO4.
pretty damn good. That team was disgusting. Hook thinking about going, but repositions as the nade come in. He has a teammate here to work with. Kenny's on 6 straight. Hook's going to drop, though, now to a 3 versus 3. Purge, Snoopy, both on the board. The streak for Kenny will end. And now suddenly you had a clean 4v3 and things are falling apart, but you go to Mantle up top, and Shotzi's going to make you pay. Maybe threw one away there if you're Snoopy.
Yeah, he's just hoping he's not expecting that. But you got to pull yourself up, and yeah, then he gets caught. So 2 versus 2, you have to plant a bomb, though. Looking like it's going to be A. Awakening, you're going to find that info. Just wait for Purge to reposition.
Plan in, and now, yeah, how do you attack this? Well, as Purge goes to reposition, he wins the fight. He is shooting over the course of this one. Up to 6-2 is Purge. Dashy's going to win his one. An instant challenge.
Good shit, but Dashy.
He just pops and wins it. Add another clutch to his resume.
He's got a lot of them.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking, like, oh, this Purge is ready for this. Same thing. You already picked him out of the window at full health, but he's just thinking he's not going to pop instantly like that in Xiaomi if he's tagged up, but he does. Plays the heady beautifully. Nice snap onto the first. He's 13 HP. You toss a rock at him, he's dead. And you just, yeah, he peeks it and just, he loses him for a second, thinks he's backing out to get health, and just insta-pops on him. Oof. Ooh, I mean, he holds that for a second more, he gets the kill.
Yeah, he tries to go for the slide repositioning, and just unreal shots there from Dashy.
That's just one of those things where it's just, yeah, it's just God, you just die so fast. You like think you've got the time, but you don't. They go 2 for 2. Is Wake's able to get 2 from Lambo? Kind of cleans up the weak players from his teammate, and now into another one of these tight scenarios in the 2v2. We'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, bomb down now, so they might spot that Kenny and Dashy. Came in Awakening on the other side of the map. So you just flip the map right now. They have all the information. Yeah, they see that bomb was down. So Dashy just going to look over this in a great position. Have Kenny watch his flank.
Still 45 to go. Moving around as a pack here right now is Breach, is Cammy and Wake. Clearing everything as they go. A little bit of an opening gunfight there between Kenny and Wake. Cammy goes to pounce, wins it. It's going to be another 1 versus 1. Kenny's just trying to get out. Popping back up. The
Kenny.
So awkward. Wake gets fried.
He's got no ammo.
He's just trying to get a gun reloaded for God's sake in battle here. Pulls out the
Oh my God, Kenny.
That sequence looks so awkward for Kenny. He's just laughing it off. Like, he was in hell.
I think, was he trying to like pick up another gun, but maybe Dashy's gun had no ammo in it either?
I don't know.
Yeah, he just kept trying to switch.
He kept juggling guns.
So he's like, screw it, I'll just use the pistol. He broke the glass, so Awakening thought that he was in the water.
He was going to reload and kept picking up the other one. Yeah,
probably.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that gun also had no ammo.
Yeah.
But a great trade on the first one. Then, yeah, breaks the glass, so, you know, there's the option he jumps in the water.
That just looked like one of those funny moments that was like the average player, you know? Like,
oh, 100%.
Not to our pros usually.
Like, just gun on the ground.
Yeah, dude, it just looks, I'd be so flustered in that sequence. But Kenny, He's dealt with his fair share of awkward moments here in Cotton. He gets it done, up to 8-2. The desk was talking about him maybe having a big day, and he's doing it here in map 2.
It's interesting because they're using this to clear A, but the push is actually towards B. And Awakening, it does find
Oh,
one. It's
wow.
a huge kill from Awakening.
Because he's in like a 1v3 there, yeah.
And Ken is still in the car. So Ken's very much out of this play. And there we go. Breach is repositioned. Bomb is planted. Ken's still driving.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
He's still driving. I'm dying, dude.
Good luck, Ken. You got to be faster than that. Yard flash. And they're on it.
Well,
Jesus.
Yeah, yeah. I just kept thinking, like, he's got to get out of this. Like, maybe after the first person dies, he's going to get out of it. And then the second person dies, and then...
Well, normally, again, like, our teams, they normally just use the car for info, right? You can 3P around it, you clear a bomb site, they saw nothing at A, and...
Well, now you got to clear the whole map, though, when they're the other side, Joe.
Well, they decided to go B.
But, like, you got to get your use out of it. If you're going to use your streak, get your miles in, right? Like, if it's your rental, like, you got to use it.
That's cool.
You have to.
Hanging out. He's got that covered for a second. Shotzi's just like, hopefully you can get one with this.
Yeah, I mean, got to get value. Dude, he hopped out there on the defuse. Like, oh, that was awesome. 3-3 now. One of these kind of quick plant and then retake type scenarios. Going to be some pressure then eventually towards Cammy, likely in the backside of this, as he's going to deal with the one side push. But as they're mostly going to hit this from mid, he's actually going to end up repositioning on the map.
Potentially a big stun on the Purge. Purge was going to make the play, so now they know he's there. So I think that was number 4. Dashy throws the stun down the staircase, able to hit him. So that makes it so tough for Boston to try to defend this in the 2-on-3. The numbers are too much. And if Purge gets that spot, maybe flanks Dashy. Round is completely different, but the stun hit.
Good call there, Joe. Big stun and a round win after maybe a frustrating one they had the round before. They're able to get back into it. We keep going back and forth, but it's the hard point of the search. No one able to get any kind of significant lead over the course of this series so far. And if we thought maybe, you know, Breach beating the first time was, I don't know, a blunder or just a one-off thing, I mean, they're still battling here.
Hey, they're a top 4 seed for a reason.
Yeah, no, they're looking good. And it's awesome to see this based on, you know, how the organization did last year. But you're back in front of your Optic now. Trying to extend their search and destroy streak to, what, 6. Some damage onto Shotzi with the nade. Purge going to get another first blood. He's up to 8-5. Snoopy was hit, or sorry, Shotzi was hit with a nade, never able to get the position he wanted to, and then Snoopy pushes it out. Oh, Wake with a wild chow there. Hook just wins it with 9 HP, and maybe one you didn't have to throw away if you're Wake.
We've had some wild chows on both sides, so.
Yeah, true. Just I'm thinking you're in a 4v2, maybe just.
Don't do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, screw it. We're doing it 3 versus 2 now. And yeah, this is happening so early. There's still 50 seconds left on the clock. So Boston, they're just going to get together. Purge, again, another opener. It's not a first blood. It's just like
still a big
huge
one.
gunfight.
Yeah, no, Andy got the first blood as well. So yeah, he's doing it all within this particular round. You still got a chance to do this.
Cammy got that info with the trophy.
If you are Dashy and search and destroy. But everything kind of against you right now. You got sub 30 seconds to go. You got to get bombed down. You've been spotted now from the new window. You snap onto Cammy's forehead.
All right, just wait till he plants, please. Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, just sit there.
Dude, after the first shots, I was like, oh, God, here we go. I swear, like, listen, he always shoots very straight, but it's like a little bit straighter, I swear, when he's last alive.
Yeah, it's just like a buff.
Yeah. It's like he gets a buff, yeah. It's like, oh, the rest of the boys are out?
Yeah, this plus 10%.
Yep. But now, thankfully, they close that out. You bring it back to tie now if you're Boston Breach. Trying to see who was kind of calling for either side. Not a lot of discussion really going on anywhere, it didn't seem like. Back to attack, go Breach. And Purge just wanted to get right up mid-map more often than not. That's going to be the play again. Right up mid-map, catches Dashy. I think that's his 3rd or 4th first blood now in this one. He's up to double digits. Master class out of Purge right now, but you still got to win the map. Trying to take advantage within this one if you can get the round victory. But what do they do now from this 4v3? Because this is like not the typical stack we've seen on defense. You're pretty much all over right now if you are Optic.
Yeah, you're trying to rely on Hooch, but yeah, they're thinking maybe this is an A play. And again, what's that time you need to be like? Purge just repositions, hits the slide in the corner, going for the ace right now. He is playing so confident in Search and Destroy.
No, he really, really is. Like, just the bottom of this map has been his playground. His timings have been so good. He's been winning some difficult gunfights at times, or the easy ones when he's tucked away in a corner like that. Up to 12, gets 3 there, a round away from a 2-0 edge.
Yeah, right. Hook was just right there, right? He was holding that staircase. That is a play where in a 4-on-3, you plant the bomb. It's not something you actually have to do is go out and get more space when you have man advantage, but he hits it and it worked out.
Well, it was those ones where, yes, like you take the gamble and you die, and we're like, why'd you do that? But then when you get multiple, well, usually he's had somebody kind of with him to follow him up, though, at least. It's just when you both die, then it's real bad. 5 straight for Purge. Back-to-back round victories for Breach. I mean, they'd love to go up 2-0 for a number of reasons, especially with how their control game has been. And you think about the control that's improving for Optic. 2-0 advantage could be massive. First blood could be huge. You get one there if you are Dashy. He was on the receiving end last round. This time he makes him pay, and he gets another one on. Not the guy you want to chow right now. Dashy denied.
Rotated A, plants it.
2 versus 4, Cammy. Has an idea that this is an A play. Bomb gets down, though, so Ken at least able to plant the bomb. Give his team that advantage.
And Purge has had a lot of great plays, but not really like from this type of scenario. Like, what he wants to do becomes a little bit more difficult. Well, now he's what he's been doing to Optic. Hook able to get that one closer to around 11 we go. Not a ton of time. Just 20 or so seconds ago. Cammy's got so many things to clear, and he will drop. So Dashy wins the round for him early as he's able to get 2. And we go to a monster round 11.
I feel like the one thing we've noticed the last couple of matches with Dashy, it's like his timings with the backslides, right? That he's just been hitting.
No, it's like he's not, you know, his movement doesn't look like Shotzi's or something. But like just a clean backslide.
Beamer.
Yeah, backslide beamer, and it just looks, you just get zapped. It's like, it's depending on the angle, like when you got high ground, it's almost like it's like a pop-up. Like it looks like a joke. You just get zapped. Round 11 now. Purge has been leading the way at 12-6. He's been so good in the first blood departments. It's always, well, not always, but a lot of it's been through bottom middle. This time he plays a little more passive. You see they're playing for it. There's 2 kind of playing for it. Don't want like Dashy or Hoot to get isolated, which has been happening. So it's a different type of opening break from Boston Breach. They switch the defense on the side of Optic Texas.
So what's going to happen here? Because you were so fast through B for Optic. They know this is an A play. They are so far up the map.
Whoa, you just barely get away. Shots hit to 16 HP. And
Good shit, Dashy.
First blood. He's on 4
Good shit.
Nearly snaps, but Hoop gets another. Optic so close to shutting this down. Wake just sticking out a little bit too much as he gets tagged up. Everybody falling. Wake going to be last up. Does get one. But he's got the rest of the team to deal with. Just trying to get the eyes to the window. It's going to be Dashy there to greet him, though. And they're going to send it at him, drop him. Optic Texas clutch up and close.
Go, baby.
Dashy with back-to-back first bloods goes huge.
And that was just a full...
We're on the board.
It was just send it over towards B and continue to run. In Boston, they slowed it down a little bit. They were going towards A. But as soon as they got past like that first archway, they just kind of stopped, right? They didn't have top close control. So you saw that first blood come to the window as soon as that player went for the plant, and you just really had no room to work with. Purge was on the flank. He was able to back one down, but they had no map control. It was all to Optic.
Yeah, that's just one of those things where, like, like where Purge has been making those plays is through bottom mid. You know, he probably wants to get to it again, but it's that conversation of like, well, I just did it. Like, not going to work this time. You try to mix it up, and then, you know, things kind of unravel. But you see the stats throughout it. Purge 1,500 damage, goes 12-7. He was out of his seat quickly. He's probably frustrated after that loss. The guy matching him with the clutches and the big plays was Dashy. Kenny started out insane. He was like 8-2 or something like that early in the game. Then as he kind of fell off a bit, Dashy really stepped it up.
Yeah, and again, I mean, he's been number 1 in the game. And Search and Destroy has Dashy. Keeps it up here, 11-7. Another incredible stat line from him.
And this is like the game 2 that you lost, right? Like you had some that went the distance, went to around 11 against this particular team, and you weren't able to ice up. You end up losing that series the first week of this CDL season. This time you're able to do it. You get the dub, and that might be the change in this series because now you're tied up 1-1. You know you feel you have a pretty big advantage in control, I think, as you get to go to Protocol. And the fact that you mentioned we haven't seen Protocol outside the Boston Breach side, which sometimes we don't know how it's going to go. Like we just haven't seen it. Like they might look great. They might be ass.
Yeah, not a clue.
Well, I'm excited to hear what the desk think. Let us know, guys.
We'll get our first whiff here in just a few moments, but let's take a look at what happened in these first 2 games. I was prepared to say, oh, I'm going 0-4 on the day. This is going to be Boston up 2-0.
I was right there with you.
Optic pulls it out. Dashy, some heroics at the end of the search and destroy, but let's start at the beginning of this one. And can we talk about Purge? He is having a career day, a highlight in game number 1, and then he leads the lobby in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, he was going crazy. I mean, and Optic had to change the entire way they were playing this map based on what Purge was doing. You know, coming into this series, their last 5 search and destroys, Optic #1 in defensive win percentage, and I think that was a great display as to why. You saw, like, when teams push through B on this map, like, a player's just going to get through, right? Because you can't map spread when you're on defense, or you're going to get picked apart. So Optic was kind of stacking, so they would take their time, and they try to bracket Purge and just, like, limit what he was able to do. Some of the rounds they were able to take him out, and then in that very last round, deciding to not bracket, just to push together and catch them off guard.
Yep.
So whoever's calling the plays for Optic Texas did a phenomenal job, and especially in preparation coming into this, because it's tough to stop that.
It is tough to stop that, and it's tough to make that change. And literally one of my notes while we were watching this Hacienda Search and Destroy is that Optic Texas, they're just scraping by in 1v1s, and Dashy's clutching a 1v2. Kenny winning his 1v1 back by Lambo. Like, it was all by these individual plays, and they weren't really playing together as a unit until the last couple rounds and that round 11 when they finally were like, you know what, like, we're Optic Texas. We forgot how freaking good we were. Just play together, play our trades, watch each other's backs, and it's going to work out in our favor.
I'll say Optic is kind of playing like major 3 Optic of last year.
Think so?
The game wins are not pretty.
They're not clean.
But they're coming out in the clutch moments, showing that they have the potential. Will they be able to live up to that standard? We have a triple dose of protocol, and as Maven touched on, not a ton of footage out there for coaches to watch Boston.
The biggest thing for them is just going to not only have silo control when you just want to talk about it's going to be protocol, but obviously the fact they just need to play together. They have not been playing together. It's been very individual. Shot Speed's been playing very individual. On the flip side, I think Dashy's had to play very individual in Search and Destroy. Like we said, I need more out of Kenny right now as that other AR. I need more.
He had a good start in that Search and Destroy. Can he get off to a hot start in game 3? Only time will tell. For now, though, I do know our scuff play of the game already in this series. It belongs to Snoopy. The end of game number 1. Boston trailing. Snoopy brings it back with so many triple kills.
So many triple kills, and one of them being the fact that he jumps out of the map at one point and slams 3 players on the side of field. And not only was it a crazy play, but it is quite literally what kept them in contention to get those final points and push the next step.
Yeah, I'm not going to say like Optic are playing better. I think Boston's just a good team. Like, I legitimately think Boston's just a very solid team. Snoopy's had a lot of development. They played this map fantastic. Like, even applying enough pressure on that hill just to rotate and only have 2 guys to deal with when we get over towards Rock, which is great plays and poise at the end, where Awakening wasn't having a good map, honestly.
Right.
And in that second game, like, Awakening lost some big gunnies. So he's the guy that I think needs to figure it out right now for them to close this out.
I got one more clip for y'all at home, and I have a question posed by the chat. Should Optic continue to use score streaks throughout the rest of the series? Let's take a look at their Hellstorms versus Boston. We had it in the week 1, day 1. We figured it was just rust. They weren't really used to these as shots he takes out his teammates. Today's bombs were even bigger, Allie.
No, they just do it to help the other team a little bit. Look at that scoreline. They had a 100+ lead. They're like, let us just help you out.
Listen, I think Optic just don't want to win, man. I mean, I look at all these other teams and they truly, like, they want to win, right? So, like, they're practicing their streaks and stuff and, like, dialing in their practice. Like, Optic just clearly don't want to win.
And you should also point out the victim in both of those situations, Kenny.
Yeah.
My bad.
Right? That's why he's playing
neutral party. His stats aren't his fault, y'all. Let's find out. Can Optic keep their run alive, or is it Boston retaking the lead? Casters are ready. Let's go to map 3.
Here we go. Let's keep it going. Yeah, this has been a very, very tight one. I want to keep looking at you 3. Is Sir what was it? Sir Squirts yesterday? Puckett? Sir Squirts?
Yeah, it's a nickname.
Yeah, I don't know why I gave it to him. It's just what I think about when I see him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got
okay.
it.
Well, let's take a look. What do we see in body language out of these guys, Joe? What do you see on either side of this? Who looks the most ready for battle, Joe?
I mean, Hoot does every time. Says it doesn't change.
That's true. No, he is.
I'm pretty sure he's literally in the same posture every single time we see him.
Absolutely.
There we go. He actually backed up and gave a fist bump.
Absolutely in the game, Joe. Well, fist bumps getting out from both sides. We're getting ready to go into map 3. Taking a look at Shotzi and Snoopy, and we kind of joke that Snoopy's like like the younger brother, right? Like he kind of models his play style off of Shotzi. He's not found the same success he has at all. A very young player, a lot of talent, but you see how it's going right now. And
well, this is just a control. Yeah, just
Not so
control.
good.
Yeah, control has not been great for Boston. 1-3 on the year. We're on the other side. 4-1 for Optic, but it has been a lot of vault. Has been a lot of vault for Optic. Not a lot of protocol. Same can be said for Boston Breach, so we'll see how this one goes.
Well, after we had like 18 straight vaults or whatever it was, so I'm exaggerating, but it was a lot. We'll now see protocol, and it's a nice opening break there from Boston Breach. They are able to get 3, and they'll start to work this A point. Progress getting there slowly as you just have Cammy kind of sitting on it for now. You keep winning fights over towards B, though, trying to stop them from getting underground. One will get on through, though.
Shotzi just pieced out.
Just keeps on going right up to his stairwell.
My man said, I'm out of here. There we go. Wait till he's able to spot him. They're able to take him down.
Those are big kills, though. Those are big kills. Like
No, 100%. When he sort of gets away, just not allowing him to turn it into a play.
There's a reason he just keeps sprinting there. He's like, I want them to be looking for me. Let's play hide and seek for a while. The faster you're not playing hide and seek, the better for anyone, I think.
Yeah, now on the other side, it's the same thing here for Snoopy. He's sort of the one finding on trying to make the play, and well, he's able to do it on the fight. Takes down Kenan this entire time, or at least most of it. They've been on A, pausing the clock, and on top of that, they have a 7, now 8 kill advantage.
This is about as clean as it gets. I mean, you're gonna have 2+ minutes to work with, plus nearly a double-digit life advantage. You feel fantastic. There's the minute secured. Now the 2 minutes to go. Purge has been posted up. Snoopy is 6-1. You came out here with a vengeance in this round 1. Can you strike first on offense? You still have work to do, obviously, towards B. You are all over the map. They're trying to deal with one, all the way pushed through in number 8. That's Awakening. It's able to win the one-on-one on that side. Some gunfights go down towards mid as well. You still have Purge, who's lurking and getting held. Nice shots there from Shotzi, as that was a tough one at range for both.
Yeah, and I think right now, if you're Boston, really what you're just trying to play for is you do not want to go 3 or 4 dead, right? That is the one way Optic really gets right back into the game. So make sure someone's always maybe just playing a corner, finding an easy kill.
But you trade effectively, you win the round, right?
Yeah, 100%. Just you have that 7 to 8 life advantage. You have a ton of time to work with, but we all know if you get put in that offensive blender on this map, it can be so difficult to deal with. And there we go. We're gonna be 3 dead. And yeah, Cammy just needs to play his life. Hopefully he can find one to help his teammates.
And exactly what you said couldn't happen is exactly what did happen, but Cammy did do a good job, as you were hoping for him to play his life, but then you're right back to 3 dead after that, and the blender happens. You know, that 8 life advantage is now down to 2. It's now down to 1. And where you really had a strike, our chance to get like a foothold in this map, in this series, the round 1 offensive win may have disappeared. But thankfully, you had such an advantage, you still have an opportunity. There's still 46 seconds to go.
Yeah, gonna be tough now, though. Just the map all of Opt right now is Shotzi's on 4 in a row. He had a slow start, was losing some gunfights, but turns it around. Jeez. And now all the advantages we were talking about are just gone here for Boston Breach. And Optic know this, so what do? They just slow it down. They say you have 30 seconds left. You have to work this B point. Not the easiest thing to do, so good luck.
As much as we're saying, it happens to Boston Breach, you can't let that happen. Like, props to Optic for getting it done, for getting the 3 or 4 down, because I mean, you're up 8 with 2 minutes to go. You are feeling so good about your chances. And okay, hold up a second. Might have got a little more interesting. 8.2 to go. No respawns remaining for Boston Breach.
Is there a trophy? That's going to be the key here. Doesn't look like it. So Cammy and Awakening, they are scrambling.
4v4.
And that's what it is. But it's the time. It's the time right now. Cammy trying to do what he can. A great win to his teammate. Get to the point they do. Cammy and Snoopy are here. It's a 1 versus 3 for Hook.
Hook, can he do it now in the 1 versus 3? This has been a round of playmaking. Oh, God. He sees the head on one. The other right below him. 0.9 on it. Half of the tick to go. And Hook's just got to go. He's got no choice. Stun doesn't get the pop. Has to chow out. And where... I mean, that's just a game of emotional swings. Like, you are in such a good spot with your Breach. Then you're in hell as you're getting spawn killed. And then just the clutch moments down the stretch. How did Breach get that done, Joe?
Well, it's the early advantage. That's really what it is.
The fact that they even had a chance, right?
I mean, 27-19 in the lives. You had a minute 50 to work with, and that's really what you're hoping for. You wanted to get messy there in the final seconds around the B point, and I just love the patience there from Purge, right? He doesn't let you, he knows the flank is open, so he backed into that sort of box corner, just kind of waited. I mean, there's a chance if Hook finds that kill on a Cammy, maybe the stun hits, but yeah, again, just the patience there from Breach was on point.
No, but you're right. I mean, it's just you don't even have that opportunity unless you start that strong, right? If it's even a little bit more of a 50-50 type game towards the first capture, you're not in a position to make that type of play. Because usually you get like 3 waves of spawn kills. Like, it's probably over, right? Like, or you're at least not getting an offensive round victory, that's for sure. But they kept on fighting. Now we'll see if Optic can get their win, but Purge playing with some sauces. He's finding kills aggressively on the other side of the map. They're still looking for him. So Kenny is trying to deal with Purge on one side. On the other side, they're trying to deal with Shotzzy. Purge is able to win his. Hook's going to get picked up as well. And Purge is still just lurking around. He was on 4 in a row before he dropped. They're finally able to deal with that, but like due to his position and winning a fight on the other side, like you haven't really got pushed out at all if you're Optic. You have no map control.
Yeah, you had a couple of players like push up in the base, just going for spawn kills, but you had nobody on A. You can see that you don't have a tick done. The clock is already down to 35 seconds.
Well, it's 'cause, yeah, you had like 2 on their base, and then the other 2 were chasing like people in theirs. Like,
yeah, no, it's literally just like 2v2 on opposite sides of the map.
Mm.
So Boston are going to take that all day, especially now with this situation. But Optic finding kills, and now you have that player getting the objective done.
We'll see how far they can progress this. Not going to be too far as Cammy wins a nice one there onto Dashy. Kenny, though, with the double. And Shotzzy will be to lurk right over to the point. So you're looking for the minute extension. We also see the positive clocks. You don't have a lot to work with. No trophy coverage there. You're staying weak if you are Shotzzy, but you're still up inside of it halfway towards that final tick in that extra minute. Dashy's shot just a little off, trying to finish the kill, finally able to do it, and you do get that minute added on. So at 15-13 lives, advantage to Boston, a little over a minute to work with, so obviously not nearly as strong of a start as you had if you were Breach.
Yeah, and the problem is you're stuck. Yeah, the problem is you're stuck. It was the only one player left in the middle of the map. Everybody else was off spawn, Purge and Awakening in your base. And yeah, this is sort of that spawn trap we talk about on Protocol.
Well, part of it's just been like,
okay, well, that was a play.
In both rounds, just it's been Purge or it's been Snoopy. You've had these aggressive players and kept like maybe your AR second, like just guessing, trying to find people. And like, I mean, Dashy was 5 and 13 a second ago. Like he's found no success early on. Well, he hasn't been able to get comfortable. Just get to his power spots and look one direction.
This map, listen, if you're playing Reigns or whatever, you know, if you get put in a spawn trap as an AR, it is hell.
Oh yeah,
because you're running into buildings. Cammy snaps onto Hook on the flank to shut this round down.
Okay, yeah, no, you're breaking down something great there. Sorry, I got a little excited.
No, I know, he hit a beamer.
He was clipping wigs there, and he is feeling it. 5 straight for Cammy. 1 life remaining. It's all on Dashy, and he is dropped. Boston Breach. Hadn't seen him on Protocol. We're wondering what we were going to get, and so far, so good. They are bringing it to Optic in control.
No, but honestly, like, dude, you're an AR. You spawn up on both sides, and you have to run up a tiny staircase. Then once you get to the top of the staircase, it's 2 buildings that you have to clear.
Yeah.
If you get to the top of those buildings, you're in good shape, but it can be tough.
No, I just felt like I was watching like Dashy was trying to get out and on ahead of you. Like the whole time he was looking forward, he was always having to like turn around too because he's worried about like Purge getting behind or somebody maybe shooting in the back because they lost one player who got through. You just never get comfortable. Because I mean, I'm mostly pointing out because you just don't see Dashy double negative very often. So like when he is, you know he's going through it. Like he is. I'm not even trying to criticize him. It's
the map.
It doesn't happen very often. Yeah, it's the map. And well, credit to Boston Breach and how they're playing.
That's another 3 dead. They're controlling this map well. And you know, one of those things we talked about is you have that 2 weeks. You have a big break, and your weaknesses show. All right, we have to improve on control. So their practice, I'm sure, there has been so much emphasis on this game mode, and they are showing it off right now as Snoopy hit some great shots as he's leading the way with 19.
And again, it's like the same situation where like you win it on one side, and you deal with the player on the other side. They've done that efficiently, it feels like so often. And while I'm saying that, they then go 3 dead. So,
dude, that is not an easy shot from Shotzzy.
No,
you have the AR as well.
No, it is not.
Version. Yeah, you kind of saw it in the player cam there.
Well, yeah. Before I finish talking, you went from a very good position for Breach to 3 dead. Sometimes you just hit your shots, and things can turn on their head so quickly. They have 1 bit of progress done, but only 45 seconds to work with, so obviously not that insane success they had in the first round. You're still streaking right now if you are Snoopy, and you're still winning tough fights, and that'll be 3 dead now to Optic. Up the zip comes Hook. Still no work done around the objective. You do have a body here, though, in Cammy. Cammy's going to get flown at, though, and they're going to get dropped.
And really the big play is Kenny and Dashy. They're playing a little hide and go see. They're just trying to find Snoopy, and they were able to find him, right? He was number 7. He was in their base. Again, just trying to deal with those subs off spawn. And they were able to find him so he doesn't let any more damage happen over towards A.
Well, I mean, it was just a really good job. I think there were like 3 different times, and you got 3 dead. Like, if you're Breach got 3 Optic guys dead, and they weren't really able to turn into anything because Optic bounced back really quick. Just got like a big pick, got a nice double. Never able to really spawn trap them well. And we're not quite done yet, but the first point's not done. You only got 9.6 on the clock. Lives are starting to get thin, though, on either side of it. That nade is going to hit. 1 player left in it. Will that be enough to close this out? I thought he was just going to finish the point, but he takes the gunfight. I think it just gets dropped. And then okay, they got the minute. They got the minute. Yeah, I thought for a second they didn't.
Well, he doesn't say the gunfight. Dashy goes for it. He starts to contest and wins the gunfight. So
Snoopy, contesting.
Snoopy just jumps out of the window, and now Boston have a chance to win this. So able to capture A. They're looking for 2 offensive round wins on Protocol.
I thought he popped up like just right before the capture and got picked. I was like, oh god.
Yeah, no, Optic went for it due to the time. They went for it one last time, but now they're down a couple of lives. There's only 3 lives remaining. Breach looking at a 3-0 here on Protocol.
So close to getting it done. It's just going to be on Kenny and Hook now. Hook tagged up but gets away. 1 player left. It's Hook. Oh, knife up, stays up. 22 HP in a dream.
Those Awakenings off spawn.
He's a 1v3 in the last offense as well, right? This time he's going to drop as well. Boston Breach.
Damn it, boy.
I'm gonna tell you what, dude,
Protocol is dog shit, dog.
Bro, this bracket is getting to me. Like yesterday with what we had the double purple, right?
Yeah, double red.
Today the double green and white. Like, bro, I literally said something. I was like, I just said that backwards. Like, just looking at it.
I think you're good. You're all right.
Holy hell, man! Like,
a lot of green.
It is. This whole bracket's just color coded. And sometimes, dude, when you're talking fast and crazy stuff's go down, I'm like, what did I just say? But wow, you get a wild one there. Breach win it 3-0. Snoopy.
And now we still got 2 more protocols to go through.
And aggressive towards that back line.
So now we really need to win this HP.
He just had constant pressure
in search
from Boston Breach, so he could never really get to his spots. A frustrating one there, and
we gotta clutch out these H hard points in search.
Back in control and a 1-2 respawns, which is not really.
They're one round away from 3-0 in Optic. Search and destroy. Maybe 1 dashy clutch away from, this being done. So at least you have that. If you're Optic, you won that game too. But in terms of the respawns, Breach they look in control, man. They really do. It was a very close hard point, but this control, I mean, winning 2 offenses on Protocol, so impressive, and it's the way they're doing it.
I think there are a lot of people that weren't really. I know they were top 4 seed, but they're not that convinced maybe with what you were seeing out of them. Like, it's just the beginning, but then you have the break, and maybe their control game's improved, and just playing them so tight in every mode. Wonder if Breach is the real deal and a threat to some of our contenders right now. To maybe they're not going to be a top 3 or top 4 team all year, but can they make a run? Like, did they have a chance to beat the top teams? Because usually that's the big thing. We were talking about the middle of the pack, right? Like, yes, they'll go back and forth a lot of those teams, but do you have the ability to beat, your Thieves, your New Yorks over the years, your Optic? Like, can you do it? And I mean, they're showing. It looks like they can. Potential's there.
Yeah, potential is there for Boston, and I mean, just the game plan. Right, both offenses, they had the idea, get Snoopy in the attacking or defensive spawn. Purge was controlling bottom middle. The ARs were just getting on the A point, pausing the clock, and letting the subs roam.
And like, it's honestly like when you talk about what's like really impressive in this, like I don't know, we think about hard point, you think about like a 100-point club. I mean, I don't know what search is, you like 6-1, 6-0 type thing. But like control, 3-0 and 2 offenses,
wins,
like that is very impressive. I don't know what you call that. We don't really have a name for it, but it doesn't happen all that often. Like there are some maps, a handful we've had that have been like really offensive favored over the years, but like this isn't that. No. Like some of the ones we've had that are more. So that is really, really an impressive win and some great stuff there out of Boston Breach. So now you got to rethink things if you're Optic, bounce back and try to win this hard point. You had opportunity, obviously, to do that. If it weren't for the big Snoopy play, and I don't know, just a couple of key gunfights down the stretch, you maybe win the map 1 because that was, 10-point game. But now you have to do it. Try to push this a distance. We stay on Protocol the rest of the way?
Yeah.
And I just like what I'm seeing out of, like, because you think, you know, you got a lot of players here too on the Boston Breach side that have got like chips on their shoulders. You know, you think about Awakening getting down to challengers. Cammy, after being literally God on the map, has just been battling through challengers. Yeah. Purge, after I thought, you know, making a name for himself and really popping into the scene and having some really big moments, gets dropped, and well, he had to feel pretty good after that. Vegas team fell apart, but still, a chip goes on your shoulder. Snoopy, I'm not really sure what the chip is. Like, I mean, I'm sure he has one in some degree.
Still wants
but
to prove it.
Yeah, he's just a young player that wants to prove himself. But I think for the other three, like, you just got a massive, it's not a chip, just a block on your shoulder. You're trying to show what you can do.
Well, it's been a rebuild process, obviously, for Boston. All the roster changes last year, everything that went along with it, but they found this core four. And even through a new title.
Yeah, you were surprised. That doesn't happen all that often where it's like.
No, that's a trust from an organization. This normally doesn't happen, right? Like, they normally play the market. You play for a young team, and they said this is the four. We're going to stick with it. See how it goes.
Yeah, I'd be curious to talk to one of the guys and see like how it came together, why they were so confident this would work. It's not like they had some insane success at the end of the year. It's not like they went out and won EWC or something like that, you know. But yeah, they stuck with it, and so far. Looking good. I mean, who knows? It might not be the same team a month from now. I don't know. But, like, right now, I'm loving what I'm seeing out of this young crew.
Yeah, I mean, two maps could happen, and we can just be saying they have more work to do.
Yeah, I mean, I still think regardless they do, but I think it's easy to kind of gasp and feel good for them just based on what's happened to these players the last couple of years and also just the Boston Breach organization. Like, it's kind of a feel-good story, at least so far, unless you're an Optic fan right now.
Yeah, and then, well, for Optic, maybe that motivates them, gets them going a bit. There's a nice start there. Kenny onto that P1 time, starting to earn some time. Burge is able to find one, but Shotzi trying to get lost. So after a nice opening there from Optic, Boston respond.
And that is something I feel like they've done just a pretty good job with in general. We talked about the map 1, like not letting Shotzi kind of take over the map at times. They didn't really let him do the map 3. Map 1, for the most part, there were a couple streaky moments, but usually if he got behind enemy lines, they were good at picking it up, which makes they're calling names well and calming well. I think. I'm not listening to their comms, but it seems like that, right?
Yeah, 100%. Considering, I mean, yeah, the respawn stats that Shotzi's been putting up.
He's not doing it in this series, right?
Yeah,
and it could just be an off series from him, but I think it is what Breach is doing to try and make sure he can't just isolate and pick apart the team. Or they're isolating him, yeah, and making sure he can't. Shotzi tries to pop up. Not going to find success there, but the rest of the team does as they all find kills. And with 40 seconds left, you get back into this point. Fastball there at a hoop. But he'll just continue to hold, calm to the squad. Really, this one player really applying pressure here. Maybe it's about to be two towards this for the final 30 seconds or so. Shotzi able to stay up, win 2 big ones, keep securing this time where I thought he was, but Snoopy's actually able to get the angle from bottom, but thankfully you've got another body here, and Dashy's able to snap onto the next. So this turns into a very successful hard point. Now, what do you see on the hard point, or what do you see in the minimap now with 10 seconds
25,
left?
30 seconds on Boston, we're already thinking about flipping, right? They did just that, and they were controlling the middle of the map. That's when you saw Shotzi get taken down, but then Dashy wins 2 big ones. I thought flip the map again as he spawned 2 players out, but immediately after that, that is when Boston Breach, they do get P3 control, because, yeah, there was a chance there. You saw it from Optic. They flew out of P2. We're trying to fly up cliffside and get to the hill.
And
Boston do a good job.
And Dashy should be able to get there for free, right? Like, he should not just be able to walk up outer cat, flank him behind, just get the guy laying the hard point. And I know there was like a gunfight going down the back, but like, that just looked too free, like wide open, right? He just sort of waltzed on in. I mean, I know you regain control here if you're Boston Breach, but the guy in the hard point had to be like, guys, what the hell?
Yeah, there's someone back there.
Snoopy with 2, Cammy with nearly 2.
It's a big kill as well for Tenny because he actually splits the spawns. So that'll make this P3 a little bit messy, but there's only 15 seconds left, and Snoopy and Awakening, they're just going to rotate, but there's only 2 players here, so Optic didn't have a chance to break this.
Nice, Shotzi.
Shotzi with a great slide, hits the shots, throws the stun, he has the info. And there we go.
Nice, Chase Kenny.
And he wins the one he needs to first, right? Because Wake's got an AR then. He's able to stun him up and take his time with a second. You still get people here quickly, and it's a big double from Snoopy. So the play from Shotzi, answered by Snoopy. Still a mess around the point. Which way will it go? The way of Snoopy. 12-6, 3 in a row. Lead change incoming.
Well, Cammy running an extra sub as well. And Kenny going to respond with one of his own. Well, now it's just a 1 versus 2. We talk about this being a money hill, but this has not been. Both teams just trading back and forth.
Well, this is what it looks like when no one actually gets a setup, right? Like, it's just been gunfights since the go, and it's mostly been like 2 for 2 over and over again. You haven't really had that clearance. That might be the final little skirmish, so there's not a whole lot of time left. I say that, and then 2 more are going to hit it, so they want to battle for these final 10 or so seconds. They'll get that. Now we'll get ready to go deeper into our hard points. Statistically, Dashy bouncing back after a tough map 3. He's had a great series really outside of that control. Asserting his dominance now getting this one, but a 2-point advantage right now for Boston. The shots, he gets one flying out the window, and we get back to mid-map.
Yeah, very similar to map number 1.
Shooting.
Just pretty much tied game after that first rotation. Now Optic starting to get going. Have P1 control. Know exactly where they're spawning. Have Dashy looking over the hill, and again, he's just having another map. Yeah, 16 and 7 from him.
No, he is on a heater. They're going to need to slow him down, especially when like you kind of get the dud out of Wake. Dashy's put on a map like this. I just feel like the more Dashy starts to win like fights, the more it just frees everybody else up to do what they want. You let Shotzzy get into his spots. Let Hook go crazy. Game becomes a lot easier when he's winning all his gunfights. He's doing that right now at 18 and 7. Streak is now up to 5.
That's like 40, 45 seconds, I want to say, on this P1. So a great P1 on Optic.
P2, they were, I think, about 50 last time, right around that ballpark. There was a bit of a contest, but I think that was it. It did not last long. So you want to do a lot better this time if you're Boston Breach. And, well, I think already it's been better, but can you turn this into a lot of time to answer back? Is nice shots there out of Ken and stays up after the nade connects. And things fall apart with the opening hold from Breach. It is knock on well at P2. Started okay for the opening 20. That's just too easy then from Optic.
Yeah, he wasn't involved in the fight, but Hook, he goes on a long route through the middle of the map and flips the spawns. But now it's in a little bit wonky. You see 5 and 6. Tammy actually spawned on that side of the map, so it's a little bit split. And now this is a chance. 20 seconds left. Boston were doing this last time. They let Optic just kind of get on through. Hook does get spotted by by Tammy. Now he's gonna wait for his teammates and able to win that gunfight. Maybe freeze them up so he can get across the map towards this P3.
Yeah, these will be some big gunfights because you're gonna have like a 2-on-2 here for a second. Well, kind of a 2-on-2 on both sides of this. As 2 players spawn out from Boston Breach and they try to trek across the map. Can they pinch this together, or can you just win it from the back line? So far in the back line, you've done well, and then you just hit the grapple and you're able to smoke one there. You still have 2 players, about to be 3 players close for Optic as they push forward through the front. Can't win the gunfight at the back, though. Still have the safe spawn if you're Boston Breach. So far, so good.
That's a huge win out of Awakening, right? We've kind of talked about his... You know, he's starting to pick it up right there, but Snoopy was off spawn. So I think if Food wins that, there would have been a split spawn. This could have got real hairy, and it still does, because Optic behind Shotzzy right onto the hill.
Yeah, they were just kind of spawning close up front, kept funneling it, and eventually they sort of believed their way in. Didn't really rely on a back spawn, just kind of forced their way through the front. So what, up just over 30? And now this was one of the mixier points we had, well, like on the year, really, for this particular hard point. We'll see if it's a bit cleaner this time. Remember, Shotzzy made the play. He came down and got 2 to open things up last time around.
I mean, Optic, they break this, that might ice the map.
That might, yeah. This could be a big one. I thought Dashy had that win. Snoopy, 2 HP, just able to win it. My God.
The stun hit, so he's still weak. He's still weak because the stun hit, and there is the break from Optic.
Again, they're able to get through, and that might ice the map. You might be absolutely correct. Still 40 seconds to go here, but you just don't have the same kind of pressure right now if you're Boston Breach trying to get in on this. Kenny trying to spot for info. And Kenny does more than spot for info. He's able to get 2, maybe even 3. Nope, his teammates will rally through, and that'll be all 4. They're going to get dropped. So it'll be about, what, 70 or so you're going to be up after this. Boston Breach are going to have to be spectacular through these next couple of points. But Kenny is taking over in some big moments here.
Yeah, he's another player. If there's 3 subs, he has no problem running that 3rd sub. Can do it all. Has done it all his entire career. But, I mean, it could be worse if you're Boston only down 60. You have P1 control. They're going to have to do what Optic did last rotation.
Yeah, you're saying, could ice it? I mean, it's still doable. It's still doable. Obviously, not as a good a position you could have been, but you're winning some massive fights there, and that's a triple again. I think it's his 3rd triple of this map 4. And that's going to turn into probably at least a good 15 clean seconds. I thought so. Until Purge gets zapped out of the point. And Dashy gets another one. He's approaching 30 again in a respawn. 26 and 18 out of him. We're watching Shotzi's route right now. He's dipping, diving, dancing. And as he gets in behind enemy lines, frees up his teammates in the front, and they shut it down around the point. 20 or so seconds left here. They get a crew.
And that's just what he does. But obviously, as soon as you get a player top zip,
Kenny,
on that side of the map, everybody has to turn. Maybe the nades are hitting, but now Optic in control. And as you said, Kenny, he has a triple, doing it with the AR, doing it with the sub. That's 2 5 sprees in a row from Big Ken.
Yeah, he goes 10-1 over this stretch, and this stretch is where they've really found some separation. So big plays from Ken. Dash has been leading the way throughout the course of this from a slang standpoint. They've been mostly good here at P2 and a chance to close it out here with 14 points needed, but they'll go 3 dead. They'll go 4 dead. Breach with another late chance. And it's like you're still just in striking distance. Like, it's going to be tough, but you're close enough that you could potentially rally. You get these final 30 seconds, you're only down 20 or so, and that was a chow. That was a questionable one.
I mean, those were the ones early on in this match he was winning.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just not the easiest gunfight there from Purge. And now Hook with an insane double to get them on the hill. And that is going to be a break and 4 dead. And they can win it here to send us to a game 5.
Wait, needed to win that one? I'm not sure it would have mattered, but he needed to win that one. And they have the time in this hard point. They'll close it out. We're going the whole way to a map 5. These teams have met up twice.
Let's go, baby.
It's gone to a map 5 both times. Last time, Breach won both Search and Destroys. Optic won the map 2. They've got a chance to get a little revenge there. Win both Search and Destroys. Show their improvement in that mode. But, I mean, Dashy was a consistent factor. And, I mean, Kenny was just great late.
Getting cold in the house.
I think, honestly, the way this scoreboard ends up, I think they all end up positive. I'm pretty sure just the slang got really one-sided the back half of that map. Once you got to that second set in that P1 where they got 50 seconds, it started to get real ugly for Boston Breach. Just not a great map again in a hard point for Awakening. He finishes at 14 and 28.
Nah, he's had a tough series.
And I think, like Boston, again, there were chances throughout that. Like, you think a couple of the P4s, just some... You saw what they were trying to do on the minimap to set themselves up. But, yeah, we're playing COD. Sometimes you just got to win a couple of more gunfights.
No, and that
this time they weren't.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said it, even though they ended up winning the map 3, like, there were a couple times where, like, it'd be, like, 2 or 3 down. You made a good play for your breach, and they just all got smoked. I'm like, well, yeah, you just get guns sometimes. Like, that was, like, a full map of it. It felt like just you were in good position. Sometimes you had, like, the rotation, and then Optic would just smoke you off the map. The P4s were interesting.
Not the cleanest one.
No, like, and well, I mean, what, the first one, Shotzi gets 2 and breaks it up. Then the last one, what, the stun hitting Snoopy to be massive because he couldn't heal. Like, both of those, you had not like the ideal setup if you were Breach, but you had a chance to turn that into time, and you usually do. They just, great plays from Optic, great stun, and they didn't get like anything.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't have a trophy, so
yeah, no,
that hurts you.
That'll be the case.
Yeah,
field upgrades. Hey guys, we're gonna continue on. We're gonna get ready to go to map 5. It's gonna be a very, very sexy time. Don't go anywhere. Tweet the stream. Tell your friends, families, and your pets, and your sexual partners. See you soon.
Fucking baby, it's so stupid, bro. Friends, your families, your sexual partners.
Is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Do you agree with Smokes not being in respawn? I do personally, yeah. You do personally?
I do too.
I think it would make the viewing experience worse. What did I just see on my screen? Who was that guy? Did you see that? No. What was that guy? I don't know. Welcome to the citizens over there on YouTube. There was some random guy, like, see how they have the quad box? Like, there was some random guy just like in the all 4 boxes, and he looked like he was going crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Hex is claiming this is going to be the best champs ever. Well, for these two, it absolutely was. Just a moment ago in the venue, the green wall and the rest of the venue, of course, giving the congratulations to that lucky couple. Heck of a way to set a proposal up, I'll say. What a fantastic weekend, man. Like, it's all about the love, man. Congratulations to both of them. You know,
4v1, I think it was, the clutch, something like that. And we were just, you know, playing the round out, and I hear, oh, cat, you know, he's pushing at him, thinking, oh, he's dead, okay, so let's play it nice. And then I just hear a roar behind me, an absolute roar. And then he's like, watch it. And then the kill cam wasn't running, so I was doing the roll the tape, I want to see this. And luckily, it came up, and yeah, he's blown him away, and left a bit of a little doo-doo in his pants, I think.
Hello and welcome back. We continue with day 2 of Minor 1. We've got so much incredible CDL action to come to you this year. We're just getting started, folks. It's the beginning of this damn year, and we hope you're having a happy new year. We've got a wild one here between Optic Texas and Boston Breach. One team moves on tomorrow. One team goes to bed sad. And it comes down to this map 5. We're staying on protocol. We saw Optic there yesterday against Falcons. We have not seen Breach there yet, but we hadn't seen Breach on Control on Protocol, and they look damn good. I know it's very different, but like it's one of those things. Like you say, we haven't seen them, they haven't played it. We don't know. It might be.
Well, yeah, just because we just saw him yesterday, there's a little bit of VOD prep going into this for Boston Breach,
True.
and you can try to hard counter Optic.
That was a weird one though. Like,
yeah, I know there were some team nades.
Is that the one that had like 3 different like double team nades or whatever? Like, one was like throwing it back. The one we don't even know what happened. Yeah, it was a weird one.
It's a weird match.
Yeah, it certainly was. But this will decide it. I mean, outside of the map 3, which was a really, really good victory for Boston Breach, it's been a tight series. I mean, yeah, 250 to 190. I mean, Optic were controlling most of it, but like you stayed within 50 to 60. Like it was still a battle for the most part. It's been a hotly contested series. We'll see what the Search and Destroy has in roll for us. And remember, Breach beat them to start the year, and they did it by winning map 2 and 5. But since then, Optic Texas are on 6 straight Search wins. This would be for 7 in a row, trying to get that S&D dialed in.
And this is what Shotzi was doing a good amount yesterday, just going through the middle of the map, controlling top middle. Purge is hoping to find one there. Instead, though, there's 2 players to challenge. He ends up getting caught.
Yeah, the timing looked insane when we were first on Shotzi's POV, and then they hopped off for a second. I was like, what happened? And then, well, I guess Purge gets dropped. First, I thought he was going to have a freebie, like when we swapped off. Snoopy, good luck with that
wrong
fight.
Gun, yeah.
Yeah, wrong gun, and no longer has a head on his shoulders. Shotzi's stairwell. We've got Shotzi's hole on vault. There's lots of Shotzi things.
I think they were just shooting through the door because, yeah, he played that corner every single time yesterday. Now he's going to switch it up and at least just finds one. Awakening, though, does bring it back. 1 versus 2, but still very tough situation. 25 seconds to defuse this bomb.
Yeah, I mean, this was him in map 2. How many 1v3s did he have where he just didn't really feel like he had a chance? And he's just trying to go. You can see he's playing kind of frantic because he has to go. He's shooting though right now, down to a 1 versus 1, but time just the issue. Nothing he's going to be able to do. He'll get dropped. Some nice shooting there, and big 3 kills for Wake, but none of them mattering.
Yeah, and just straight repositioning there from Ken. Just wastes a lot of his time, forces him to have to take that next gunfight, and Ken just knows, yeah, 9 seconds left. Plus he's weak. Well, so you get the 1 kill on a Snoopy, the second right there, shut the round down.
Elite, maybe that'll be a moment for Wake though, like in the sense, you look back to that too. Yeah, he like, in those 1v3s, he wasn't able to do anything. He's like ended up getting dropped for the most part. There, at least, I don't know, got a little confidence going, like fried 3 of them, had a chance to maybe make a play, because he just, I don't want to say he's not shooting with confidence, but he's kind of got beat up a little bit in this series statistically.
Well, hard points are ugly for
him. Yeah, they are, they really are. So maybe that just, I don't know, helps you a little bit. You just win some fights.
start believing in yourself a little bit, or it turns into nothing. We'll find out. Cammy takes a long-range one, not the guy you want to fight in that position. It's Dashy, it's able to take it. Purge, though, right back to work. He was terrific. Remember the map 2 they lost? He was 12-5. Had 3 or 4 first bloods to go with that as well. See if Purge can leave that same impact here. Right now, you're trying to dodge the nade. Caster occurs Purge as he gets smoked on the hop-up.
Yeah, nade hit. We just went to it right from that cam. Saw that nade perfectly placed by Optic, and he hops up weak. Bomb is being planted, though, 2 versus 2.
And Wake's going to reposition as he grapples up. And it's Dashy just winning a big one-on-one again. He had the first blood on the Cammy, right? And he wins that long-range one as well. Dashy has been brilliant over the course of this series outside of the map 3. It's going to be on Snoopy to make a play. Do they read the route? Here we go. Drops down, wins one. Looking for it, spots it. Oh, maybe needs one more bullet, but it's Ken with the ice and a 4-0 start. Optic take a 2-0 edge.
And he just doesn't know if he's on it, right? So he's trying to find a visual angle to see. I mean, maybe there's a second left for Ken if he's hopped that defuse, but Kenny does get off of it, and then, yeah, he snaps as he's 4-0. Big round right there from Ken.
It's like, dude, I thought like that little, you know, the little bounce you get on your reticle when you jump down, like I thought it almost, I was about to headshot cheese the hell out of him. Like I thought it just centered on his forehead for a second and Ken was gonna get evaporated, but he could have needed much more, maybe another bullet or so.
I think he needed one more.
But Ken clutches up. I mean, that's back-to-back rounds where it's almost a brilliant clutch. Or almost a big clutch, like Wake had a chance, Snoopy there with a chance. Shotzzy with the opener. Purge was so good at that map too. You want to stop that from happening, and he's able to do it. But after the mix there, it's a 2v2 and into a quick plant. And I like this. We have a lot of these little skirmishes now. We'll see how this one plays out.
Just both teams going for it. Kimmy nade in hand. I think messes it up, and yeah, absolutely did mess it up. Yeah. Hold on now. Awakening 1v1.
Oh, he just chows that weak. Are you kidding me?
He's still
this
going.
guy's a psycho.
There was plenty of time left, right?
I thought so.
Yeah, no.
Honestly, I was so flabbergasted from the nade thing, I stopped paying attention to everything else. I just had my hands on my face.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that. I mean, I don't know if like
just the way, I just love the way you said, I think Cammy missed the nade.
Yeah. He missed it.
And then, yeah, I thought Wake, like, had all the time in the world. And yeah, I get, like, the first chow, like, you're thinking, I'll catch him, he's not going to get a chow. I guess if both you're thinking that, like, I'm going to catch him, he's not going to
Yeah,
expect
it's
the chow.
one of those things where
like,
you just don't want him to get lost, right? Because the zip line's
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
If he gets up the zip line, he can go top mid.
Yeah.
He can come back down. Your chances of probably winning that are a
you're
lot
right,
less.
you're right.
But
It just looks insane, but, like, I get it. Like, yeah, you don't want to lose him.
same
Just
time,
try to gun him, but it's also dashy. Like,
yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah. 3-0 start for Optic now. Some wild rounds, but a 3-0 start. Awakening his vengeance here with the first blood. And you love to see that. You love to get a first. Purge just had some wild timing.
Ooh.
Yeah. Some of the openings of this round, that one works out in his favor. I mean, back to the round one, I think him and Shotzzy cross paths. Snoopy still dancing here at gun, and he's going to get dropped. Kenny trying to get out like a thief here. He's got to worry about everywhere, though. Top window, bottom window, top middle. Purge is able to get another one. And Boston Breach getting much needed round. They needed a first blood. They needed a round desperately. And, well, it's the first time it doesn't come down to like a little 2v2 or a 1v1 or just kind of a clean round for him.
Yeah, Shotzzy just takes the risk. You know, you just never know with the zipline timings. He's had some ridiculous clips with it, and unfortunately, Awakening just piece it.
I mean, that's Call of Duty sometimes in a nutshell. Like you can be the best player in the world, you can know everything. It's still a game of timing sometimes. Just a half second. Well, we've seen a couple crazy timings already in this one, and it can happen. You get through, you make the play, you kill 3. You get caught, you look like an idiot. Purge on 3 straight now. He's up to 5.
We're all down here.
And he's got, the entire...
Snoopy might be able to watch his zip line as well if they come back up, but they don't come back up, so they're all still down there is Optic. He's thinking someone's going to come back, but they don't. They stayed.
I mean, main thing, at least for Purge stays alive. He's able to reposition and
now they can try and take the fight together as a unit, but it's just like a hard point break now. So difficult to do. Kenny gets the first. Purge now out of it. Snoopy and Awakening, they'll hold up a second. They're able to win some. Kenny gets an awkward slide across between 3 players. It's all on Dashy, and he's going to drop, and the crazy break comes in. Beautiful retake there from Breach. I thought if their Purge dropped first, they're in a pretty good spot.
Well, you saw all the nades fly in, and that's really what it is. Just sort of nade economy. What do you have left? If you have some pre-nades middle of the map, if you don't save them for that, then that is, it's impossible to break. But yeah, you just saw the repositioning for Optic. They were weak. The slides on in a couple of bullets, and that's the difference.
And we'll take a look at it now from a different angle.
Yeah, there was a nade back left, and you see, Ken then just has to reposition.
Well, first I thought Ken was sliding to like Chow right, and he might have got a kill, but he's thinking right, left. He's just thinking everything, and
my teammates died,
and ends up looking at almost nothing like as he goes through, unfortunately. But yeah, no, that was a good view of just the panic it turns into. Like Ken's just, ugh! But back-to-back rounds now for Breach. They were getting kind of smoked, and look who's having a map now. I mean, I know Awakening had some kind of meaningless kills, at least that first round, like 3 of them, but he still kept it going. He's at 7-3, leading the lobby right now.
That's a big kill. I mean, Purge gets spotted, so he ended up getting taken down. But if Shotzi maybe gets a clean kill, then gets away, there's an advantage for Optic, but we're in another 2-on-2. They're not going to plant yet. Maybe trying to catch an Optic player on a rotation. And that will be Kenny. But yeah, they don't plant the bomb, and now Kenny's going to spot both.
Nice shots from Ken. And now Awakening just because when's the player coming from behind, buys enough time.
Shit.
The flank comes in, and is that one where you're just like, can you just plant the damn bomb? Or what do you think?
Yeah, they should have planted.
I know you've always just sort of been that guy, like get the bomb down. But it's like you don't want to be caught at 1v2 because you're planting.
I mean, listen, I'm not saying my way is correct, but you have all this effort to work an objective, and then you get to the objective, and then you abandon the objective. I don't know.
Is it just overthinking it, kind of?
Maybe. I mean, maybe, again, they're just trying to switch up the timings, try to catch Optic. I mean, those have not necessarily gone their way, the 2v2 skirmishes. So
True.
Maybe just trying to switch it up. But my philosophy's always just sort of been like, yeah, you're going to do all this effort to work a bomb site. You
Plant the bomb.
Plant the bomb. But everyone's a little different.
Well, it doesn't work out there as they just end up in a horrible position. Awakening continues the nice one, though. As he gets the first blood, Snoopy then a big double there, and while this round is done before it starts, I don't want to count Shotzi out exactly, but it's going to be a tough one. 1v4. We saw what Simp pull off an insane 1v4 yesterday. Well, don't think it's happening here. Back to the grapple, back to the respawn. Well, back to the next round.
Yeah, I mean, props to Boston. They're staying alive in this. A lot of the clutches, 2v2s have not gone their way, but Snoopy with a great route through the middle of the map. Seen this from like Shotzi's POV, just able to find that Tommy on the flank.
No, it just feels, like Optic have had a real chance to bury them here, right? Like you go up 3-0, a chance to put them away, but they just will not go away. I mean, how we've been talking about Rocker this week, like just always fighting in every game, every series. Breach trying to do it right now against this Optic Texas team, at least within this map 5. Okay, they tie it up at 4-4. Kenny, 8 on one side, Awakening 8 on the other. Kill leaders for now. Thanks, Snoopy took that fight once and lost it. Not going to do it here. Purge with the first blood. Purge insta-traded again. I mean, he's been effective early, but they've usually been able to deal with him shortly after that first kill.
Yeah, Awakening gets a little lucky there. Kenny misses an 8, or he would have got taken down. He was like 9 HP. But this opens up the B bomb site. So while Purge got a kill bottom middle, Awakening is over towards the A site. The other 2 players from Boston are able to find one and then plant B.
Now you got chopper control. You've got mid control. You're in a great spot. I mean, someone Optics have to win an insane gunfight here. Kenny has had a couple peelers. And there you get some team shots in with Hook. So you put it into a 2 versus 2 now. And now you don't have a great angle onto the bomb because you don't have a player at chopper. So the pressure flips a little bit here to Boston Breach. But on the other side, you don't have time. But this is why you're able to top this. No one's got the angle. They've got to make a player forward. As soon as the chopper player dies, you're in trouble. But Snoopy wins it. They're going.
Nice, Kenny.
Gets through and Optic get the 5th round in. And that's a painful one, I think, if you're Breach.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of nailed it. The player helicopter died. So you had no angle on the bomb. And then they were just weak. Like, Awakening stepped up to P1. He gets shot a couple of times. And Snoopy is just hoping to find a timing through middle of the map. but he doesn't want to get caught sprinting. So yeah, Ken's just like, I
love
trust
that.
you.
Yeah, no, I mean, as soon as he died chopper, I'm like, hop the bomb. Like, they got work to do to get to you. They got to get a kill and get through. And they did it pretty quickly, but he insta-hopped, and that round might be the difference. 5-3 not Optic. One more to win this best of 5 and move on to Sunday here at our first minor. Trying to get a little extra cash on the week if they can win this whole thing. Looking to do it here on attack with the closer. Kenny's been terrific as he's looking to get to double digits and maybe have another icy moment to his resume. Wake, he has stepped it up, and he's able to get another first blood. Snoopy there is these Boston Breach guys just will not go away.
It's actually a really good round call there by Boston. They played that the way they wanted to, right?
2v3.
Fell for it. You had all 4 players on that side of the map just kind of waiting for that push to happen. They were making sure they weren't working B. They were watching Cliffside, and yeah, they were just like, Spiral is open. They can go through the middle of the map, and yeah, Snoopy was waiting.
Well, Shotzi gets 1, so it kind of gives him at least maybe a chance here to clutch up in something. Not a lot of time. That's a crazy win, though. Purge, though, gets 1. Maybe bails Breach out. I don't know how the hell he wins that. 10 seconds now to go. They're both going to be their best.
Wrong gun. Fuck.
Nice round for Boston Breach. You like what they did early in that.
Yeah, I mean,
good.
A nice little play call there, right? Just
Okay.
Yeah, just
We're not round 11 yet.
What's open, what isn't open, what do we allow them to do? They were pretty much saying plan A. If you want to, we're going to play near our base, not really go for any crazy risk middle of the map, and it pays off.
And Purge, again, terrific. He's at 9 and 6. He had 12 and 5 in the map 2 as well. He's been so good in these searches. Can they clutch up in this? We went, to round 11 in the map 2? Are we going to go the whole way here? Optic have had their chances to put him away in this map 5. Here's another opportunity to do it. Match point. Snoopy, though, a little stretch he's had. 5 straight from him at 9 and 5. First blood, though, it's Dashy. He wins that outer fight again. He did it, just 3 rounds ago.
Purge is here, though. Purge is working through the middle of the map. He doesn't drop off, but he's able to turn this into a 3-on-3.
Oh, he spotted. Oh, my God, he doesn't see him. And
nice. 1v3.
His 5th 1v3 opportunity, I feel like, of this series. He nearly did it, round 1.
Where's Bomb at? It looks like Shotzi's right near it.
Now this became real doable. This became real doable.
Okay, I thought Bomb was down low, but it's actually in the house, so he could potentially pick this up and maybe work B.
Down to a 1 versus 2 now. Wake has had a real tough series, but you can brush a lot of that off. He clutches this up. He's just thinking, can I get another pick on these guys? He's got eyes on both. He gets another pick. They're just giving him freebies. Oh my
nice,
God,
Kenny.
He had it. He needed 1 more bullet.
Let's go, baby.
1 more bullet, and Wake pulls it off. Holy shit.
That was close.
Yeah. Let's fucking go, baby.
And Ken says...
They were trying to let him clutch that. Like, what?
Ken says, don't worry, I got this. He clutches some big one-on-ones. One-on-ones. He diffuses that bomb.
Yeah.
All the big plays right there. Ken says... He's been getting some flack from some idiots. He's like, don't worry, I'm good.
Yeah, I just be looking at the guys like, boys, like, come on. Wow, nearly. I mean, Wake almost pulled off 2 1v3s in that. Some crazy rounds. A hell of a series. We've had 2 bangers to start off this Saturday. But Optic get their revenge. They lost it in 5. Week 1 here in the minor, they're able to take out Breach. They win both search and destroys. The search streak up to 7 now.
And that's like the first game where like Dashy's looked, just not had his really pop off moment. But
yeah, really. Well, the search in the map 3. I mean, he was really good in the hard points in the map 2, right? But
yeah, but then guess who? Ken steps up.
1,500 damage out of him. Yeah. A massive map there from Ken. And well, to be fair, like,
let's go, baby. Moving on to Sunday.
I think all 2 or 3 of those were first bloods, though. He got those picks on Cammy out, or he was just taking those one-on-ones.
On to a fucking Sunday, dude.
Big one-on-one wins to get first bloods, but that was about it. And but yeah, no, some pedestrian numbers from Dashy, at least in 2 of the maps. Like, I kind of got fried, but wow. I mean, honestly, it's a fun as hell series. Yeah. And like Breach looking like the real deal, like a team that's going to maybe have potential to. I'm not saying these are going to be tournament champions, but can they make it to a top 4? Can they make a run and maybe beat a top team or have an upset at a tournament? Why the hell not?
Fact is, they weren't doing this last year.
No, they sure as hell weren't.
No,
they weren't winning at all, Joe.
Yeah.
It has been good. We're going to go to the desk now.
We're here. Welcome in, everybody. Optic gets the dub. It takes, what was that, 21 rounds of search and destroy, but what's happening here with Boston and Optic? Why is this such a close series every single time?
It feels like it's just the SMGs going at it. It feels like a 2v2 throughout the entirety of this series, but then it was Kenny that was the difference maker. I literally talked about it as soon as we came back from map 2. Map 3, we're gonna pretend like didn't happen, but 4 and 5, he really showed up to the green wall.
We had a big microscope on Kenny today. Yeah. He lives up to the hype in the final game. Awakening, by the way, no awakening through the first 4 games. He comes alive, leads the lobby in damage in this game 5.
Yeah, you know, at the same time, not to be too hard on Awakening, but, you know, I kind of was hard focused him a little bit. Dude, he's just losing some big ones. Yeah. Search and destroy a lot of the times. Like, almost clutching these huge rounds. And even at the end there, like, he's just challenging everything. When you watch him, like, you love it because he has such an incredible shot. But, like, in that moment, he had time to run over to B. And that's not like, it was like that in every single one of his clutches. Like, pulling out the pistol, just challenging. You think back to the map 2 and that 1v1 versus Kenny, the same exact story. Or when Dashy kills him. So something to adjust from personal play style. But when you talk about Boston, like, they look good throughout the series. I mean, the protocol control just kind of ran through them. SMGs were going wild. And we get to this game 5 where it's like they're in a great spot and then Purge just gets picked from up top, didn't see the player down low. So you're playing a world championship squad. It's going to be tough. I think if you're Boston, you feel pretty good about how you fared.
Ali, I think I have a little PTSD from last year. I can't believe that Boston is as good as they're actually playing up to this point. A squad that has been retooled for EWC. That is the starting lineup they bring into 2025. And so far, looking strong, but not enough to get to our Final Four.
But what's funny, though, is like even last year when they didn't have this roster, they were also a team kind of being Optic Texas boogeyman. So it's funny it's followed them into this year, but I have a feeling this is going to be a battle that we're going to all enjoy watching all season long. Even though we do say goodbye to Boston Breach in this lineup.
We got to get this guy a mental coach. Purge, you had a fantastic start. You had a fantastic finish. Unfortunately, your team is going to hold the L in both of those search and destroys. He had double digits in both searches.
I know, man, and it's just one of those series like where all the clutches went to the side of Optic on both of the search and destroys. So I could see why he's super frustrated, but keep your head up high because that team's good.
One man who knows that there will be waves, and right now he's riding high. We have Hook joining us live. Hook, first and foremost, tell me about the haircut. Looks good.
Yeah, I chopped it. 3 years of hair gone.
How's it feel now when you game? Your ears feel like light?
Yeah, nah, my head is like way lighter. Nice.
Congratulations on the win and the haircut. I want to kind of bring us back just to map number 2, just because S&D obviously wins championships, and you guys are kind of on the back foot the majority of that map number 2. What was the change? What kind of gave you guys the momentum and the adjustment to push you through that map number 2 hacienda?
Just the mid-game adjustments. We understood like what they were doing after a few rounds. It's a new map, so once we adjusted, it was it was good for us.
It's easy once you understood what they were doing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Hook, talk to me about this matchup. They've given you guys some problems, beat you guys in the first match. Obviously, you weren't a part of that, but even in this one, super close and throughout this series, and we go to a round 11, then we go to a round 10. So why are they giving you guys so much trouble?
Honestly, I don't know. But, I mean, they played a good match. I feel like, yeah, they honestly just played a good match. I'm honestly not sure why they're playing so good, but I'll have to look back at the VOD. I'll have to go look back at the VOD and see what the fuck was going on, but, yeah.
I'm sure there's a ton to digest in the moment. Hook, can I ask you a little bit about you personally? I love the people on one side of the spectrum or the other. You have the super hype guys like Claser, who's always celebrating. And then there's someone like you who can just come into every match with a stone face. How do you stay so calm? And do you ever feel that anxiety mid-game?
Oh, absolutely. I don't know. I feel like I don't have a full answer for you, but I feel like that's just the way I've always been, and it's just at this point, it's who I am, I guess. I don't know.
It's your identity for sure. Cool, Hook, getting it done once again for Optic. We'll see you in the Final Four.
Preach. Peace.
Later, buddy.
Mars, bro.
Right? I'll join him one day. Can't wait. In the meantime, though, we've got to update everything, and we had some fantastic Scuff play of the days earlier. So let's take a look right now at your bracket and show you that we have 2 teams, and you might not have that team at the bottom on your predicted bracket. Rocker are in, Optic are in. The question is, will any other upsets occur? Can Cloud9 beat Carolina? Will FaZe come alive and beat LA Thieves? We still have 2 more matches to go.
How is it going to respond with you? Like, I don't even know if it would even be an upset at this point because Cloud9, the roster that they have, technically should be better than they are. So I'm excited to see who ends up in our top 4.
We're going to blue next. Royal Ravens versus Cloud9 New York when we come back.
Oh, so it's Ravens and Cloud9 next. Okay. And so this ain't even FaZe and Thieves for last then.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Come the Thieves, they cannot afford this to slip now, and there is snaking going on. Octane and Envoy have broken through. Finds the second 1v1, and it's placed up, looking for the last, and it's 10 seconds, 10 points, the comeback of the CDL year. Can they do it? The Thieves are moving, but they are moving into the kill feed, and Legion have just made the greatest comeback in Hardpoint you will ever see.
And this weekend, we will find out which team will take the largest portion of that $1 million prize pool and etch their names into Call of Duty history forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, live from Las Vegas, the World Series of Warzone Global Final.
All right.
I look at it, it's guaranteed. Well, actually, talk about things that are easy to do. If you're having the knife holding, that's unstoppable.
Might, the whole team might. I think they are. They're going to get a quick bit of a workout in. Come on, Vico, get up there, son. They're going to get a workout in here in round 1. There we go, team. Up we go. Oh, Vico, for God's sake, he's choking on main.
God, dude.
Talking tough, but they won't get up in that field. ARPs and 223s get hit up in your grill. Iron on me like I'm Tony, like an orange eye pill. Come and get your shorty, cause she tryna cop a feel. She know look chaotic, keep it hot before the deal. And you steady talking out your neck, it's never real. So I say not for real. So I say not for real. Not for real. Yeah.
If you're talking to your accountant, he might tell you the Carolina Royal Ravens are the best team in the game. Statistically, they are #1 seed. They are 4-0. And since bringing Slasher onto the squad, they're playing with a whole new level of confidence, Nameless.
Yeah, they've been unbelievable. And Slasher has numbers to back it up. He's putting down the most damage on his team in Hardpoint and Gwyn on his second year. Unbelievable so far. Hardpoint, their best game mode, and they beat these guys a couple weeks back before the break, so they're feeling comfortable.
Ali, yesterday you were telling me this guy, Gwyn, has a chance of earning MVP honors in his second year. Let's take a look at the full roster for Carolina Royal Ravens. Why is Gwyn having such an impact in the 2025 season?
He's just a really consistent slayer, man. I mean, we saw a little bit of it last year, and he just came out with the same consistency this year. And it's hard because we're singing the praises of Gwyn and Slasher, but that is in no means to shadow what TJ and Vivid have also been doing for this team. TJ has been unbelievable in this game, specifically in Search and Destroy, rocking a 1.32. It's not their strongest game mode, but he is one of the mainstays of why they're even winning it.
These guys have been locked in at their game station. You can tell just from the player cams. On the other side of this fight, though, we got to talk about the squad representing New York. They go by Cloud9 now. They have attached an old school world champion from AW. He's one of the veterans, surrounded by young talent. You've got up-and-comers in Sib and Kremp. What is it, third year for Sib, second year for Kremp?
Yeah.
And Mac is making his return after taking a year off.
Man, it's tough with this team because you look at this roster and you're like, how did they get away with this, right? Mac comes off of a year off, and he's the best player on this team right now. So for Cloud9 New York Sublions, it's just kind of about figuring out their chemistry and trying to getting the gel and the way their roles are going to work, and it might take some time.
Nameless, yesterday you said we got to watch Sib.
Yeah.
He got him here to this day.
He played a bit better, especially in the search.
Was it good enough? Do you need to see more from him?
Oh, yeah. I mean, in this series, when they played against Carolina last time, he got swanton dive into the earth. Like, literally, minus 34, he was getting cooked. That's not going to work against a team like this. Like, you're talking about a Carolina team, top 2 in hold and break. They play the fundamentals well, and they have players who can put up kills. So Sib has to be better. I think it's definitely the X factor in this series.
We're going to be taking a look at our maps and modes. And, Ali, I know you've been scratching down some numbers, getting ready for this battle. So, with a double dose of Hacienda where we have no info on Carolina, what did you do in this best of 5? Who do you give the edge to?
I have to give it to Carolina only because I have big question marks on both the Haciendas. We haven't seen either team on them, but because the only map I could see on here New York Subliners would like due to previous is that Skyline Hardpoint map #4, and that is just if we get there.
I was going to say, Ant, are you excited to see Skyline today?
Yeah, I am. And these guys played it before, and it was New York that won it. And New York are actually #1 in differential on that map, the 2 times they played it, plus 77. So they feel really good on it. I just think in this series, like, we got to see a completely different Cloud9.
All right, give me the role rundowns. Who are we looking at matching up in a 1v1 from Carolina and New York? Is it the AR showdown? Is it the SMG? Which player in particular?
Yeah, I'm looking at Slasher versus Sib. We kind of just touched on it. Slasher's like, it's like a new renaissance for him, man. He's been unbelievable. So Sib versus him is the one to look at.
Ali, on the front line, who are you looking at?
On the front line, ooh, that one's hard. I want to see a little bit more of a Vivid, so I'm just going to kind of put the pressure for him on the side of Carolina Royal Ravens. For New York Subliners, it's still got to be Mac. You've got to watch him.
Reese has some of the best accuracy in the game. It's time to find out how accurate Nameless can be. He nailed the Minnesota pick. He's 23-7. I'm copying yours. Where are you going?
I'm going to go with Carolina. I think they get this one done, but I think it goes to 5. I think we got game 5s all day today.
Ali, where are you going?
I think I'm going to stick with Carolina Royal Ravens, but I would not be shocked if Cloud9 pulls it out.
It's time to find out. Will it be Royal Ravens finishing a perfect 5-0 start to their season, or will the upsets continue? Miles and Chance, take it away.
Thanks very much, Desk. Charles and I talked about this briefly. We both agree on this point. Slasher was always good.
Yes.
Always good. And now the team's performing, and he looks fantastic. And I'm a believer right now in the Ravens. We'll see if they can bring the goods against C9.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm just like, I don't hate the narrative that he like has some rejuvenation in his career, because like it is good gas, but he's always been good. He's won tournaments like 3 years ago, won a tournament 2 seasons ago, and technically he had a bad year last year, but he was still, in my opinion, one of the best, if not the best players on the team that he got dropped from. So I'm not a, yes, correct. I'm not a massive Slasher stan. I mean, I'm just against robotics generically, but like outside of that, he's been fantastic.
That's a wild card for those who know the chances against robotics in reference to Slasher. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The blue portion of today's matchup. And we get to watch Gwyn do his thing on Hacienda. You know he wasn't even born when Black Ops 4 came out?
Nah, hyped completely. And he wasn't even sleeping. There's some mattress couch reference. I didn't get it in time.
Yeah, we'll get there. Yeah, that's right. Absolutely fine. Map 1 on its way, folks. Here we go. I'm only kidding with you boys and girls. That's right. The lobby drop. I wonder what's in that cup, Sib. He's absolutely turned, by the way. Sib's been drinking since the first series of the day. And he's ready to go, Chance.
I'm just waiting to see him blink. So I don't think Sid blinked a single time since the camera was on him. That's nuts. But here's a look at the bracket. Single elimination tournament. And as we've said, for all of the matches we have today, you win it. You get 10 CDL points, which is honestly, for a lot of the middle of the pack teams, a huge thing if you were going to be able to collect them. And then, of course, the top prize for the eventual winner of the tournament getting 20 grand. So not bad for the old bank account, and that's what they're going to be searching for. But the winner of our series gets to go toe-to-toe against Optic. A lot of storylines for either of the teams if they get in the mix, and Sib yet to blink.
He's locked, man. Are you kidding me?
There we go. That was
that was still solid, man. That was still really solid. Well played. Well played. Right, well, C9, we saw them yesterday. A very, very clean performance. Exciting stuff. Mac has been in sensational form. Kremp as well, doing what he does. But it's Attach and Civ. That's the real story we're looking at here. They're going to be going up in a big way against the ARs of the Carolina Royal Ravens.
What's going on here, man?
Vaguely keep up, or even put up the same sort of level of performance we saw yesterday of Attach and Civ.
Cloud9 Ravens right now.
I think this series, a lot of good guesses there. Going to a game 5, very, very doable. Let's see how this one goes.
Just in time. Oh, the last match of the day.
Here we go. Hacienda, map 1 in this one and done series in minor 1. Let's get it.
Certainly for like
yes, sir.
Sort of, I think they would just tell you that like the first week or two was like fluky from their perspective.
Yeah, went to game 5, but we got it.
Like KD's and output was so low. This is a
sent them home
for them to actually sort of show off the goods. They look super solid yesterday, and if you go against guys like Slasher and now
but Boston was here to play though.
Obviously, Slasher has earned his praise. He's been very consistent and quite electric this year. It's a great sort of match to go head-to-head against. And Hacienda, at least for hardpoint, super clean for the old AR players as well. Very structured. You have to be strong on the map, and you get to see the goods. It's Gwyn. I mean, nobody's even chowing them out of rock, but that is just a beautiful kill feed. I love the Carolina blue. I can't get over it.
It's a strong blue. It looks good in rank play. Joe. Shout out Gwyn for the nice 2 kills to start things off. Krem right back at it, but again, the comms are fantastic right now. Oh, Vivid, this is a lovely pickup. That's 2. That's going to give you a ton of space to work with upstairs. In the meantime, you got TJ down on the hard point. Do what you can to stay alive, but this is very, very good time on P1.
I mean, he's eating up all that hill time. That's actually fantastic. And you do have Kremp that has taken just the fullest of full routes to get around. So Carolina has let a player get through, but it's only him. And now that you have Vivid and TJ dying in the feed, this is a really test of Carolina. How quickly can they pick up on this sort of moment? Slasher hasn't even turned his head, but you have to be aware, and if you weren't before, you certainly are now. Kremp showing up in the feed. Slasher doing everything he can to hold down the back line.
Cut the losses. Like, I think the 2 got through. I'm just going to make sure no one else gets in, and now try to maintain control. Sib says no thank you. Takes it back. C9 New York in a great spot here to take a lot of this time.
Yeah, that's a monstrous as well, because you had TJ again, just the super soaker on the first hill. So as far as P1 goes, that's fantastic. A chain there could have been devastating, but C9 fight right there. Get back to the hill just a touch, but all the trades rolling through. It is a nice situation to have to flood through the front. You want to go through Zig, and you get through eventually, but you run into Attach. Shout out from Mac for the big 3 piece.
Yeah, Mac with a 3, nearly the full 4. That would have been something, folks. Well, lead change. Happy to be here for C9 as they are coming out hot here after P1. The rotation over to 3, though, not an ideal spot to be in. Vines, a deadly corridor to push through. Kremp with the top control, though. He might be able to cause a couple of issues here, waiting for the reinforcements. But a nice spread here from the Ravens. And now, slowly but surely, picked apart. Gwyn's got to win a couple here. And he does just that. Unbelievable. That's the hard point of the Ravens.
I mean, this is looking like it's shaping up to be just stronghold after stronghold. I don't know exactly if Carolina read the back spawns, though. Vivid not quite blocking off the respawn, so 2 players from C9.
It's crazy, too, because today's just been a whole color palette. Those purple versus purple, green versus green. Now it's blue versus blue. Yeah.
Done. Vivid. Nice work there too. In the feed with the aims up close and personal, and now we're looking at lead change once again through the plat. Mac hitting his way through you. Opportunity now for a break. It's a little late one, and it's not been terribly successful. We're in finally. 10 seconds to go, though. You would have looked for a lot more there for Sino New York, but hey, better late than never. Now the rotation over the rock. Ravens once again a step ahead.
And I'm digging this so far. I feel like you have enough like old school COD players in the lobby that you can like really identify the plays and the hits. And Carolina gonna have to do this one a man down and make it to two players trying to hold the line. It's both the SMGs and they are successful. And I say
It's 4 dead.
Quinn basically does it by himself. TJ basically just the bait in that moment, but that is the two SMG players absolutely heating up. But that's all just for attached to call in the cruise.
Not bad for a man with only 6 kills to his name. The importance of playing the objective, friends. Kremps in a lot of trouble here despite the cruise. Can he win a couple more? Oh dear. That's a big one. A sad teammate though. Unfortunately,
Shit, last night there was a dude that got us in Skyline. Put it right through the piano, like top roof, and got all 4 of us off the hill. Yeah.
In that moment in Carolina.
That's because like 2 of us were like closer to like the side window side,
Maybe not the most impressive in the
and it still got all 4 of us. So we're just like, what?
He set himself apart. Now back towards P1 Mac. I mean, he's trapped in between a ton of different players, and I was about to say nearly comes out alive, but Carolina get him out of the time.
Another wonderful back and forth after the first set of hard points is in the books, and with a slight lead now for the Ravens. Their P1 last time around was very successful. Teased the man in the hill. This time around it's Slasher, picked out there by Sib, finds his 7th kill of the map. Not a hugely productive map for anyone when it comes to the kills department. We're already looking towards P2. Sib, this right-hand side of the map, he wants to make it his, but always do find the time.
And got his team the spawns, but now you want to at least get the P1 time, because Carolina overall, I mean, they've gotten a substantial chunk on this hill, and it looks like that's actually going to continue. So got to be a little bit careful giving away time on a hill like this, and you end up losing the spawns as well.
Who, the Ravens? Yeah.
Emphasis from Cloud9 to try to get the
Yeah.
right side of the map.
Yeah, that's their camo.
Time to attempt to make it happen and unsuccessful. And how about this setup? Look at the bottom side of the minimap right now. You got Krem jumping off the map, jumps over TJ's head, and TJ picks it up. You got the front cover by Vivid, and
Definitely better than last year's.
Or you just lose the spawns. That is a ridiculous looking mini-map for the P2. It looks like C9 to come out on top.
Teach, what a move! C9 come out on top for a fraction of a second. Max alone on the point now. The water route pays off, but TJ wins an unwinnable. And now your boys have got an opportunity to get in there. A lot of madness on the inside of the point. That is 2 now. 3 down now for C9. Last man gone. Ravens, what a moment.
Yeah, dude, what a chaotic one as well. Shout out to Teach for going on a 4 spree. Wonderful job of playing his life. Long-time veteran of the scene and just setting his team up long-term. And now Sib, actually, he's going to be spawning out in depths. Krem spawns out as well, but I don't know if Carolina necessarily have the numbers. It's Slasher by himself, doing what he can, but right now what he can is everything. 15 and 8. He continues to thrive.
We've talked about the vets, we've talked about the young'uns. Let's hear how they sound. A little quick listen in with the Carolina Royal Ravens.
Nice. I spawned back in. I spawned back in. Back in. Let's go. 20 in the back or secret. If you spawn here, one clear spawn secret. Get Tom. They can spawn in the back now. They can spawn in the back now though. Leading office. Yo, can you spot like you and shit? I front well. They all spawn that side. They all spawn that side. Nothing in the back of me. Nothing in the back of me. There's one in the back. Late as fuck. Sib is in the back office. Alright, got here. I have all front. You went towards 10. Literally first 10. Top out of me. Dead. I have a streak. I have all front. Sib is in me 10. Sib is in me 10. I can help you front. You can be front though. Yeah, top third. 10 on me. 10 back 10. Back 10. Top third. One time, bro. One time. I have your dark. One deep. You get time to do now. Top dark. One shot. Leave board. Dark. 10 and dark. 10 dead. I spawned back. Dark. He hopped out. There's two old. They're attaching cripple. Both one old. They're bumping through front. No, I'm looking at you. No one owns. I threw a nade over on that old. You guys take care of him. I'm swimming on most. I have a streak, guys. Okay, I'm swimming on most. We have a streak. Okay. You streak here? You look, you can. I spawned well.
He looks at them. I have a streak, guys.
Sit in the corner like low bar. Grim's gonna be top mid. Probably gonna go offense 23. I spawned P2 side. Pitch me all the way office. On time. Pushing P2. Attaches office. Pushing P2 and mid. Let's open side mid. P2. Where's the P2? Like, in the corner. By the Lambo. Like I said. Nice, I came top office. Going mid. Me time. I sent outer time. I need outer time again. I'm about to just fighting because I was there. Close mid. Close still. Our side out, dead. Nice. Their side out, dead. Outer. Nice. I'm getting on mid too. Just one boat house. One might be P too. You should flash. Yeah, man. Hey, help. I'm laying down looking at their side out. He's not shouting. There's contested, dude. I got naded. They're gonna shout now. Back up. Mid-weak. Mid in their side out. There's our side shouting. One shot dead. Just fine Lambo thing. Yeah, there. Just one Lambo. You can leave me. You can leave me. I'm gonna try to cut you quick. Top mid on me dead. Lambo, Dylan, bullet. Yeah, Tom. Yo,
Lovely calm comms, great map awareness, and some magical sports shots.
Yeah, that was like a practice how you play kind of vibe, like not super stressed out. I imagine they sound very similar in scrims as well. So honestly, good looks the whole way around. And TJ, pretty comfortable, 24 and 14 with a minute and 37 seconds in the hill so far. Hasn't slowed down in P1, honestly, where Carolina has truly set themselves apart. They continue to collect on what is typically a very scrappy hill.
Vivid, speaking of scrappy, he's getting it done with every weapon he could possibly find on the ground in any situation you want him to. Over 200 points now for the Ravens. C9 New York are starting off round 2 here in Minor 1 on the back foot. Man, this is one hell of a whooping so far. Litigo finds 3 in a row, straight into the time. Rotation down, his boys are over towards the new hard point. And they've got a bit of a fight, because here comes C9. 1 on the water route, 3 through the street. Here we go.
Yeah, and this is the whole team of C9 converging. They're trying to do this quick jump all over the time. Got to make sure you trade those players out. Vivid gonna fall. And 2 players in the back spawn. C9 looking like a desperation effort to hold on, and they are successful. They win every single gunfight. Vivid should get cleaned up in the back. He ended up reading that pressure, but too little too late. C9, the opportunity to get back in the game is right here.
Gotta hold it. Now through the front, Kremp from Checkers gets himself 1. Slasher and Vivid up next. Can he get another? Kremp can. Beautiful shots. The third man up's gonna wait for the pinch. Kremp with 3 now from this position. TJ the man to bring him down, and we're going forward, but it's into the guns of Sib. And by the end of this hard point, it's gonna be the lead to C9.
Yeah, it's such a heads-up moment. Those 4 players swarming on this time. The water out perfect as well, and all the trades as good as it gets. And on that rotation new, Carolina, it is basically just a stop at the 50-yard line to attempt to not let any players through. And it looks like mostly successful. Kremp and Mac working the top hallway. Slasher's got one side pushed out his boys in time, but they're not going to have these spawns. C9, they can break this hill.
Yeah, there's going to be too many to the top here. Sib's up next. Good moves there. Nice coverage from TJ out of the hard point. TJ gives you 2. Somehow the bailout plays are there nearly every single time. Perfect awareness now from Slash, and the nades are over to the spawners. Here comes another. Catch. Enjoy that. Gwinder Platt. Can he slow these players down? TJ on spawn as well, so it's the subs on the back line. The ARs to the front. Oh, what a win! Over to Vivid. Stay alive in the point. Big contest. Can't get any more out of it. C9 break.
Yo, Kremp is massive for that. Now you're going to have to sort of re-break. You get a little bit of time to set this up, and TJ thinking about the cuts, thinking about the spawners, thinking about the time, or maybe attach outer. Can't get them. Sib for 2, Kremp for 1, C9 still in the time.
This could be game. Oh my word, it's going to be close. It might be a single tick. Here we go. Trying to get inside. Just a contest is going to help. Mac can attach, find the kills. Oh, Kremp with the last one as well. Game. C9 New York.
And how about those plays in the final moments? A perfectly approached P2 in that rotation. So clean. Kremp had a very long life in through the hallway, looking for the kills, making sure he doesn't get cut off. And when he was by his lonesome top plat, it just took Carolina too long to hunt him down, and before he fell as well. That is a beautifully orchestrated final 2 hills there for C9, and all things considered, a very solid map of Call of Duty between both of these teams.
Absolute banger to start this matchup. And again, Minor 1, folks, losers go home. New York Cloud9, what an opener. You needed it bad, and you got it despite the efforts. TJ had one hell of a map. He and Slasher with the 3k damage, but it's attach. Look at that, non-traded 20 of them. Huge hard point time across the board. Glorious work there out of C9, and they really needed the last few moments chance. Again, the break on P2 was outrageous. Managing to pull the lead back, getting every single second of it. Might have seen a snake there by back Lambo. I may be mistaken, but regardless, here's highlights, the final few minutes of this game. What a match.
And And it's just Kremp staying alive again. When we started this clip, his teammates were nowhere to be found, but he's a distraction. Guns Gwyn in that moment, but that was two separate Carolina players that were basically just dealing with him, and he plays his life so well that the rest of his team just had the man advantage on the approach. And of course, after that, I mean, clean plays, Civ cleaning up some kills, the comms going for C9, but you just bully him back. And these are the dire situations too, and you have to do the math of, no, they get the extra tick, we can't afford to rotate, we have to flood in, and I mean, it just turns into a firing squad trying to flood in these tiny little lanes. C9, so efficient. Credit to Kremp, credit to everybody. That was a fun map.
It was a really fun map, and again, GG's there. Look how tight this one was. Wow, what a fantastic game of Hacienda. A very welcome addition here to the map pool in Black Ops 6. Cloud9 shake off the rust, what the ping rust that plagued them at the start of the year. And now they're looking fine. Well, okay, well, Search and Destroy's on its way in a moment. And again, a tough, tall, real tough, tall ask against a team like the Ravens. Hacienda, though, will still be at Vault Skyline. And we go back to Vault for that Game 5. Skyline's going to be a lot of fun. Not too many of those so far here at Minor 1. But for the Hacienda Search and Destroy chance, based on what we've seen as well, I just feel like everyone knows exactly what they're doing. I mean, Tej, of course, he won a chip back in Black Ops 4 with Optic. I mean, Slash has been there plenty of times. I'm excited to see how this one plays out because I feel like it's a strong lobby, very, very strong veteran players. Teaching those young guns. I mean, we brought this up a moment ago. It's the vets making the big rotation like calls. They might be there first.
Waiting for that info to just sort of drop your way. A ton of options you have, so going to be interesting to see how dynamic they are actually going to get, because obviously two very creative teams we have.
Indeed. Well, back to your seats, boys and girls. It's time to party. He's coming out hot in the series already. We know he's a powerhouse when it comes to Search and Destroy as well, so eyes on him for the Ravens. For C9, Max the man. Right now, he's the player I'm keeping a firm eye on. He was so instrumental in yesterday's play. Search and Destroy being a sort of, I think maybe my favorite game mode in this game so far. Thoroughly enjoying this one, but yeah, Max going to be the man I want to watch here for C9 New York. On the other side of the board, chance TJ. Again, can't talk enough about how he really is a Search and Destroy demon. I mean, top right, he may be out of focus, but he's purely in focus in game. Tej is an absolute factor for the Ravens in S&D.
There's not even an issue with his camera. He's just naturally a blurry person. So tough to kill and identify. 1.32 KD is obviously super solid, but the 0.88 kills per round as well. That means he is getting active. He is very involved, and the man is shooting his gun. So he's there for the first bloods. He's there for the objectives, and TJ obviously has clutch capability as well. And I think he's kind of leveled up his game a little bit over the years, right? He's sort of like, took a while to mature into his zone. Like once the new generation of players came in, he had to take the back seat for just a bit, but he seems to be right back in that top form. And as you mentioned, he's won chips in Black Ops 4, World War II. He's won in multiple titles, so an extremely capable player. And so far this year, he has looked great. But I will say, while Carolina's S&D has been solid and TJ's stats especially look good, Vivid is currently sitting as the bottom S&D KD in the league. And this is acceptable when you're getting wins, but unacceptable if the losses start to roll. So 3-2 record overall is solid, but 12th in conversion. And a big part of that is Vivid. He has struggled so far. Looking for him on the map to get at least a bit more active, and I know for him, he's switching up the roles. The style he used to play is radically different than what he has been slotted into this year. So it is an expected adjustment period, but I mean, it's January and it's the CDL. You got to adjust quickly to survive.
Yeah, and if anyone is looking for a suitable shark pet, the epaulet shark, short-tailed nurse shark, coral cat shark, white spotted bamboo shark, if you've got the space, these are all perfect candidates. Here we go over towards the A-bomb site with the bomb. Attached was the man with it, but Sib, oh dear, takes care of TJ off the rip.
And it's Sib with a jackal down low, so I would not expect that either. Back outer fences, how good's Zerani moved it to dodge all the wall bangs. Well, good enough to survive so far, and Kremp gets a kill off of it. It's looking like SMGs are going to be the bread and butter here as Vivid, his luck continues to not be here in S&D.
Slasher brought down as well. C9, strong start, strong finish. And Kremp, as soon as he got that nade out, the shoulder shimmy was there. He had one hell of a round. Yeah, Sib, surprise, boys. He's got himself a sub and he's down low off the rip.
That's what I'm saying. It's an incredibly dynamic map. Like, I think even the defensive setup we just saw from Carolina, 4 players squaring up around the hallways just to get TJ through, but it is an AR player responsible for the flank, and he says he doesn't want to be distant, wants to be able to get involved, and that is the value of sort of a true flex player. Sib showing off the goods.
Round 2. 2 players there through garage. We can see those hit the B-bomb site in a moment, but that's not where the bomb is going. That's going to be Gwyn, potentially down low as well. Heavy presence towards A for C9.
TJ being cheeky to get that information. Slasher really enjoys a good swim. I mean, he was taking swim routes in hardpoint, taking one in S&D. Gwyn gets a first blood from the same location as the round before, so flanks or potential flanks getting shut down. And I feel like this setup is just a guarantee. Slasher's not going to get red. Granted, Sib has effectively gotten through, but
this is going to hurt.
Unless he pulls off something crazy, Carolina should be good.
Well, here it comes. He's planted and he's held it, waiting perfectly for the boys to make their way through mid. Now, you know, got damage on at least one. Here comes Krem, exactly where you want him. On the pinch, no, red by Tej. That's a massive win, and that should be the round. Attach 1v4, 1v3. See how it goes. 25 on the clock.
Yeah, good luck with those gunfights. This is going to be an interesting moment to test sort of the S&D prowess of C9 in a sense, because they're going to be asking the question, how did Slasher get behind us? And I don't know if they're going to be able to figure out that he just swam the entire way and went through the boathouse and did not open a single door, but if they can't figure it out, then that question could cause future problems on their defensive rounds. But either way, that is back-to-back offensive wins. Carolina happy for the response. And if C9 leaned over towards that A site in round 1, will that be their old faithful, or do they want to mix things up? Well, they're getting mixy. Bomb leaning towards the B site, but very much a stack to play for picks.
You know how aggressive Mac is, he might run into a whole load of trouble. The jump check, as he flies by that window, doesn't see anyone towards the bomb site, so he might be giving it up. Might have just about seen Slasher there, if not for the red dot now. B-bomb gearing up for the plant trophy position now. Gwyn, if he times this well, he might be able to catch something, but I think that was a shoulder from Attach. Oh, look at that angle from Gwyn. Not able to spot anything out or actually stop the plant, and that trophy's certainly going to help. He's going to need more than just a Semtex now, and needs the boys to show up as well. 35 to go.
And how about this mini-map? You got number 6 Mac flanking, same as TJ working it, but Kremp is heads up on the flank, just as is Vivid. And because Mac's the first one to fall, everyone on C9 gets active, and that just is going to feed TJ an absolute free kill. The only problem is going to be the time, though. 18 seconds. C9 can clutch this.
Can they clutch it? No, they're all done.